What is up, everyone? How we doing? I just realized I didn't grab a music playlist to listen to for the stream. Hey, Victor. Hey, Vibin. What's up, guys? Let's do um. What you got a Flex Glue ad? That's really funny. What music should we do? Hey, 12 hours. Hey, Francisco. What's up, guys? How's everyone doing? So I've talked about it all week, kind of the plan for today's stream. First, I want to pick out like some horror games that people would want to watch me play through this month. Not necessarily horror, but like spooky vibe games. And then we'll get into the FNAF lore, the rabbit hole that is FNAF. Um, is this fine? Is this it? Yeah, this is a vibe soundtrack. Just so we got something to listen to in the background while we talk about some games. So I got a list so far of like kind of some spooky games that I want to play, or that I've been feeling the vibes of. Obviously, we've already talked about doing FNAF Security Breach probably next week, because FNAF streams have been, the song's a little loud? Okay. Oh, that's right, I didn't readjust my desktop audio. Yeah, it should be fixed now. I forgot, because of FNAF Force yesterday, I cranked up the desktop audio because of, that game was so quiet. Forgot to turn it back down for today's stream, so it should be good now, but let me know. Hey, Hunchy. Hey, Francisco, again. Hey, Kyler. What is up? So this is the list I've kind of looked at so far. Obviously, FNAF Security Breach. What were some of the other FNAF games that were mentioned? I've got Sister Location downloaded already. What else were people asking about? FNAF World? Is that on Steam? Or are these games that I have to, like, scour the deep net to find? Is on Game Jolt. What the fuck is Game Jolt? Pizza Simulator? Did I, like, misspell that? Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. Is this it? Oh, it's free. That's what we like. That's what we like. Yeah. I can add that to the list. Okay, so FNAF Security Breach. Let's just clarify the other games that I haven't played yet. That FNAF Pizzeria Simulator, FNAF World. Like I said, we've played FNAF 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got Sister Location already downloaded, so these will be the remaining 3 FNAF games to play, then. Help Wanted does have a non-VR version, but is it good? Is it good, though? That's the question we gotta ask. Fave FNAF game? Well, like I said, I've only played the first 4, and the first one is kind of far and away the best of the quadrilogy of his initial rushed games. I think the first one kind of clears. Okay, so we'll still add it to the list. I'll take a look at Help Wanted. I guess we can take a look at it now. Hey, Ace Trainer. Philip, what is up? FNAF VR is a mobile port, which is basically the same, but they cut the whole tapes thing and replaced it with 8-bit mini-games. That's this, right? Oh, this, yeah, it does just look like HD FNAF 1. Oh, is this just an HD version of the FNAF games? Of, like, the first 4 games? Yeah, I'm not sure how much I want that one. It has new things. But can we just, like, watch a video of the new things? Hey, what's up, Alpha? Yeah, Return of the Raincoat music for now. Unless there was something else to vibe to right now. What else? Interesting recommendations from, this FNAF song. A failure's descent into madness. What the fuck? Is there like a casual Ace Attorney song to listen to? Relaxing Ace Attorney music. Sure, we'll do that. We'll keep it mixed up a bit. Hopefully the Ace Attorney music is copyright free. I kinda did that boldly. Without really verifying if it was copyright free or not, whatever. Okay, so we've got the list of FNAF games. I'll think about Help Wanted, but we will play Sister Location and Security Breach. I might combine Pizzeria Simulator and World into a single stream. I also don't want this to just be FNAF month. I want to kind of do some other ones. I've been really excited for this stream, like, all week, because I wanted to talk about some of these games to see what some of you guys wanted to see here on the channel. This is the stream. I've been looking forward to this stream since we thought of it last week. I also kind of wanted to take a look at the Resident Evil Village DLC, because I kind of liked Resident Evil Village. Like, back when I first played it, but I never really touched the lore time. Francisco, we haven't even been talking about the games to play for like 5 minutes. Hold your horses. Okay, anyway, yeah, there was an expansion for Resident Evil Village that I believe was about Ethan's daughter? The Winters expansion, yeah. I wanted to know, is this worth playing through? Did anyone play through this? Where she's like the magical girl? Is Village good? Half of Resident Evil Village is good. The first half of Resident Evil Village is like the best Resident Evil experience. It's so, like, the first half is really good with the vampire Dami Mommy, and then, ooh, mixed reviews. The vampire Dami Mommy, and then you get into this, like, creepy dollhouse, which is basically just an homage to Silent Hill PT. It's kind of got, like, all the concepts from that Silent Hill thing, except, like, fully fleshed out into, like, a real game. Where it's got, like, the weird baby chasing you around, and there's, like, creepy dolls doing stuff. So, that half of Resident Evil Village is fantastic, amazing, some of the best Resident Evil has ever been. And then the second half of the game you play through like a factory in a swamp, and it's some of the most boring Resident Evil crap I've ever experienced. So there's highs and lows of Resident Evil Village. At like the half price that it is now, it's probably fine. At $40, it's probably worth it. It includes this Resident Evil Reverse, but this game is dead. Music's loud? Alright, I turned it down. Did you play, what's it called? Biohazard? Is that a Resident Evil reference, Jake? Or is there a Biohazard game and I'm being pranked? Oh, Resident Evil 7? Yes, I did play this one. Resident Evil Village is the sequel to this game. You play as the protagonist from this game in Resident Evil Village when you get haunted by the vampire Dami Mommy. This one's okay. I wasn't, like, a huge fan of this one. But I think it's because this was, like, so popular at the time that, I also watched a lot of YouTubers play through this game, so I think I kind of just got sick of it. I played through it, I watched several people play through it, and then it was kind of like, after, like, my 5th watch through, because, like, all of my favorite YouTubers at the time, back in, like, 2017, when I had just started, or when I was in college, I was just watching everyone play through it, and then I was kind of like, I, like, burnt myself out on Biohazard. That was my introduction to the series, and then I played through the ones before. Oh, have you played through all of them, Jake? It was very popular thanks to being a long-awaited comeback for the series. Yeah. And then I just, like, burnt out on it. But yeah, like I said, I think Village was okay. Because the first half was fantastic, the second half was really boring. So, for $40, it's probably worth now. But I don't really know... I don't know if this DLC is worth it. Because this DLC is, it's like $13. And I kind of would like to get in Resident Evil Village again. But at the same time, a year removed, I don't know if I care enough. I didn't really get particularly invested in his daughter as a character in the story. I prefer the first person, Francisco. I probably mentioned this last time, but all Touhou Undertale music's copyright free. Yeah, we've listened to the Touhou music last time, Alpha. Hey, Pletch. What's up, man? So I'm on the fence about this. It doesn't seem like anyone has any takes about the Resident Evil Village DLC. So maybe we won't do this one. Hey, what's up, AK? Maybe we won't do the Village DLC. Was there any thoughts on the the High on Life had the DLC release? Let's check that out. Apparently that's supposed to be spooky, but the fact that the name is a pun on the base game, I don't really know how much it can really be that spooky. High on Knife. This is more expensive than the... This is more expensive than the Resident Evil DLC? This cover is a reference to something, but I can't place it right now. Is it Evil Dead? Is High on Life that game with Morty's VA as the gun? Yeah. I think in High on Knife he's been replaced, though. So I guess the horror here that it's just goofy. This is the violence. Murder House is on Game Pass? What's Murder House? You should go to a Chuck E. Cheese. The horror will be me getting arrested for being at a Chuck E. Cheese as an adult. Without a child. My first Resident Evil was 6. Ooh, I'm sorry, Francisco. Guerrera. Check Murder House. So 12 hours also instantly vetoed the High on Knife DLC, and I think I will as well if it's if it's more expensive than the Resident Evil DLC. Granted, it's only more expensive by $1, but I think that might be a no. So I think we maybe not for stream. Thought it was a classic metal cover pose. I think it's a classic metal cover pose because a lot of metal bands like to reference Evil Dead. I'm pretty sure Evil Dead did it first. Check Tormented Soul. Murder House. What is Murder House? Murder House. Oh, I've seen these. I don't think I would particularly enjoy the jank of these games. These were, really trendy by YouTubers, in 2020. I remember a lot of them looking at, playing through this. I don't think this is for me. The edgy clunkiness of it, one of the actual screenshots for the game is look at our pseudo bondage gear in the warehouse. Come on, this is light work shit. Tormented. I misspelled that. Tormented Souls. Am I just misspelling that? I don't have my glasses on right now. I feel like I remember checking this game out. Didn't we play this on, we played this on stream, right? Or we played, the demo of this, right? This was kind of like the Outlast Zero Escape ripoff. See you, Fletch. FNAF cosplay win. I already did the security guard cosplay, Fletch. Or the security guard purple guy cosplay thing. Plans to play Phasmophobia. Jake was in the chat earlier. I don't know if he's still here. He might have dipped out already. We played Phasmophobia. Jake and I have done a Phasmophobia stream twice and nobody watched it. So I don't think I'll do it again. There just wasn't a lot of interest in it. We did 2 Phasmophobia streams. No one really watched. Let's see, do I have the... Let me, pull up the views on that. Jake, are you still here? Did you leave already? Let's see, the last time we did a Phasmophobia stream... 29 views. Yeah, you and Jillian were both there. I don't know what went wrong with this. Nobody watched this, and I don't know why. I thought Phasmophobia was a really big deal, and Flip Flip, you weren't the like first to suggest a Phasmophobia stream, but it's one of those games that's like trendy, and people like recommend that you play it, and then like people really want to see you like play it. People are like, yeah, play it, and then I played it, and I was like, I even got friends together. Jake and Jillian, I was like, yeah, let's play it, and then nobody watched. It was weird. Tormented Souls 2 was announced, and there's a trailer. There's a sequel? Tormented Souls 2 is announced. There we go. Oh, she's cute. Okay, wait, hang on. Is she the main character? Wait a minute. We might be... Heroine returns. Okay, hang on. We might be cooking here. We might be cooking. We might keep my brain be like waifu detected. Yeah. All right. It's been added to the list. I do remember we totally streamed the demo, and then if I remember correctly, someone 12 hours might know, or AK. I'm pretty sure we streamed this, and then within a couple like minutes of the stream, there was like a naked girl, and I had to like all F4 from the game so the stream wouldn't get deleted. Could be wrong, but I swear the game like starts with her like naked in a bathtub. Is this the scene? Does she like get dressed in this? But yeah, I remember I had to like immediately like fucking Alt F4 because I was like, it's only one scene. But yeah, like, and it's fine like if I know going in and I can just like censor the stream while I'm streaming the game. But like I didn't know the nudity was coming, so I just like blasted nudity on the stream, and you know how YouTube is about that shit, so I just like panic Alt F4'd. Okay, I will add this to the list though. This game does seem interesting. Okay, added to the list. So we're gonna take a look at some more FNAF stuff. We're gonna think about the Resident Evil Village DLC. We're gonna pass on High on Knife because Lamau High on Knife. Paranorma Site Raging Loop and Subway Midnight. What are these? The puzzles in the game are kind of hard, but that's what chat's for. Oh my god, there she is in the trailer. Jesus. Fucking, this game's gonna get me taken down for nudity twice now. Paranorma Site. Why can't I like am struggling to see tonight, man. Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna copy what you put, because YouTube or Steam apparently doesn't have a like. Did you mean this thing? Oh, I remember this. I think Jade talked about this in another stream. I'll add it to the list because I was kind of interested in the concept of this game, but I am kind of out of my visual novel era. But we will add this to the list. Because that does look cool. Then what was next? Raging Loop. I also remember us discussing this, actually. Oh yeah, this was like a Zero Escape-esque game, right? Or like a Danganronpa kind of thing. We'll add it to the list. And I might, even if I don't play these games in October, I might, like, stream them again at some point. But like I said, I'm kind of out of the VTuber era. Or not VTuber, visual novel, the VN era. Subway Midnight. What's this about? I might give this one a pass. You can pet the dog, I will not elaborate. I guess people are into this. A raving review. Wait, so guy played for 0.2 hours, his review is, I guess people are into it, but he recommends the game. I don't understand Steam reviews. I don't, like, what do you mean by that? I guess people are into this. I only played it for, like, 20 minutes. But I recommend. Possibly the best psychological horror, colorful, psychedelic, and cute. I do think it's an interesting challenge to make this, like, actually scary with all of the bright colors involved in the game, so that could be cool. We'll add it to the list. I'll look into this a bit more. Let me just delete High on Life from the list. Parasocial? How have I not even heard about this? Is this what you're talking about? Oh, yeah, I think this is kind of the same vein of, that thing... that other game that Francisco recommended that was like the weird, janky simulator horror thing. I'm guessing the dude like stalks you or some shit and ends up at your house. Japanese horror game about a live streamer. Yeah, but the main character's a cute girl, so I wouldn't be able to fully relate. Yeah, this like VHS film aesthetic thing. What would you recommend? Play Garden of Bon Bon. It's a totally scary game and not a Play-Doh-looking game. On a serious note, I don't know if you saw it, but I recommended Choo Choo Charles earlier. I did see I've watched a playthrough of Choo Choo Charles, so I probably won't do that. But that was pretty cool. But I've, like, watched people play through this already. So it wouldn't be as, like, scary to me, because I already kind of know all the twists and, like, how the game works and stuff. But this is a cool game. And then what did you say? Garden of Bon Bon? Oh, it's like a whole franchise. What? Is the music still too loud, by the way? Because I noticed, like, these songs are all, like, not audio balanced. Like, the volume of these songs, like, varies so much. Hiragashu when they cry. Yeah, bro, I didn't even finish Anonymous Code, so I don't know if you want me to keep going with another Another visual novel. I was joking, the games are garbage. Well, now I'm curious, because the games are garbage. Is it like a fun garbage? Having many arms allows me to help a lot more people. How is there like 5 games of this if it's like not good? Wait, so he's got 2 games on a planned release date? 5 is coming soon and 6 already has a thing on the Steam store? Oh my god, so he's just trying to like milk this, isn't he? This looks like an AI-generated video game. There's 5 games because the dev used the early FNAF release cycle of shitting it out quickly. Yeah, I see that. But you can't repeat the FNAF magic. It's just one of those things that, like, you gotta be there at the right moment. I think you've already got a good Halloween October games, unless you want to go for Luigi's Mansion. I already streamed Luigi's Mansion 1 Alpha. I do own Luigi's Mansion 3 and never played it, so I might stream that at some point. Should we add that? Let's add that to the list. I was gonna do Luigi's Mansion 1 and 2, because I thought the remake of 2 was coming out this October. Turns out, it's, fucking not. It's coming out, like, summer next year, so I became a little bit less turned on to the idea of playing Luigi's Mansion on stream for October, because I was totally going to do it when they announced, like, they're porting the DS Luigi's Mansion 2 to Switch. I was like, I'll stream Luigi's Mansion. And they're like, we're releasing it next summer. And I was like, what the fuck's the point then? So I decided I didn't get as hype about streaming Luigi's Mansion, because it would have been nice to do 2 and then 3, like, back to back. But, yeah. Amnesia? I've actually never touched any of the Amnesia games. Because, again, Amnesia was another one of those, like, series that I watched that, I watched so many streamers do it, because back when Amnesia came out, every streamer was doing this, so I watched this game be played through so many fucking times, or I was like, I don't know if I need to play it anymore. You know? Bon Bon already had merch up the second the first game was out. Oh, so it's just totally, it's just totally like a for-profit thing. There's like zero passion behind it. Just get in on the hype. Have I played Soma? No. This looks like a System Shock knockoff. What is this? Luigi's Mansion 3 is the best-selling horror game of all time. Is that true? That's funny. Oh, this came out in 2015. Oh, it's from the creators of Amnesia, too. That's weird. I feel like I didn't see as much about this as I did Amnesia. But I guess Amnesia is, again, one of those games where it's just lightning in a bottle. But it does look like System Shock to me. Like, that's the first thing I thought of when I saw this, was like, BioShock meets System Shock in the most literal sense. I'll add it to the list, I suppose. There's a really popular murder mystery visual novel you should try, Murder of Sunny. Oh, Murder of Sonic. Already did that one. Well, it was really fun, though. A game I was really interested in, because I just recently... Jesus, hang on one second. Someone is at my door! That was weird. Is it the pizza? No, I actually went out and got the pizza. Was there a reason I stopped playing? A combination of I was kind of bored with it, and also no one was at the streams vibing. That's why. So a little bit of everything. Hey, what's up, person with name I can't pronounce? Yeah, the games that I wanted to talk about as well was Castlevania. I kind of want to finally get into Castlevania. The new Netflix series just came out, and I just marathoned it, and I really liked it. And as much as I like the Metroidvania games, I've never played Castlevania. So I kind of want to try Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which is like widely regarded as like one of the best like Metroidvania games of like all time. So, like, I'm so curious about it, but I don't know if I'll like it. Is it like going to be dated, or will it still be good? I also own Castlevania Lords of Shadow. Kind of just want to explore the Castlevania franchise a bit more after watching the anime. Even though these games look absolutely nothing like the anime, but still, they look pretty cool. And I own them, so... But I don't know how much interest there is in Castlevania. Nocturne? Yeah, Castlevania Nocturne is what I just watched. Isn't Lords of Shadow a new timeline? I mean, it'll all not... I've never played a Castlevania game, and the anime is a different timeline from the games as well. So, like, it would be pretty different regardless, I think. So I don't know. Are people interested in Symphony of the Night? Because like I said, I know Symphony of the Night is regarded as like one of the best Metroidvania games of all time. I mean, that's why the entire genre is still to this day like called Metroidvania. But what is it? Oh, Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Is that Metroidvania? Castlevania Symphony of the Night? Yeah, is like the quintessential Vania part of the Castlevania. But my question is, obviously I love the Metroid 2D games, right? One game that I didn't like was like this game. I actually really didn't like Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, despite the fact that this is like in a similar vein. It's supposed to be like a very similar style game. I actually really didn't enjoy this. But I love Metroid. So I wonder, would Castlevania Symphony of the Night be something more up my alley? What does Metroidvania mean? So Metroidvania is the genre of game where you've got full access to the map of the game, but you need a wide variety of abilities and powers to be able to progress through the game. So, like, for example, as you're progressing through a hallway, there's a staircase located that's too high that you, like, can't get to. Or something like this would be a good example. That image is way smaller than I thought it would be. But something like this would be a good example, right? Where you need to be able to get up here, but you don't have the power initially. You unlock a double jump ability. In Metroid, it's called Space Jump. Once you get Space Jump, you can double jump up to this, like, staircase location. So, Mario type of gameplay? What are you talking about? No. But you get additional powers, like a double jump, or, you know, a power beam to be able to access new doors. Like in Metroid, as you unlock new abilities, there are, like, blue doors that you have to get the ice beam power up for, or purple doors that you need the wave beam power up for. In Castlevania, it's a very similar thing, where, like, you need to, get those different powers to be able to access, like, different portions of the map. Would there be any hype for a Castlevania-style game? What are you curious about, Alpha? It's very exploration-based, yeah. But, like, the Metroid games of this genre are, like, you know, some of my favorite games in the genre. So, like, Metroid Fusion, something that, you know, this is, like, one of my favorite games of all time. I did a playthrough of this game, right? I think Metroid Fusion's fantastic. It's very similar. Metroid Zero Mission, I know, is a remake of one of the older games. But, like, Zero Mission was so fun. I fucking loved Zero Mission. And so I know it's not as old as Castlevania Symphony of the Night, but it's a remake of one of the OG Metroid games that came out around the time Symphony of the Night did. So, I really like this genre of game. So I think I would really like to play through Castlevania. But I don't really know. Should I do Symphony of the Night because it's older, or Lords of Shadow because it's, like, the most recent Castlevania release? Check which game Nocturne is based on. I'm gonna give you a hint, Francisco. It might be based on Castlevania Nocturne. I think there's, there might actually not be. Isn't there a Nocturne game? Oh, is it not? Oh, interesting. Okay. There isn't a game called Nocturne. Huh. I kind of thought there was. Because I assumed Castlevania, the first series, was just based on, Castlevania. Just play every single Backrooms indie game, like the Complex. I'm still over the Backrooms. Lords of Shadow isn't super well liked. Okay. Is there any hype for Symphony of the Night? Should I even play it? I thought this would get more attention. I thought I would mention wanting to play this game and people would be like, fuck yeah, play it. And then there was dead silence in the chat when I mentioned this, so I guess not a lot of interest in it. You plan to play it someday? You plan to play the 1996, 1997 classic someday? On the 30-year anniversary alpha, will you play it? I've never played Castlevania. But surely people have heard about this, right? Like, I'm not in my own, like, delusional world thinking that Symphony of the Night is regarded as, like, one of the best games in this genre. Like, of all time, right? Like, this is widely regarded of, like, as, like, one of the GOAT games. Like, like the Vampire Survivors game, like, all of the character sprites are, like, based off of people in this game. Like, people love this game. Wild. Okay. Alright, maybe I might not hop into the stream. That might be a game that I just play off stream then. I kind of thought more people were aware of this. Is that a PS2 game? No, this is, I think it originally came out on the Sega Saturn. Yeah, it originally released on the PlayStation 1 and the Sega Saturn in 1997. So it's an oldie. I guess a lot of you guys in chat are youngins, though. But yeah, it's over 25 years old. Okay, might be a game for off-stream, then. I probably don't know about Vanias outside of the anime. Yeah, but people still know Metroid, and Metroid is still frequently called Metroidvania. Like, Metroid Dread just came out, like, not even that long ago. Which brings me to my next point. I was gonna say, should I play... I've never played Super Metroid, and I really want to. Does Super Metroid count as, like, a spooky game? Because it's got a... you know, it's got that alien vibe. Like the Alien movies vibe. Does this count? First area you're in has corpses. Yeah, I know it's got like a spooky vibe, and like I said, it's kind of got like Alien is typically regarded as a spooky movie, right? Nowadays Alien sounds so generic, I'm not sure people know what I'm talking about either, if you guys didn't know what Symphony of the Night was, but like, you know, fuck. Even Google doesn't. Yeah, it's the Xenomorphs. Like, Samus takes a lot of inspiration from, like, the actress of this movie. So I feel like Super Metroid's kind of in the same vein, and yeah, Super Metroid is actually, I think the only Metroid game I haven't played, so I kind of want to finally do it. I obviously love Metroid, I've played a lot of it, but I think Super Metroid is the only one I haven't done. The characters of Castlevania are not. There are 2 Castlevania characters in Smash Bros. What are you talking about, Francisco? What? What? Have I seen Scorn? Yeah, but I thought that looked really bad. IDK, I barely play Smash. I think there are more Castlevania games in Smash Bros. Than Metroid. If you don't count, Zero Suit Samus as a separate character, because it's technically Samus, I think there's more Castlevania characters. If you do count Zero Suit Samus, I think Metroid inches Castlevania out, but I think there's more Castlevania in Smash Bros. Oh, yeah, I forget Ridley. Yeah, Ridley's in there. I forgot Ridley got added. But yeah, Castlevania has, like, more maps and stuff, right? And assist trophies. Castlevania Smash Bros. Yeah, both Richter and Simon are in the game, and Alucard? Or no, he's the assist trophy, right? Alucard is a boss? Okay. And Dracula's a boss as well, then? But yeah, Castlevania has significant enough representation in Smash to be relevant, I feel. It's like got its 2 most primary characters in the game. That's so wild, though. Yeah, that's why I was because he's in Smash and stuff, and he's got the anime going on. I was really shocked that, like, when I mentioned Castlevania in chat, there were like literal crickets. I thought for sure I was gonna get pretty hyped to stream Symphony of the Night, but I won't if you guys aren't interested in it. I guess we'll think more about. I'll play Castlevania off stream, and then maybe do Super Metroid on stream. How long is the list of options? This is the list. There's only 2 more to discuss on my list. Hey, The Only Zone, welcome to the stream. But yeah, there's only 2 more games really to discuss, because the rest of these were all just chat suggestions. So there's 2 more that I had an idea of that I wanted to ask you guys about, and then we can get to the FNAF lore, Francisco. This Fate Samurai game, does this count as, like, Halloween? Because all the characters are, like, dressed up? Hang on. Fate Samurai Remnant is what it's actually called. I can summarize the FNAF lore. Well, we're about to get into it, so give me just a second. And then we can start talking about it. Is this Remnant? Yeah, all the characters are, like, dressed up as samurais. Does this count, Does this count as a Halloween game? Is that the dude from Berserk? I don't know, this game seemed kind of interesting. There's cute waifus and stuff, really. I don't think this counts. You don't think it really counts either, Piplup? Have you ever watched Fate? No, I haven't, but there's cute anime girls and she's petting cats and stuff. And they're all, like, dressed up in samurai outfits, which I think is interesting. And I like the Dynasty Warriors style games. This would, I guess, would be an interesting introduction to Fate. Sounds like a gameplay trailer. Oh, please don't autoplay with sound. I just want to see gameplay, bro. I don't like when games try to, like, hide their gameplay in trailers. What are you afraid of me seeing? Okay, if we don't think this counts, I think I will not play this on stream then. Because this isn't... It's not selling me on this gameplay trailer. It kind of gives me Xenoblade vibes. And I wasn't really big on that one either. And again, I always get nervous when games like don't show you gameplay in their trailers. It looks like Genshin Impact. No, it doesn't. What? As someone who has played Genshin Impact every day for like the last 3 years, no, it does not. The editing, I guess it would kind of look like Genshin trailers, yeah. A lot of the flashy edits and stuff. See, all of the, like, clips and GIFs and stuff of this game, I feel like aren't showing gameplay. There's just, like, montages of the character's abilities. Like, I don't care. What the fuck does your game play like? Okay. Next on the list that I wanted to talk about was, how do people feel about the Batman, Telltale games for Halloween? So years ago, I streamed the first Batman Telltale series. Years ago. And I never streamed The Enemy Within. I heard this game was pretty okay. Would anyone want to see this? Telltale games are boring. I think this was before they started just pumping them out for, like, no reason, though, yeah? Because I remember the first Batman Telltale game being good. Is this one not? I mean, visually it still looks good. Because, yeah, I already streamed this one, the OG Telltale Batman game. When did I stream it? Back in 2017, I streamed it. What's so funny about this was back in 2017 when I streamed this, speaking of Guerrera, that you mentioned the Catwoman romance scene. If you look at the view counts on my Batman streams of the Telltale series, Part 1 got 200 views, Part 2 got 100 views, Part 3, that has the Catwoman romance, has 4,633 views. And then Part 4 and 5 have 90 views. A lot of people watched a lot of people wanted to watch the Catwoman romance scene. And I was like one of the first people to get to it. It's for the lore. Yeah. Big Catwoman lore. Okay, so not a lot of interest in the Telltale Batman games then, huh? Hey, purple guy, welcome to the stream, man. It's not a Halloween game. Batman counts as spooky Halloween. He's a bat. Batman lore over? No, we're still doing the game discussion. The FNAF lore will be soon. I just wanted to talk about games for a while. I like talking about video. You know what I mean? Big gamer in chat. Need to play more games with fan service. I played the Steins Gate dating game. Alright, we won't do this one. What should I check off the list? People weren't really interested in Fate Samurai Remnants. Kind of an interest in Super Metroid. Oh, yeah, I also... This is kind of the same vein. How did people feel about Telltale's The Walking Dead? I know this was like the... Are we still is this one... Kind of... Do people have interest in this one? Is it the same kind of thing? I don't know if you saw my message in Discord, but me and Jillian were talking about discussing FNAF and Alert 10 minutes before I saw the ping you were streaming. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been streaming FNAF, like, basically for the last week, so now I'm curious about the lore, because people keep telling me there's all these, like, dead fucking kids and shit, and I'm just seeing animatronics, so we gotta figure out what everyone's talking about. Everyone's already watched it. Does it count as a spooky game, Batman Arkham Asylum? I feel like at Arkham Asylum could count as a spooky game. The problem is, Francisco, episode 1's the only episode I played, so me streaming episode 1 would just be so we have context, but I already know everything that happens in Walking Dead episode 1. So I would really only be blind on episodes 2, 3, and 4. Which I think are not as good. I don't know. Season 2, 3, and 4 are the ones that are good. You can go directly to episode 2. No. I guess I mean, I've played everything in the, like, initial season, Francisco. Like, the whole Lee story I played through. So I guess episode's the wrong term. So the second, third, and fourth game would be the ones that I would actually be blind, whereas the first game, the first completed game, I already know the full story of. So that wouldn't be a blind playthrough. We would kind of be doing it just to get to the next seasons. But I think AK is right in that everyone's already watched this. There might not really be many views left. Flip says never consumed any Walking Dead media, but might watch it if you plan to play it. Yeah, I don't know. If the other ones aren't as good, I don't know how much I want to play this. Is Arkham Asylum something to add to the list? I think Arkham Knight was the only PC one that had issues. I think, weren't the PC versions trash? I think it was just Arkham Knight that had issues on PC. I imagine they're fixed by now. There's a community guide for how to open the game. Oh god. Never mind. I thought it was like a real thing that he was going to be talking about. It was not. I've already played through Arkham City, so I wouldn't do this one. But I never played Asylum or Knight. I just played Arkham City. So I don't know. Arkham Knight takes place in Halloween. Does it really? I have a lot of opinions on the games you brought up simply because I haven't seen or played them. Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of throwing games out there. Alright, we'll axe The Walking Dead. Oh, and then how did people feel about Slender Man? Do we do a classic? Slender the Arrival. A classic horror game from a very big fad in the horror genre. The original Slender would be great. I think I remember streaming this. I definitely have played this game. Because I remember when I mentioned it before, I think, but I did like, this like LAN party in college when I had still lived in the dorms, where I got a bunch of people into my, in my dorm, and we all tried to play through this game together. And we all had like a couple drinks, and everyone was just like, it was just so horrifying, because at the time, like, Slender had such a big reputation of being scary, and so everyone was afraid to play it. And then you're like, when you're playing it with other people, and like, and other people scream, and even if it's a moment where you're not scared, if the person next to you screams, then you're kind of like, oh, what the fuck, because they're scared, so you're kind of like, it just generates an environment of people being scared and stuff. So I have a lot of good memories of this game, but again, since I was drinking at the time as well, I don't necessarily remember a lot of what happened in this game. But yeah, I think you're right, 12 Hours, that FNAF left a bigger impact than Slender, because Slender kind of died out after this game. Like, this was the big, like, legit Slender game, and I think, unlike FNAF, I think Slender the Arrival took too long to come out. Because FNAF released that one game that went or Slender released the one game that went viral, and then the guy went back and said, okay, I'm going to make a legit sequel to, I'm going to make a legit sequel to that viral game. And The Arrival is super legit, right? Like, it kind of looks more like the, it looks more like a sister location or a security breach for FNAF, and it came out in 2013. So you kind of think about how Slender died off because people were waiting for this game, whereas FNAF just kept going and going and going and going and going. So it kept staying in the cultural zeitgeist, and I think that's why FNAF ended up being more relevant than Slender. Like, yeah, Slender had the cool creepypasta and stuff, but I think, like, Slender the Arrival just took too long. What about Narcosis? What's that? Slender the Arrival was already on the list. Just because I think it would be fun to... How long is this game? Could we knock this out in, like, a stream? I think the reason why Slender didn't pop off is because MatPat didn't make a lot of theories about it. That's also probably pretty true. I do think, like, the virality of, like, so many YouTubers discussing FNAF also kept the game alive a lot longer than, Slender as well. Because, like I said, Slender just had that one game, so there wasn't really a lot for YouTubers to talk about. This looks like Soma, the game we looked at earlier. I don't know if I'll stream this game necessarily, because it's a couple years old, but it's definitely something I'll take a look at. I think this is a good suggestion for me to play. Because parts of these streams, I'm not just trying to... Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to add the game recommendation channel to Discord that Vibin suggested last time we did one of these streams. But yeah, these streams aren't just about games that I'm going to stream, but also games that I would just want to... that I just want to play, you know? Because I also still have the game recommendation list from a prior stream that I have saved as well. This is from the... We have this list from the last game recommendation stream, so, like... These are, not just things that, you know, I'm not just getting stream ideas, I also just want to know games that I should play from you guys. Heard ad. I don't like ads during the stream. Unfortunately, YouTube took away my control of when ads, like, get played during the stream. So now it's kind of like Twitch, where I think the only way to, stop the ads on the stream is to either have that... What's the YouTube membership called? YouTube... Is it YouTube Red still, or is it YouTube TV? No, YouTube Premium now, I think is what it's called. Either have YouTube Premium, or have the membership to the channel, I think. Like my channel, like a Twitch sub, basically. So yeah, I think either having YouTube Premium, or having a... joining my membership on the channel, I think, is the only way to avoid ads on YouTube. Pretty much for the streams now. Ads have basically reached Twitch level. Yeah, I've noticed that, because it's... only recently have I finally seen people complain about that in chat. Because I really only put ads on VODs. I never usually have ads on the live stream. But I've noticed now, like, Purple Guy's not the first to bring it up, like, I just got an ad in the middle of the stream. Because as a lot of you might have known, I think a lot of you have been with my channel for a couple years now, I don't ever play ads during the stream. So, and I notice now people say that now that YouTube was like, we're optimizing our advertisements for the creators, so you won't be able to place the ads where you want, we'll do it for you. And that basically just meant we're gonna just start placing ads everywhere. So then after that YouTube announcement, I noticed that people started saying they were getting ads during the stream, which is something I had never done before. If I was live, you got no ads. Basically, the only time you got ads on my channel is if you watched the VOD. That was it. We're optimizing your ads by stripping that control away from you. I think it basically just means, like, for YouTube's sense of, like, we want you to be using more ads, and we don't think creators are putting enough ads on their content. Because I think even big YouTubers don't really plug in, like, a lot of ads in their content. I think there's usually, like, the beginning ad, the mid-roll ad, and then the ad at the end. But I think YouTube's like, you can squeeze a couple more in there. You can squeeze a couple more. Okay, so I think this is kind of everything. The adpocalypse is returning. No, this is the opposite. Whereas a couple years ago, during the adpocalypse, you could never get ads on YouTube. Now there's too many. They overcorrected. Are the YouTubers making more money like you from this? No, I don't make shit on YouTube. We'll do some transparency here. You guys can see all the money I have made on YouTube in the last month. Last 28 days, I have made $51 on YouTube. So if you think about it, in the last 28 days, so if we go back to like September 6th, right, roughly, I have streamed, so let's round it up to $52. How many hours have I streamed since then? 5.5, so we'll say 11 plus, we'll round that down to 4 plus 3 plus 6 plus 7 plus 7 plus 5 plus 6 plus 8.5 plus 6 plus, we'll call this 5.5 because the next one we'll just call 7. $5.5 again. 3, 6 plus 6. So in the last 28 days, I have streamed 96.5 hours, and I made $50. I'm pretty sure this is after tax. Francisco. So yeah, for almost 100 hours of live streaming, I have made just over $50. So that is almost 50 cents an hour at that rate. Let's go. Big streamer money. I'm so glad YouTube has optimized my my channel. Meanwhile, all of my viewership numbers are like drastically down. My typical watch time is like 2.5K, but I'm only at like 1.7. My views are typically at like 23,000. I'm only at 18. All the analytics are down, but there you go. To answer your question, Purple Guy, no, I don't make any more fucking money from this, but I'm not a big YouTuber. So maybe it's different for bigger YouTubers. You can almost buy a game on Switch. Yeah, and if you think about all the games I buy to stream, you know, I'm almost coming out negative like $300. Don't know why you're looking for a job. 50 cents an hour is pretty good. Yeah, I'm like making sweatshop worker wages. Let's go, baby. Alright. Okay, so this is our horror game recommendation list. Looking at more FNAF stuff. I didn't even really pick a didn't even really pick a horror game to stream tomorrow. Because I said tomorrow wasn't going to be FNAF, because we've done so much FNAF lately. Will you vote for the game to be played? I was going to pick something based off of chat suggestions. I kind of feel like the Resident Evil Village DLC would be a good one and done one. Because I would probably be able to beat that DLC in a single stream. Maybe we could do Slender Man. What's the time to beat that game? Under the Arrival and the beat. If you're focusing on the main objective, Slender the Arrival is about 2 hours in length. If you're a gamer that strives to see all aspects of the game, you're likely to spend around 6.5 hours to obtain 100% completion. I'm not gonna get 100%. I hate people like this. What's the length of the game? I haven't seen exactly how long it took people to beat this. How long did it take you to beat? This is a question you simply cannot answer correctly. Bruh, you can answer it correctly. Don't be a drama queen. This is such an essay. Just say how many hours. See, this guy gets right to the point. Not worth the $7. I beat it in an hour and was bored. Not scary, not fun. Okay, this is the full 100% completion is 6 to 8 hours. Should we do Slender tomorrow, then? It'll probably take anywhere from 3 to 5 hours. This guy, the full game walkthrough is an hour and a half. Okay. Let's do a throwback tomorrow, then. Slender the Arrival. Should we do a quick poll? How do I do polls? Stat stream. DLC. There we go. There's the poll. Sucker for Love, the Cthulhu dating sim. Hold up. Hold up. Are we cooking? Hang on, hold up. Oh, this is already on the wish list. Oh, I think I remember us talking about that. Okay, we'll add this to the list as well. Lore time? I think it is lore time now. Where'd everybody go? Are people afraid of the lore time? Okay. Are we gonna watch the lore? I mean, we don't have to necessarily watch the lore. I'll also read, like, the wiki and stuff. I wasn't gonna just watch videos. I just realized the poll shows up on the stream and, like, blocks a bunch of chat. We can say stuff without fear of spoiling? Yeah, you can say stuff without spoiling the first 4 games. Honestly, wiki entries will have, like, 5 different, links to characters you don't know. Lamau. I'll leave the poll up and running for another couple minutes. Let's, should we just start with this game rant article, or should we go with the random Reddit thread? Is Game Rant a good site for this? Should we do the Game Theory, the Ultimate Timeline? I feel like Game Theory, the Ultimate Timeline is the comprehensive. It's gotta be pretty comprehensive, right? The random guy on Reddit's always the most trustworthy source. The Ultimate Timeline covers up the security breach, so it would only cover, like, or so it would cover pretty much every game that I've played. This music now sounds weird for discussing FNAF lore. What would be a good horror game soundtrack for this? Cover everything, but a third of it is crack theories. Oh, really? FNAF community really didn't like his latest joke timeline. I like Matt Pat. What's wrong with his FNAF theory? I have pizza as well, though it's been sitting for an hour now. It's been sitting for an hour since I got it right before the stream started. It's fine though. Room temperature pizza is still good. Half of it's made up and the other half mentions the books. The books are canon though, right? How's the music, by the way? Can you guys now hear the rainy ambiance music? Are we now in the, music's very loud. Oh shit, fuck me. Yes, but the fans absolutely dislike that they're canon. Well, too bad. If the author says they're canon, they're canon. You can't pick and choose what's canon. Tales from the Pizza Black ones are canon? What kind of pizza? Domino's pizza. Okay, so what are we going with for the, how do we want to get into the lore? Do we want to start with this Game Rant article and then expand from there? When was this article written? A year ago. Hasn't more stuff come out about these games in the last year? Music's still too loud? Okay. Who the fuck is this dude? I don't remember that guy. When we beat FNAF 4, Security Breach DLC is what came out last year? Oh, okay. That dude's from Sister Location. So that doesn't bode well for the accuracy of this article, I fear, if the guy's using the wrong image to represent the wrong game. Okay, well, I guess you guys can... We can fact check as we go, shall we? How do you do the zoom thing on? Alright, cool. MatPat has made 68 videos on FNAF? No fucking way. Alright, the original Five Nights at Freddy's. The first Five Nights at Freddy's release came in 2014 and immediately rose to the top of the survival horror genre thanks to the deeply tense nature of its sinister gameplay. This isn't lore. In the game, the player takes control of a night shift security guard at a derelict pizzeria known as Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which is rumored to contain haunted and reanimated life-size animatronics that wander the facility at night. The pizzeria itself is in a state of disrepair thanks to a series of tragedies associated with it, namely the kidnapping and likely murder of 5 children by a man named William Afton. It's rumored that the victims' bodies had been stuffed inside the many animatronic mascots of the pizzeria, named Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, which led to a widespread boycott of the business and led to its demise. I'm not sure this is doing a great summary of the lore. Who the fuck is William Afton? Just some dude just killed the kids? Hey, the Haves. MatPat's unreliable, at least in modern times. Does that mean some of his other stuff? So if we look at some of his stuff from when he first started posting about FNAF, would that be accurate? With the protagonist monitoring the animatronics at night through the use of security cameras, it quickly becomes apparent these rumors are true. With the mascots moving freely throughout the facility, edging closer and closer to the player's location with malicious intent. The player can only survive the lengthy period in the facility by managing the power supply of the doors, ensuring that none of the possessed animatronics can get close. Okay, so yeah, this article sucks. This is just a summary of the game. That's not the summary of the lore. That's dumb. Alright, Reddit. Random Reddit guy. What do you got for me? Oh, I'm not reading that, bro. What the fuck is punctuation, my guy? I love that this is one of the first results for FNAF lore. Is just this random fucking text dump. Time for the ultimate explanation. Well, what's the ultimate explanation? What should I look at? The fact that it's not punctuated means it's fire. Just do auto text? I'm not doing that. Not on this. The game theory ultimate timeline. Should we just do that first, and then you guys, we can correct as we go? Or like what consensus is? FNAF the ultimate timeline. I found a video from Super Horror Bro. The timeline isn't a good place to start. Okay, did you post the, because it starts with theories? Oh yeah, that's not what we want. Drop the video in the Discord, Fliplip. The ultimate timeline MatPat made is outdated. Didn't it come out like... I guess it came out in February.
Today we...
How is it outdated? Hasn't there, like, already been a thing? Super Horror Bro does theories better. Has there been... Oh, the Ruin DLC came out. Scott here for his, daily FNAF stream to tell me that the movie's been canceled. I almost fell for it, Scott. But you still haven't subscribed to the channel and smashed that like button, so how can I believe you're the real Scott? Real FNAF fans, subscribe. You can watch the Ultimate Timeline so I can correct every single mistake. I mean, I'm not super committed to the lore.
Hey guys, Super Horror Bro Mike here, and into the...
Oh, but I don't know if... I gotta say, it sounded like MatPat might have a better narrator voice. The thing MatPat had most correct was when he titled a FNAF 4 video, FNAF Will Never End. That's definitely true. Alright, Super Horror Bro.
Today's video, we begin a new series on the channel as we return to the world of Fazbear Entertainment with a look at the history behind each and every
Super Horror Bro is respected? Yeah, but his voice is annoying. Okay, let's go.
Game. Last year,
I've only heard it for a couple seconds, so maybe it's not that annoying.
Animatronics
How can you guys hear it?
Scott Cawthon's
The other reason I like to watch MatPat is because I know MatPat doesn't copyright YouTubers using his videos and reaction channels. Oh yeah, this video is 2 years old. How is this still accurate at 2 years old, but MatPat's video that's like 6 months old is not accurate?
Terrifying yet captivating universe, and now we turn to the games themselves. Each episode will look at a particular game, in this case the original FNAF, and then touch on the following associated elements: development history, story and gameplay,
As
and
this video only
finally,
covers one game?
Easter eggs and
Fair
secrets.
enough, I guess.
Along the way, I'll also sprinkle in a few interesting trivia facts too. This will be a basic template for each episode of the series as we
Watch the ultimate timeline from Game Theory, or does this guy have an ultimate timeline video? I don't understand why when I search people's channels now, it doesn't just show me their videos. There's an ultimate timeline in Spanish. Well, great. Let me go download Rosetta Stone real quick. It's canceled. The story didn't follow the lore of the game, so I'm canceling the FNAF movie. Oh, bro, I guess I'll be expecting my refund for the movie ticket soon. But you know what, Scott? If you want to save me the inconvenience because you appreciate me being a fan of the franchise, if you want to just donate the $15 that I spent on the movie ticket right now to make it up to me, I know you got that money, Scott Cawthorn. You've made like 17 FNAF games now. So if you want to just make a quick donation, super chat, whatever you want to call it, to the stream, $15 to give me back the money for my ticket for the FNAF movie, just go for it, buddy. Make that nice super chat, and I would really appreciate it. Why would a movie ticket be $50, Francisco? It's $15. Hello? All of you are getting a refund? Alright. What emoji are you going to use for the super chat, Scott? Go ahead and drop the super chat, Scott, and I'll believe you. Once I get that super chat, Scott, I'll tell everyone that the movie's been canceled. Okay, let's start.
we cover everything from the original FNAF
Hold
all
on.
the way up to Security Breach when it arrives later this year. So sit back, relax, and let's travel back in time to the year 2014 when a horror game legend was born.
Okay, so this is going to cover all of the games, but it's 2 years old. I don't believe
In order to
it.
understand how Five Nights at Freddy's came to be, we first need to understand why. Scott Cawthon is the creator and mastermind.
This is my
behind
first
the
time
entire
actually
franchise.
seeing this guy. Isn't this FNAF 1? I mean, yeah, I guess it is.
But while most
This
of the
is not what I
internet
expected. This is not what I expected this dude to look like at all.
knows him for his work in the horror genre, it wasn't always like this for Scott. He came from humble beginnings, often working on independent games with wholesome family-friendly values. In fact, Cawthon's very first game was a project affectionately titled Doofus, which he made as a teenager in the early 90s. Believe it or not,
I almost
the
spat
colourful
my
and
water
simplistic
everywhere
arcade
across the
game
screen.
was made on Click Team Fusion, the same game engine as FNAF would eventually adopt itself. Back then, it was known as Click and Play. From this kooky dino shooter, Scott would eventually move on
Frank,
to a
Scott,
series
are
of
you not
games
going to
created
refund my
via the
ticket?
use of
Are you just going to
pre-rendered
scam me
visuals.
out of the
These
money?
include Chipper & Sons Lumber Company and Desolate Hope, both of which were criticised for containing creepy animatronic-esque character designs despite being aimed at children.
I can't believe you
especially
would
true in
do
the
that
case
to
of
me,
Chipper.
Scott. I
Fun
trusted
fact,
you
Scott Cawthon created
as
over
an
60
honest
games
man.
before finally hitting mainstream popularity.
What's so
and
funny?
acclaim with a
What
Five Nights
Scott
at Freddy's
Cawthon's first games
franchise,
looked like.
which he has focused on ever since. So you could say by this point he had well and truly honed his craft. Now, while these early days of struggling to create a successful
Where is
game
the lore?
series may have looked
Oh,
bleak
should we
for
skip the
Scott,
origins?
the criticism he received about the rather
Alright.
Fun fact, you may have noticed Foxy does not appear in this trailer, and it is Bonnie who runs down the hallway in his place. Now, it could be that Foxy was a late addition to the game, or perhaps his model wasn't ready to show yet, or the animatronic mechanics changed during development. Either way, it's a cool little change that now remains exclusive to this trailer. Like many of Scott's early FNAF games, it didn't take long for the
Lore confirmed. Bonnie and Chica don't run.
announcement of Five Nights at Freddy's to the game's final release. A demo launched on July 24th, 2014, and FNAF was greenlit and released on Steam shortly after on August 18th of 2014. An Android and iPhone version came the same year on August 10th because the port from the UI added to the indie. We've covered how FNAF came to be, but maybe there are some of you out there in the audience asking, well, what is this game and what the heck is it all about? In this section of the video,
Where is
I'll
the
quickly
lore?
answer those burning questions. However, it must be stated we will not dwell too much on speculation and theory talk. That opens a whole can of worms and could lead to an entire video by itself. Instead, we will focus on simply the information given to us by the game at the time of its
This
release.
is like when you open up like a YouTube tutorial video because you want to figure out how to do something, and then they just have so much other stuff
here
that they're
goes.
talking about.
We take on the role of a mysterious security guard named Mike Schmidt, a character since speculated to be Michael Afton. This information
Who is Michael Afton?
is given to us upon the completion
No,
of
you're
the game,
fine,
where we
Flip.
see a
It's not your
paycheck
fault.
featuring said name. Fun fact, the amount on this payslip roughly corresponds to the going rate of pay back in 1993. So while we are not given a definitive year that FNAF takes place in, we can speculate the mid-90s, and given the decor and technology, this seems accurate. As the title suggests, we work the night shift at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, a sort of Chuck E. Cheese type establishment. Fun for the whole family, complete with bad food and even worse entertainment, in the
Yay.
form of creepy singing animatronics. However, unlike Chuck E. Cheese, these particular robots are possessed by the spirits of several missing children, and now roam the halls of a pizzeria by night, looking to crack.
Wait a minute. So Michael kills his brother by accident. And then he works at the place where he killed his brother.
Cram any humans they detect into endoskeletons, as remarked by our only companion, Phone Guy.
Hey, Sai.
So just be aware, the characters do tend to wander a bit. They're left in some kind of free roaming mode at night. Something about their servos locking up if they get turned off for too long.
Each of the 5 nights we spend at the pizzeria contain a phone conversation with this mysterious caller. They start jolly enough, but eventually devolve into something far more sinister and creepy.
Hey, do me a favor. Maybe sometime you could check inside those suits.
Do they ever mention one of the things that I was wondering, because I remember hearing this when we played FNAF on Sunday for the first time. If the bodies were stuffed in the suits, shouldn't they, like, fucking smell?
Back there.
Like, really badly.
Oh no.
Fun fact, Phone Guy is actually voiced by creator Scott Cawthon himself, and appears in several FNAF games, as we will see as the series continues.
Never forget that the sound of FNAF 2 of the character breathing very heavily in the mask is Scott, and so whenever you play FNAF 2, Scott is breathing in your ear.
Very little is known about Phone Guy, other than he is also an employee of Fazbear Entertainment, and seems to meet a sticky end before our arrival. The rest of the story is pretty vague, and this has led to the creation of many fan theories which attempt to explain what exactly is happening here.
What is this guy guarding, by the way? We're the night security guard, but what is he doing? So, Freddy Fazbear, the previous security guard, phone guy, dies. And then they're like, well, let's get another one.
The rest of the story is pretty vague, and this has led to the creation of many fan theories which attempt to explain what exactly is happening here. We now know
the animatronics, but they're like not trying to escape, right? So if you just leave them in there, like they're just gonna sit in there, right?
the missing
Kids vanish at local pizzeria, bodies not found. The two local children were reportedly lured into the back room during the late hours of operation at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza on the night of June 26th. While video surveillance identified the men responsible and led to his capture the following morning, the children themselves were never found and are presumed dead. Police think that the suspect dressed as a company mascot to earn the children's trust. Local pizzeria threatened with shutdown over sanitation. Local pizzeria, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, has been threatened again with shutdown by the health department over reports of foul odor coming from the much-loved animal mascots. Okay, there we go. Police were contacted when parents reportedly noticed what appeared to be blood and mucus around the eyes and mouths of the mascot. One parent likened them to reanimated carcasses. Okay. Keep people from breaking in and stealing them. The animatronics are valuable. How can they be valuable if they have corpses inside them? Surely that tanks the value, right? Animatronics know the security guard was Purple Guy. Why is the security guy Purple Guy? What is he guarding?
Children referenced by newspaper clippings throughout the game were abducted and killed within the back room of the pizzeria by
5 children now reported missing. Suspect convicted. 5 children are now linked to the incident at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, where a man dressed as a cartoon mascot lured them into the back room. While the suspect has been charged, the bodies themselves are never found. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has been fighting an uphill battle ever since to convince families to return to the pizzeria. It's a real tragedy. Local pizzeria is said to close by year's end. After a long struggle to stay in business after the tragedy that took place there many years ago, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has announced that it will close by the year's end. Despite a year-long struggle for a search for a buyer, companies seem unwilling to be associated with the company. Those characters will live on in the hearts and of kids. These characters will live on.
by William Afton, the man who designed and built the animatronics their spirits now possess. Afton hid the bodies of his victims inside these suits, causing the children to bond with their animatronic coffins and then haunt the building by nightfall. So the objective is to survive 5 nights, with each becoming progressively harder to see through. Night shifts begin at midnight and end at 6 AM. Successfully finishing a night results in the following sequence.
The marionette was the one that stuffed the bodies into the animatronics. What? Is the puppet from the second game?
Despite Five Nights at Freddy's difficulty being pretty brutal at times, especially for new players who don't fully understand the mechanics, the basic gameplay loop is very simple. Using the mouse, we point and click our way around a camera security system accessed from a tablet in the security office. This tablet can be used to keep track of the various animatronics, making sure they aren't getting too close to our location. If they do, then we must use the electronic
FNAF 1 lore summary. Please summarize the lore without explaining the gameplay of the game. The game ran article and now this.
doors to the left and right of our room. The wrinkle here is that we have a limited amount of power, and with every action from checking, we must only check up on the animatronics and safe. And Freddy says hello.
Oh, I got too eager. I got too eager with the fast forward. That's it for the lore of FNAF 1, but why is this 26 minutes then?
Meter gradually depletes. This means we must only check up on the animatronics and safeguard ourselves when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the power runs down and Freddy says hello. Once all 5 nights are complete, a 6th and 7th night become available as bonus rounds. These are extremely difficult and intended as super challenges. Of course, it wouldn't be a FNAF retrospective without a look at the animatronics themselves. As previously mentioned, I have put up a detailed look at each of these characters before, but in the interest of keeping everything together in one place, here is a quick recap of each.
There were so many in that, like, background.
Chica is a yellow chicken.
Are a lot of these in, like, sister location or something? Why is my internet, like, not loading all of a sudden? You're wasting your precious time with this video? Is it just not good? Like, what's up with this video? Why are we now pivoting towards, the map pad video? I thought the map pad video wasn't good.
Of course, it wouldn't be a FNAF retro.
Like, there's so many characters here.
Perspective without a look at the animatronics themselves. As previously mentioned, I have put up a detailed look at each of these characters before, but in the
I like that he sneaks like a hentai image of every single animatronic in his thumbnails for those
interest
summaries.
Of keeping everything together in one place, here is a quick recap of each. Chica is a yellow chicken, sometimes confused as a duck. She is always hungry for pizza.
Who thinks Chica is a duck?
Carries a sweet treat known as Mr. Cupcake on a tray as a sidekick of sorts. However, the cupcake only ever appears at the beginning of the night and is not an item Chica brings with her while out hunting. Her bib reads, "Let's eat," again confirming her ravenous appetite. During the day, Chica was the backup singer for the Fazbear Band, as she states in her portion of the Showtime song.
Hey, I'm Chica!
Those hentai images are actually from the game. Which ones?
The lady of the group. My singing is a treat.
So sweet,
But keep an eye on your pizza.
'cause I'm a bird who likes to eat! Nom 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 nom!
During each night, Chica will
Jesus.
attack from the right side of the office. She can often be heard clattering about in the kitchen, which is a good way to detect her presence.
They're not joking, they're in the game. But which game? All of them?
If we allow Chica to reach the office and don't close the door before referencing our camera once more, then the following jump scare plays out. In terms of her origins, Chica's design seems to be inspired by Chuck E. Cheese mascot Helen Henny. This makes sense, as the restaurant chain was a known influence for the FNAF game.
What is happening to my internet? I never have issues loading HD videos. What is happening? Okay. This video seems to be spending a bit too much time on, like, the game mechanics. Let's watch the game theory video. Let's watch part of the game theory video, and then we'll cross-check what some of the things MatPat says as to,
Today we end
what's going on here.
the torment. 19 books, 11 games, 8 whole years, all leading to this moment. The ultimate FNAF timeline is
11 games? 19 books? That's so
Today
much,
we
dude.
end the torment. 19 books, 11 games, 8
19 books. one second. I gotta adjust my webcam. It's got like a weird static going on here.
Whole
What are the FNAF books? Cringe Theory. I'm subscribed to this channel, dude. I like Game Theory. I like his channel. FNAF books. Oh my god, dude. That's wild. Are these like super long? That's wild. I had no idea there was 19 books. Do FNAF book reading streams? I could be an audiobook for it. That's so crazy. Does Scott write these? Oh my god, he does. He's the author. So he is just constantly pumping out lore. That's crazy. Let's watch the video. Well, things are mentioned in the video. I gotta go react to them. Like, we can't just sit here and steal the guy's video. You know what I mean? I still gotta react to it. I gotta be transformative. He mentions books, we gotta go look up the books. You know what I mean? I can't just sit here and, steal his content.
All leading to this moment. The ultimate FNAF timeline is finally complete.
Because I didn't know there were that many books. I thought there were like... I thought there were gonna be like 3 books or some shit. I didn't know he had like a whole library of FNAF books.
Let's put this story of tragedy, jealousy, and loss back together. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that feels like a kid revealing the class project that he's been working on all year. Except here, it's the class project that I've been working on for the past decade of my life. This one is big, my friend.
He's got like over 50 FNAF videos, bruh.
And I gotta admit, kind of nervous. I haven't attempted a timeline video on this franchise
almost
since
9 million
2018.
views. I mean, he's
Back in the days
cooking.
when Mike was the crying child, Afton coming back was actually a surprise, and Fazgoo wasn't a phrase I'd ever thought I'd have to utter. But since the last time I did something like this, we've had 3 more massive games, the death and revival of the FNAF movie, and more robot kids than you can shake a staff bot at. It is exhausting trying to keep track of this whole franchise.
What is FNAF,
which,
dude?
honestly,
Do I want to know? What is that?
Is why I'm here today. The lore at this point is complicated. It is full of speculation and theory. So to hopefully make it a little easier for everyone and to give us all a baseline to talk about this franchise moving forward into the future, it's time to reveal my current working FNAF timeline. But just before I do, I just want to explain a couple of things. First, this timeline is massive. Seriously, it is huge. This thing towers over any video project we have ever done on the channel. But when you look at the totality of this franchise, the story of FNAF really boils down to the story of one man, William Afton. His successes, his failures, his rise to becoming co-owner of one of the most successful restaurant franchises in the world, and his eventual fall to the monsters he helped to create, only to then be reborn in a new digital form later. That's why I've decided to split this timeline into 3 main chunks. The foundation of Freddy's, how the business started and how it came into being, the Afton era, William's decades-long murder spree, and post-Purple Guy. Basically modern FNAF, everything that happens after the Pizzeria Simulator fire. And because there are lots of new big revelations in this thing that seemingly come out of nowhere, as well as just points I want to talk about further, I decided
He
to
gets June
dedicate
code.
one episode to each chunk. I originally wanted it to be one seamless continuous video, but it just felt incomplete without some sort of explanation at the end of each one. Once this whole thing's done, I promise I'm gonna merge all the narrative bits into one massive video so you can just skip my explanations. But for now, this just felt like the best, most satisfying, most complete way to do this.
So are there other videos in this? Oh yeah, the Five Nights at Freddy's Ultimate Timeline playlist.
Today we...
Oh. Why does YouTube do that? Oh my god, this is like over an hour. This is a video that sets up the other ones.
About the story, the broad strokes of the franchise. So in order to make sure that you guys know that I'm not just pulling answers out of thin air, not only am I discussing some of the more controversial bits at the end of each chunk, we're also putting in a handy little graphic in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, which will show thumbnails, video titles, books, and any other citations that we need throughout the video. So if you wish to understand that specific statement and more...
Bro, I don't know. If he's citing his sources, I don't know how much you can argue with him, man. If he's citing his sources, book and page number, bro, that seems pretty good.
Detail, you know exactly where we've taken it from. That way you can look into those details for yourself. So sit back, grab some popcorn, or your pitchforks if you're the type to get upset when I say something controversial, and make sure that you subscribe, since this is going to be a video that you're going to want to...
That has. Do you have your pitchfork?
Without any more waiting, I present to you the story of a loving, obsessive father who slowly descended into madness, and along the way, discovered the secret to eternal life. Our story begins not in the 1980s, or even in the 1970s, but all the way back in the 1930s. It was the throes of the Great Depression, and people were in desperate need of cheap entertainment, especially in Utah, one of the states hit hardest, fourth highest unemployment in the nation, and full of transients. People looking for work in Salt Lake, finding none, and ultimately moving...
This is in Utah, of all places? I guess that makes sense. Look at FNAF fan reaction videos you'd see. Like... people reacting to MatPat. I don't know. I don't know if I could trust people that just react to him. Like, I'm just reacting to him. I wouldn't be a reliable source of FNAF lore.
Moving on to find their fortunes out in California. People were tired and they were hungry. But as they traveled, there was one thing that could lift their spirits. A simple roadside attraction called Fredbear's Singin' Show. The ads were plastered all over town, featuring an animated bear drawn in the popular pie-eyed cartoon style for characters at the time. He resembled cartoons like Mickey Mouse, Felix the Cat, Betty Boop. It immediately said that this, Fredbear's, was a place where you could bring the family. And the price, honestly, couldn't be beat. For 50 cents, you could get food and entertainment as you watched the local trained real-life dancing bear.
Freddy Fazbear is a real bear?
Perform on stage. Normally, you only got to see dancing bears at large traveling circuses like Barnum and Bailey, where the tickets would go for about $1. That's $1 without food. But this was a smaller show, like the type from the Von Brothers or the Robbins Brothers, where tickets would sell for just a mere 50 cents. Watching that bear do tricks on stage brought a glimmer of joy at a time when so much was wrong with the world. The simple show would go
The
on for
bouncing
years,
effect,
bringing
though.
happiness to hundreds of travelers passing through looking for a quick meal. But it left a permanent impression on one little boy, capturing his imagination in a way that nothing else had. One little boy named Billy. That was his nickname at least, but his parents liked to call him William Afton. The bear could dance, it could sing. For decades,
Okay, so this is the dude that's like at the core of the series, right? I see people mention this William Afton guy like all the fucking time. A real bear would not be the biggest safety oversight in the lore.
William dreamed of recreating that moment of bringing a musical bear to life, but how? William was smart, without a doubt, and he had a keen mind for business, but he wasn't the most creative. How do you make a singing, dancing bear come to life? The best he could do was using rudimentary costumes. William was inspired by the work of Walt Disney, who throughout the 50s and 60s was pioneering the use of mascot suits throughout his theme park. The big innovation? Suits with 5 fingers. This allowed the performers wearing the suits to use their natural arms and hands to interact with the guests, as opposed to the older models where the arms would just hang limply by their sides. Finally, with a simple mascot suit, he would be able to realize his childhood dream. He would be able to bring Fredbear to life. To appeal to the kids, and for copyright reasons, he changed Fredbear from a realistic brown animal to a cartoonish yellow bear with a purple hat and bow tie. But feeling like one character wasn't enough, he added another friend, a yellow rabbit with a purple vest and matching tie named Bonnie the Bunny. Well,
Isn't Bonnie blue in the games?
Fredbear was certainly his first love. Bonnie was extra special because that was his. It was an original character that he had created from scratch. And I do mean scratch. William's hand-sewn costumes were rough, with seams and stitches visibly showing, but it was the best that he could do. And you know what? It was just enough. Bonnie and Fredbear would perform on stage to small but enthusiastic crowds. Finally, he was able to deliver fantasy and fun to all the kids, delighting and inspiring them in the
Golden
exact
Bonnie?
way that
Oh,
he
okay,
had been
okay.
delighted and inspired so
His
many
OC
years
do
ago.
not
And
steal.
things could have ended there. That could have been the end to his story. It could have been perfect had it not been for one thing. Other people saw the success of his idea and they wanted in. Enter Chica's Party World, a rival restaurant starring performing animal characters.
Chica wasn't part of his originally?
His idea, except they did it better. William may have been the first, but obviously he wasn't the best. It hurt the prideful William Afton to admit it, but this restaurant was able to do the thing that he always wanted to do: make the animals actually come to life. All of the performers in this restaurant were robots, simple metal skeletons that were powered by battery packs, but all of them able to freely turn and talk and dance on their own, no human required. It was like magic. Magic that came from the mind of a brilliant creator named Henry Emily. This Henry, in some small way, had been able to harness the power of life itself. Afton admired him. He was jealous, to be sure, but he also looked upon this man with awe. Off to one side of Chica's Party World was a small cabaret stage featuring an elephant magician. On the other,
What the fuck?
hippo known to ramble on and on. That one was more of a joke for the parents, but it was the main stage that was for the kids. A rocking band of characters featuring a yellow chicken thing with a southern drawl named Chica, backed by a band of other country-themed characters, including a pig with a banjo, an upbeat frog.
Are these must be from like Sister Location or something, yeah? Because I don't recognize
From
these.
the local swimming hole, and a brown bear with a heavy southern accent. Wait, a bear? But bears were his animals. Why not a cow or a horse? Something to fit the country theme a bit better. Why did it have to be a bear? And adding insult to injury, they
Pizzeria
had the
Simulator?
nerve to call this thing Ned Bear, a direct copy of his own Fredbear.
Whoops, that's gonna leave a mark.
No, that was not okay. Afton's jealous admiration turned to hardened
Is it like the anime view of Purple Guy?
a bitterness that would only grow over the next couple of years as families continued to choose Chica's Party World over Fredbear's. William just couldn't compete with the appeal of the robots. Eventually, his restaurant would go bankrupt, only to get bailed out by, of course, Henry Emily. Another insult, another humiliation that William wouldn't soon forget. 1979.
Wait, why is... Oh, so he gets bought out, so that means this is why they're now all together, right? Because the guy buys Freddy and Bonnie.
Despite being bitter, Afton couldn't deny that what came next was a period of massive success and expansion. With the two franchises now merged into one, it was the best of both worlds. Afton's ideas with Henry's robotic expertise. The two men decided to launch under a new name, Fredbear's Family Diner.
Wouldn't it make more sense to launch as Chica's Family Diner, because Chica was the successful one?
It's a chain that would eventually come to feature a mix of humans in performing suits as well as on-stage animatronics. They decided to stick with Fredbear as the headliner, considering the yellow bear was easily identifiable as a brand and because he was the original performing animal mascot. Afton appreciated that. This new restaurant would also see a mix of characters as the two franchises merged into one, with Pig Patch and Happy Frog performing right alongside Fredbear and Bonnie. And as part of this one...
I like how the images of these two are both, like grotesque horror. You could tell they're from like other games, whereas the two on the outside definitely look cute.
Big Fredbear family, they even got themselves official merch that were released, ranging from masks to magnets.
The crappy Mr. Hippo fridge magnet?
That said, not all the characters were winners. The reception to some characters was just mediocre, so they faded away into the dumpster, storage units, and retro budget tech stores of lost nostalgia, waiting for their chance to step back into
Not
the
my
limelight
favorite
even when a
hippo.
headliner went out of commission. Others, though, would fare much better, like a new Pirate Fox, as well as a blue guitar-playing variant of the yellow Bonnie Bunny. Ultimately, the franchise would get so big, it would spawn its own cartoon show, Fredbear and Friends. Business was booming.
Did Chuck E. Cheese ever have a TV show? Chuck E. Cheese TV show. Oh. It did. That's huge. I just wanted to see because if they had him have one in the FNAF show. I did see Charles Entertainment Cheese. I did see the new Chuck E. Cheese promotion, yeah. That's enough of that. I think I googled it earlier, the Chuck E. Cheese FNAF. I didn't Google it on stream, but I wanted to see, yeah, their Five Nights of Fun promotion that's literally just, yeah, special appearance. I'm kind of blocking the image so you can't see so much, but this is like an official advertisement, and they're like, special appearance by everyone's favorite purple guy, Mr. Munch. Yeah, that's the purple guy I think of. Also, lifelong memories created with Helen, Jasper, and Bella. It's slimy, fun, bootacular Halloween treats. Yeah, and then these characters even look like FNAF knockoffs. Purple guy, Chuck E. Cheese is the bear, and then you have like another chicken, and like a fox, and a bunny. Oh my god. Imagine being that salty. Instead of just doing like a collab. Like, just do the collab already. Just admit it. There. Chuck E. Cheese is William Afton. I'm gonna make a game theory video after this. Because William Afton was the bitter guy. Chuck E. Cheese corporate is the bitter corporate that they're not as popular as FNAF.
In the end, Fredbear and Bonnie's popularity would be so strong that they
I
would be
figured
able to
it
support
out.
the
Chuck E.
Fredbear's
Cheese
Family Diner
is
franchise all
William
on their
Afton.
own, while also spinning off a new sister location dedicated to their friends.
He said the thing! Sister location! That's the other game we're gonna play.
In 1983, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza launched, giving a dedicated home to all this new supporting cast of characters. Chica the Chicken, Bonnie the
Squally
Blue,
was the
Bugsy
man behind the
Pirate,
slaughter.
And of course, the headliner of Brown Freddy Fazbear. Business was good, and Afton was happy, mostly. It did bother him that the one original character that he created, the one that he himself played, Golden Bonnie, got passed over for inclusion in that cartoon show. The only character in the roster of regulars to get ignored for the show, but other than that, things
But the blue Bonnie was there.
were going smoothly. He had himself a wife, 2 sons.
Those
a
existed
daughter. He had a
before
thriving
FNAF.
business.
Yeah,
And
believe it
best
or
of all,
not, just so we can get it out there, I was joking about the theory that William Afton is actually Chuck E. Cheese in disguise in the FNAF universe in an alternate timeline. That wasn't entirely serious. But that doesn't mean I can't make a video about it.
he was able to learn the craft of robotics from the man that he both loved and hated, Henry. Together, they were constantly pushing the limits of what these characters could do. Because it was quick and easy, new characters introduced into the roster would be given a simple hand-sewn suit with 5 fingers that any performer could wear. Eventually, Henry would design one of his signature animatronics for that character, utilizing a divided mouth with either a hinged or sliding jaw design. This was the first generation of animatronics. But why stop there? Afton had big ideas. What if the animatronics weren't just locked to the stage, but could freely roam the restaurant and interact with the kids? What if his mascot suits could become animatronics? What if you could use more than just rigid metallic skeletons? Why not experiment with tubes and wires that would give the animatronics fluidity and flexibility while still providing structure? The possibilities for this technology were endless. Afton fell in love with robotics. He had started with a dream of bringing one simple singing bear to life, but with robots, he had stumbled across the tools that gave him the ability to control life itself.
But
thanks to Henry, he was practically speedrunning his way to an
oh,
engineer's
because
degree.
that
And
Henry
while
guy's
William
teaching
wouldn't
him.
admit it out loud, one other thing that kept pushing him forward was the desire to beat his former rival, to prove himself smarter and more capable, to surpass the man who everyone else considered to be a visionary genius. But pride cometh before the fall, and tragedy was about to strike. Okay, so that brings us to the end of part 1 of the story. That said, at the end of each of these chunks, I want to break down some of the logical leaps that I made, since the more narrative format doesn't give me much of a chance to justify a lot of the big decisions. And admittedly, there are some large leaps in here. Let's just start off with Fredbear's Singin' Show, shall we? We know, based on the retro poster
Afton is just Vegeta.
that at least at one point, Fredbear was an actual bear. And like I called out in that narrative segment, dancing bear shows were a real form of entertainment. The only problem is that, timing-wise, none of our main characters would be the people in charge of that business in the 30s and a series of pizza restaurants in the 80s without them just being extremely old. Best case scenario, if Afton's running the Singin' Show when he's 18, that still puts him at nearly 70 when the first pizzeria opens and his murder spree begins.
I feel like that's an acceptable leap of logic, though. I know he says he's got to, like, justify this, because we're also supposed to believe that there's, like, facial recognition technology in these, animatronics back in, like, the fucking 80s, so I feel like we can also believe that maybe animal shows just went on longer.
It just doesn't make a lot of logical sense because he doesn't become immortal until his first death in Springtrap. That's why I suspect that Fredbear's Singin' Show was either a family business that Afton then carried
What
on
kind
to
of
a
FNAF stuff? Like, what
generation,
kind
or
of FNAF
something that he
stuff? Like
saw as
books?
a kid and just wanted to recreate when he grew up. The Fredbear Singin' Show thing also starts laying the groundwork for some of the core elements of the story. That Freddy's was a place of fantasy and fun, and that Afton, despite eventually falling to become the heartless serial killer and mad scientist that we know him as, began as someone with good intentions and a love of entertaining kids. He wanted to bring things to life from the very beginning, a theme that recurs a lot for him throughout the rest of the franchise. Next up, let's talk about those mascot costumes. One thing that I keep going back to is the design of Glitch Trap. It's a handcrafted suit. You can see the seams and everything. It even has 5 fingers for the performer's hands. It is very much...
Springtrap doesn't look anything like this, though. What happened to this suit?
not a Springtrap suit.
Oh.
This is something much more rudimentary. It came at a time before animatronics were a part of the story. That's why I suspect that it was actually the first, predating literally everything. It's also a suit that is very personal to Afton. He put his digital consciousness in that form. It's his personal avatar. It's the way that he sees himself. There's also a whole separate discussion to be had here about the habits and rituals of serial killers. So the fact that he's choosing to lure kids and kill them in this particular suit actually says a lot about his emotional attachment to it. So while Fredbear seems to have started as someone else's creation, Golden Bonnie was uniquely Williams, giving him a personal connection. And that's not all. In this whole franchise, only one set of characters have themselves 5 fingers, the Nightmares.
It's
Even
created by
Golden
an
Freddy-
AI that tried to imitate Afton? That's wild. The digital consciousness thing got retconned. It's now an animatronic that was mimicking Afton. Yeah. I mean, I feel like part of the defense for these theories has to be the fact that Scott seems to, like, retcon lore and, like, sorry, closing my pizza box. He's, like, retcons a lot of this shit and, like, pumps out new games, like, every month and shit. It's just probably hard for Scott not to contradict himself. With 19 books in the span of, like, 5 years. Or how long has it been? 6 years? I mean, I don't know how much... What can MatPat really do if the guy's pumping out that much stuff?
Fredbear was a 5-fingered wearable suit at one point in the story, as we see in this shot from the graphic novel.
I've only done one
Before he, like
retcon.
everyone else, was turned into an animatronic. This seems to imply that all of the main characters had similar wearable mascot outfits at least at one point in time, and that whoever is having the FNAF 4 nightmares, if they even are nightmares, something that we'll touch on in part 2, saw those mascot suits specifically. Lastly, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. The literal elephant, Orville Elephant, as well as the rest of the mediocre melodies. For a while now, I've suspected that the mediocre melodies played a much more important role in the story than just being a bunch more animatronics to fill out the roster.
Fandom is
Especially
dumb.
Ned Bear, which is just so suspiciously close to Fredbear. And yet, there are two key details that we're gonna have to justify with any mediocre melodies mention. One, they're very rudimentary with external battery packs, implying that they come very early in the timeline. And two, we know that at minimum, Mr. Hippo does.
I mean, I wouldn't be entirely opposed to believing that, I mean, he's one guy, right? And if he's trying to pump out this much content because he just can't keep up with the popularity of the game at the time, I'm sure he might have, like, made a couple mistakes in his theory, and when he wants to make, like, expansions onto stuff, he has to, like, go into explain it a different way. I don't know. I don't think that's a bad thing, necessarily.
Eventually become an official member of the extended Freddyverse.
Sometimes you gotta make some
These things are
changes
supposed
to be able to
cheap,
make
generic
expansions.
Rip-offs. Why would you be trying to rip off yourself? You wouldn't. You would be stealing someone else's ideas. So if Afton created Fredbear, there would have to be some rival franchise. The only other person who would likely be ripping him off? Henry. We've talked extensively about how the mediocre melodies are clearly Henry's design aesthetic. So it just has to be him. I don't think Henry's doing this maliciously. He doesn't strike me as the type. He was likely building the robots at the orders of someone else that was running a rival restaurant franchise. But that's enough motivation to start Afton down a path of jealous rivalry, but also begrudging admiration. As the Freddy Files Ultimate Edition says, it's important to revisit the beginning of Henry and William's relationship, so here you go. I think this is where it begins.
Is that one of the books? The Ultimate Guide.
So, this is future Matt Pat here, coming back to add this one in. Seems like the recently released character encyclopedia has backed up all of this speculation. I've had this timeline written for about a month now, but I've also been holding off a bit to see what wrenches this character encyclopedia might throw into it. And on this particular point, I gotta say, it seems like we might actually have nailed it. They actively call out the suspicious similarities to the main Fredbear crew. Quote,
The encyclopedia has misinformation? Isn't it published by Scott? What would the misinformation be? It's made by Scott, right?
They actively call out the suspicious similarities to the main Fredbear crew. Quote from one of the pages. Ned Bear looks like an imitation, altered just enough to avoid copyright issues. I don't know about you, but that seems to imply that we were right on the money. Knowing all of this, at one point the franchises had to have merged. That's really the only way that you get Mr. Hippo from the rival franchise as part of the Fazbear crew. This also mirrors a lot of what happened in the real-life history of
The Ultimate Guide that the entire community hates for being inaccurate and clearly not written by Scott. FNAF Ultimate Guide. What? Hey, what's up? Bendy, the cool YouTuber. I wish I was cool. Welcome to the stream, my man. I mean, he put his name on it. Scott probably didn't check all the content inside it, but he put his name on it. What does Amazon say? By Scott. I don't know, man. You think it was ghost written by somebody? Hey, Godot, the goat. Again, I'm not, like, coming at Scott like I don't think he's, like, an idiot or anything. I would say that, like, trying to maintain such a massive franchise like this while also trying to massively expand it. For one guy, I believe truly that it's possible that he would make mistakes, and I don't necessarily think that makes him like an idiot or anything like that, but I think there has to be some grounds to understand, like, okay, some things got retconned in order for a sequel to exist, which isn't a big deal. I mean, other iconic franchises have done similar things like that. Like Dragon Ball, for example, is very well known for, like, going, okay, we want to make a sequel here. But we said something in an episode, like, a year ago that technically wouldn't allow this to be possible. Like the fusions in Dragon Ball, when they were like, once you fuse Goku and Vegeta, you'll never be able to unfuse. And then a couple of chapters later, he was like, fuck, those are my two most iconic characters. I can't have them fused together forever. And then undid it, right? I don't think that's a bad thing. Scott's made some mistakes, and I think he would admit it too in retrospect, but I think he's also a little too defensive of his theory. Because isn't he, like, infamous for doubling down and being like, I haven't changed anything? And yeah, I'm assuming the movie, because the movie's only, like, what's the movie time? It's only like an hour and 45 minutes, right? FNAF movie time. It's like, I thought this would, I remember it being like an hour 45 minutes. Anyway, they're not going to be able to, like, cover the whole story in an hour 45, I'm sure. So it probably is just kind of loosely based on the plot of the movie. Again, yeah, I don't think him making a couple mistakes while trying to massively expand the franchise makes him an idiot or a bad author or anything like that. I think it's totally fine, and it's his franchise. If he wants to be like, I'm gonna retcon this so I can make this expansion, then whatever. That's not a big deal.
Chuck E. Cheese, with two rival restaurants, each with their own casts of characters merging to become one unified brand. Again, we've gone into that in detail with other videos, just wanted to remind you all of that here. But why would I call out the rival restaurant as being named Chica's Party?
Also, hang on, this is irrelevant to FNAF, but
all of that here. But
why
would I
why do people use this old man so much for reaction stuff? Who is this guy? This is the real lore I want to know.
Named Chica's Party World. Few things, actually. First, we know for a fact that a location named Chica's Party World exists. It is mentioned in the source code teasing sister location, so it is out there somewhere and doesn't fit cleanly anywhere. Second, in the story The Puppet Carver, Chica is very explicitly looped in with the book versions of Pig Patch and Ned Bear, implying that she started as a mediocre melody. Thirdly, her design just fits better with a theme of down-home country animals with southern accents playing the banjo and eating with bibs. And with her being the headliner of the show with her name on the restaurant, it would make sense then that when the restaurants merged, she was the one that was added to the main cast of characters while all the other mediocres faded away. It's also why when Freddy's closes after William's killing spree, she's the one to branch back off into her...
But wait, is the other important part of the lore here, are we going to explain why Chica was sexy for a little bit?
Why when Freddy's closes after
That's a very different
spree,
Chica.
She's the one to branch back off into her old franchise and is therefore missing in sister location. A detail that's bothered me for years at this point. It might also explain why William decided to stuff his first dead kid into Chica. That one was Henry's creation, not his. Is all of this a big leap? Yeah. Is it connecting a lot of dots that are very spread out across the franchise that I've been holding on in the back of my mind for years? Absolutely. But I think it makes sense. It also serves as a clean answer to a lot of the random threads that Scott's been leaving dangling for years. So with all of that in mind, my friends, we can close the book on the foundation.
Hey, remember when Scott was in the stream earlier and he said the movie was canceled, but he didn't refund me my ticket? Scott, are you still watching? I'm still waiting on that super chat for my ticket refund.
Freddy's. And don't worry, next week I'll be back to give you arguably one of the most confusing parts of this entire timeline situation, Part 2, the Afton era. I promise, it will actually be next week this time. No more waiting around. I am just as eager to get this one out the door as you are to watch it. I promise. You know what else I promise? I promise that we'll actually get to talking about the games. I would have liked to have talked about them in this episode, but there just isn't that much in the games that helps us depict anything pre-Family Diner. Although, let's be honest, this franchise has never been just about the games anyway. Even back in the early days of FNAF, we were decoding images and source code that Scott fed us through the website. The modern day books and
Correction, William didn't stuff the children, the marionette did. I thought it was pretty well established that William Afton killed people, and that's why he's bad, right? Isn't that like his whole thing?
today we
I thought that was his whole thing. That William Afton killed people.
the clues that we get
The
from
games refer to him as the killer. He killed people, but the puppet stuffed them.
those things. Now they're
But I thought the puppet saved the children. Why is the puppet stuffing people? The game with the most narrative issues is FNAF 4. When it came out, people really couldn't tell what the story was, and without the games that came afterward, we never would have known.
modern extensions of that. All of it is crucial to understanding this franchise and its lore. Unless, of course, Steel Wool finally gets around to making that Fredbear's Family Diner game they want to make so badly.
I've always would love to do is get kind of back to.
Puppet didn't stuff the corpses in the animatronics. We got a debate in chat. We got an argument. Conflicting information.
Back to kind of like the origin of like Fazbear Entertainment or the origin of Freddy Fazbear.
But in the meantime, while we wait for that inevitably cryptic game, I hope that this start to the timeline helps to fill in some of the...
Yeah, I remember also, that Godot, that FNAF 4 is actually a hallucination from the Scarecrow from Batman.
those gaps. I'm excited to share part 2 with you next week. If you haven't subscribed and rang the bell, make sure you do it now so you're notified when that part drops. I cannot wait to see your thoughts down in the comments.
The FNAF 2 minigames clearly shows that she stuffed the bodies. We don't know for sure that the puppet physically stuffed them in there. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get some arguments cooking.
Comments below. And as always, I remind you, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Go easy on me. Tried my best.
I don't know, guys. I think Matt Pat's cooking. All right. So the first part that we just watched of the timeline, that was just kind of so let's kind of recap what we just watched from Game Theory for that. So I know I paused a lot because we went on like random tangents talking about different, things. But so what we just watched in the first part there was the backstory, like the setup. So kind of what we have so far is that the basis of it, we'll just do a minor summary. We'll try to get, we'll try to all get on some common ground before chat tears itself apart, arguing about the lore of these fucking games. But I think that's interesting. I think it's good when you can have, like, debates and stuff about the lore and stuff of games. I think that's interesting. If there's got to be enough mystery and vagueness to the story to, I think, have to be able to have these conflicting opinions. I think that's really cool in a horror-like genre that, like, there's some maybes out there. But basically, what we've kind of can confirm and establish so far is that there were two people behind the restaurant, that Henry guy and Henry and William. William wasn't tech savvy, but he had a lot of fantastical ideas. Henry was very tech savvy, and he could make the animatronics move and stuff like that. They eventually came together to make the restaurants together. That's kind of all we really established. Because then also, there was a lot of minor minutia in the first video. I feel like that was just not super relevant. A lot of it was just like these are all the different mascots and their names and stuff like that. So, that's kind of what we've covered so far. And I think that was just kind of a lot of setup, that first video. But yeah, we kind of just talked about who are the two people behind the madness. William and Henry.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, and officially page 7 of the FNAF timeline script.
Good
Last time we
lord.
covered the origins of Freddy's. We talked about William Afton's childhood dream project of making a singing bear come to life, and the
turned down the
infuriating
audio
moment
a
that his
bit.
dream is copied by a rival restaurant franchise looking to steal away his success. The merger of the two franchises results in William meeting Henry, a brilliant designer with a knack for robotics. Working together, they make Fredbear's flourish, spawning popular Saturday morning cartoon shows, toy lines, and spin-off restaurants under the Fazbear name. When last we left him, Afton was thriving. The world of robotics...
How many places did they open up those, like, real FNAF locations for promo of the, FNAF restaurant? They opened up, like, a real location for promo, but did they do it in lots of places? Because I wonder, I obviously live around Chicago, so it'd be cool if they opened one in Chicago. Yeah, I think they just opened up the one in LA.
his eyes to new and exciting ways of bringing characters to life. Bringing things to life, yeah, that was his core driving force, his passion. And it was this very passion that would mutate, twist, and morph from here on out in the story. Because with life...
Oh, he has an angry face now!
Something that Afton would become intimately familiar with. But before
You can get a
Afton
FNAF-themed
acquaints
pizza when you
himself
watch
with
the
death,
movie?
I want you to take
I'll
some
do
time
that.
to acquaint yourself with our newest channel. Guys, this is a huge moment for... We finally fill in the final missing piece. Get ready for the rollout of personal style. And that right there, that
I'm already subscribed to
is
Style Theory.
valuable. Meaning you. Truths in the fact says. Also, the excuse to blow over, we're gonna, there's only a killer. And while you're over there, consider subscribing. At the end of the month, it can be even logo complete. It's family hybrid.
Right? Okay.
Business was booming with 2 whole restaurant franchises running. Fredbear's Family Diner and the newly opened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Together, William and Henry...
But where is sister location? The fact that Style Theory actually worked still surprises you? Really? I don't think it's that surprising when you consider how big, like, those makeup tutorial channels are on YouTube. I think it's right up that alley. I think, like, that whole, like, makeup genre on YouTube, I guess I don't really know what you would call it, but those, like, lifestyle channels are massive. What's that dude's name? That, like, James Charles and, all those people that are, like, in that same vein. Those channels are so big. I'm actually surprised that, well, I mean, I guess Game Theory is several years older, but I would imagine Style Theory probably catches up with Game Theory and subscribers soon. How many subscribers does Style Theory have? Oh, only 2 million. It's still making pretty big moves. I think it just started like a year ago. Anyway.
had been able to take the hybrid suit idea and make it into a reality. They called their new invention the Springlock.
Sister location would be
Fittingly enough, it was
Fredbear's?
symbolic of the partnership between these two men. A human suit as designed by William
Oh,
that could
okay.
become
It's
a
not actually
freestanding
called
Henry-style robot. But because
Fredbear's.
it was still
Is that Markiplier?
designed by William that could become a freestanding Henry-style robot. But because it was still new tech with kinks to work out, the rollout was limited, restricted only to the Fredbear's Family Diner location. All of this meant that William was busier than ever. He didn't have time to be a full-time parent, so he designed a nanny cam system where cameras and speakers were hidden throughout the neighborhood, as well as in his youngest son's favorite
It would take longer to set up this camera system than it would to just be a real father.
favorite toy, Psychic Friend Fredbear. I mean, plushy Fredbear. But since cameras just weren't enough to raise a kid, he also left childcare duties to his eldest son, Michael. There was just one problem with that. Michael was far from the best babysitter. He tormented his younger brother by jump scaring him with a foxy mask and constantly left him behind. William watched all of it from his cameras. Kids would be kids. Tomorrow was another day, after all. Except
Oh my god. Kids would be kids, boys would be boys. Fucking
Michael's
punch those people in the face.
torment didn't stop. Bitter, angry thoughts would run through Michael's mind. Why did he have to be the one to take care of this whining crybaby all the time? It just wasn't fair. It was time that he got even with his brother by playing the ultimate prank. A prank that just so happened to be on this whining child's birthday. He and his friends would take his scared little brother and make him do the one thing that he was terrified of doing, getting close to the animatronics. That would be embarrassing for the kid that was such an embarrassment to him. His brother squirmed, screamed, kicked, and fought, but just as they were putting that small, squirming boy up to Fredbear's lips, the mouth snapped shut. The sensitive spring locks inside the body had been triggered by the boy's movements, and they'd immediately clamped down. The wriggling stopped. The boy went limp.
So what's the point of these? This is because the spring trap things here are because this is a hybrid suit of both a robot and something you can wear. Is that, and that's why it crunched the boy's head?
But it was just a prank. It was meant to be funny. The boy was taken to the hospital and was immediately given an IV. Flowers and pills filled the nightstand next to his hospital bed, but the damage was too severe. He couldn't recover. As the younger brother's consciousness began to fade, he could hear Michael's last words, a small and flimsy apology. But his father...
Back when FNAF 4 came out, barely anyone understood that this was the guy's family. Correction, William probably didn't care about his son dying. I don't know, did he say that William cared about his son dying? I don't recall that being mentioned. I think he's saying Michael was upset that the dude,
Williams, through the voice of the Fredbear plush, were a firm and committed promise to a dying son.
I think he was just saying Michael was feeling, Michael cared that he was killing his brother.
Began to fade, he could hear Michael's last words, a small and flimsy apology.
Which we know because he says, I'm sorry.
But his father, Williams, through the voice of the Fredbear plush, were a firm and committed promise to a dying son. You're broken. I will put you back together. This would not be the end. No matter what, Williams' son would live again. It would just take time. Time that, right now, he just didn't have. His young son's heart flatlined as the boy faded into the inky unknown of the afterlife. In the aftermath of the tragedy, changes started happening around the restaurants. Kids were now required to wear security wristbands to prevent anyone from getting outside without parental permission. Any kid who approached the exit without permission would have to answer to the security puppet, a marionette on strings that could fly around on rails across the restaurant.
Wait, hang on. What was this? I was reading chat and I didn't really understand what was being said here.
Heart flatlined.
Kid dies.
Faded into the inky unknown.
What's going on with my internet? I think I need to restart my browser, but... I never have issues with YouTube videos loading. I think it might be because I keep starting and stopping every fucking video. That's probably part of the problem. But what's weird is my stream is still going just fine, but the YouTube video won't load. I'm obviously still connected to the internet. What is happening? Hello? What?
Small and flimsy apology. But his father, Williams, through the voice
Okay,
of the
whatever.
Fredbear
That was
plush,
weird.
wrote a firm and committed promise to a dying
Your
son.
Wi-Fi gave up?
Broken.
My,
I will put you
my
back
computer's
together.
plugged
This
directly
would not
into
be
the,
end. No matter what, Williams' son
thing.
will live again. It would just take
I don't
time.
use
Time
Wi-Fi.
that, right now, he just didn't have. His young son's heart flatlined as the boy faded into the inky unknown of the afterlife. In the aftermath of the tragedy, changes started happening around
Okay,
the
yeah,
restaurants.
this was...
Kids were...
I'm, for one, am shocked that the restaurant even stays open after a kid gets crushed by the animatronic, but...
now required to wear security wristbands to prevent anyone from getting outside without parental permission.
Why would you need... Why would there be security for the kids leaving when that wasn't the issue?
Kid who approached the exit without permission would have to answer to the security puppet, a marionette on strings that could fly around on rails across the restaurant to stop kids in their tracks. It was William's idea, inspired by Michael constantly leaving the restaurant without his brother. In the wake of Fredbear's spring lock failure, all the hybrid suits were getting retired, locked away at the nearby Freddy Fazbear location. It was yet another tough pill to swallow after all the hard work that he and Henry had put into them. William would eventually bury the boy
Puppet system, or the puppet the security system robot? No, but that's what I'm talking about, Francisco, is why is the security robot preventing kids from leaving instead of preventing kids from getting too close to the mascots?
boy's small body in a remote location out in the woods right alongside his drive into and out of work every day. The death of this little boy sent the family spiraling. His wife, crippled with grief, was so distraught that all she could do was sit and watch TV. But his son Michael was far worse, complaining of seeing hallucinations of a golden bear standing outside of his window. The boy was so racked with guilt that he was convinced that he was being haunted by the ghost of his brother stuck inside.
That was not a spring lock failure? What, the kid dying? I thought that seemed very well confirmed. Without even playing FNAF, I knew that much of the lore, that the spring lock failure of Freddy killed the boy, right?
Inside the suit that took his life. The suit's three-toed feet digging into the wet earth. The words, "It's me," ringing through Michael's ears. Some nights, Michael would even go so far as to break out of his room to check the gravesite and ensure that his brother was still there. As for William himself, he disappeared into his work and his drinks. Junior's
The death of Charlie that is about to happen. Who's Charlie?
the local bar wasn't far from his son's gravesite. He found himself going there more and more frequently, spending longer and longer amounts of time there. The bar gave him a place to think, to remember, to reflect and stew on how Henry had stolen his idea for an animal-themed restaurant. How they'd cut his character out of the cartoon when everyone else was there. How Henry had humiliated him by buying him out of
I don't even know what you're talking about, The Haves. Who's Charlie? The animatronic was on animatronic mode, so it can't be a spring lock failure. But then how does the kid die? I thought that was pretty well established that it was a spring lock failure. Like I said, not even having played FNAF, I understood that part.
of bankruptcy, and now there was his son. Henry had taken his son from him. The robotic part was the part that failed after all. William ordered one more drink, but it was one too many. The bar turned him out and told him to go home. But William didn't go home. Drunk and angry, William raced back to the restaurant to give Henry a piece
I like that they gave him a little purple car.
mine, only to find someone else waiting. Henry's daughter, Charlie, locked outside of the building, bullies laughing at her through the window. Fine, some other problem to fix. But then Afton got an idea, a beautifully awful idea.
Fredbear just closed his mouth. What's the difference? What? What? Why would Fredbear close his mouth then?
This was his chance to get back at the man that had humiliated him all those years ago. Henry had killed his business, and now Henry's robotic suit had killed his son. It was time for William to do some killing of his own. Let Henry feel what it's like to have something you love get ripped away. While parties continued inside the walls of the pizzeria, William attacked Charlie in the back alley. It felt good. He felt free. The years of resentment and bitterness trapped in his heart finally released in a moment of pure unapologetic evil. He would make Henry hurt like he hurts. And in that moment, William became a killer. He dropped Charlie's lifeless body and drove home, forced to confront his family problems later that night, appalled, but also a little excited by what he had just done. Charlie's death would remain on the books as a random act of violence. And though
So Henry then kills Charlie.
Henry had suspicions about William, there was no physical evidence, nothing that could link him back to the crime. In the weeks that followed, Fredbear's family.
Do you ever think about, this is not relevant to FNAF, but do you ever think how it's kind of crazy how, like, people in the 80s and shit could just get away with murder because we didn't have, like, DNA analysis yet? Like, something as blatant as him just killing someone in a back alley, and they're like, yeah, we couldn't figure out who did it. And I don't know if any of you guys have ever watched Cold Case Files. It's a series about, like, where cops and detectives go back and they analyze crimes from, like, the 80s or whatever with DNA analysis, and it's always so funny because every episode of Cold Case Files, like, pretty much ends with, like, yeah, they investigated it for, like, 3 years back in the 80s, and they couldn't get anywhere. They couldn't find the killer. And then, like, in 2010, they're like, it's just, like, some random detective, like, in the back office, like, not even looking at the camera, and he's like, yeah, I ran DNA analysis on the crime scene, and it was Joe Schmo. Like, and it's just, like, some guy who, like, solves the crime nowadays, like, offhand, like, doesn't even care, like, isn't super invested in it. But in the 80s, it required everyone in the police force interrogating the entire town, ripping the scene apart, trying to figure out everything. And then nowadays, it's the guy, it's just like I said, the episode ends with some guy who, like, doesn't care and is like, yeah, I analyzed the DNA, it was, this dude. Okay, bye. Like, every time. It's so funny. Your name could be written in blood and they'd be like, probably a plant, right? Like, it's just so funny. Like, that's just not something you can get away with nowadays. Like, just killing someone in a back alley, like, would be so hard for you to, like, just get away with. Must have been the wind, cops in the 80s. Yeah. Just absolutely wild, like, the difference, like, a couple of years makes. I know that's not FNAF lore. Excuse me from taking a step from it, but I just thought that was funny. Because I recently watched Cold Case Files. And I was just, like, after the first couple episodes, it was interesting. But, like, by episode 6, I was like, fuck, every one of these episodes just ends with some guy being like, yeah, it was DNA. That's how we solved it. There's never anything like someone broke down and confessed or the murders started again, but this time they found out different evidence. It is just almost always someone being like, yeah, I analyzed the DNA. Anyway. Fedbear closing his mouth was a part of the show. A spring-lock failure would require the kid to be inside the animatronic. I mean, I'll take your word for it. I don't know if it's like, it doesn't seem that important. Either way, animatronic killed the kid. I think that's the basis of it, right? I don't know if it specifically matters what it's called or not. I don't know who did it. Case closed. Okay, let's keep going. So, Afton gets his first kill on Charlie. Has that been retconned yet?
For good. 2 high-profile deaths around the restaurant with 2 grieving owners in such a short period of time was just too much bad press to handle. Besides, Freddy Fazbear's was still open, and it was the newer restaurant anyway.
Wouldn't Freddy Fazbear's also get closed? Because it's the same mascots and stuff, but whatever.
All the equipment from the diner, including the old yellow suits and security puppet, would get retired to that location, and there they would sit for 2...
Charlie was his first kill, always has been. Okay.
uneventful years. The rest of 1983 and 1984 were spent quietly grieving. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the new cast of characters were a hit. Tragic memories of their yellow predecessors
Quick, what is your favorite mascot? Drop it in the chat.
faded. Afton kept a low profile and buried himself in work and research, quickly reaching Henry's level of engineering and even surpassing him. And while Henry slowed down to grieve, Afton kept going, even starting his own company, Afton Robotics, for all those pet projects that were a little bit too experimental for the regular operations of the pizzeria. The first of these experimental projects was a secret workshop under his house, a veritable bunker, which allowed him to work while still monitoring his kids via hidden...
This is the sister of the sister location, yeah?
security cameras. 1, 9, 8, 3. A passcode that served as a constant reminder of why the cameras were so important, why he was down there in the first place. This was all to fulfill the promise that he had made to his son, right? I will put you back together. This
I don't think Brazil has any food-related mascots. No, I meant from Five Nights at Freddy's.
was for him, all for him, right? But cameras weren't enough. He needed to solve the runaway Michael problem. He had to keep him in the house. He couldn't have another one of his kids wind up dead inside of an animatronic suit. So why not run a little experiment on Michael? You see, all this work with Henry had gotten Afton to start learning more about life, robots, the human mind, and what a fallible machine we as humans were. Our reality is so easy to manipulate with a few sensory deceptions.
I think this spinning T-pose Michael kid.
Deceptions like sound. With just a few sounds, he had discovered that he could alter a person's vision. He could transform blank, smooth plastic robots into lumbering, twisted nightmares. Nightmares far scarier than he could create with actual materials. They would appear organic, rotting,
He didn't monitor his house. He was experimenting with kidnapped kids. He used a weird gas to make the kids hallucinate. That's like a recent retcon, right? The whole like gas thing coming out. I recall that being like something that just happened recently.
putrid, terrifying. These would be his
That was revealed after this video. That's what I mean, right? Didn't that like just get revealed like with the recent Security Breach DLC or something? But so basically, he is experimenting on Michael here by exposing him to the gas, so then I guess that's what we can understand with our current understanding of the lore.
his means of keeping his son Michael in the house where he belonged. Was it extreme? Maybe. But then again, this was the boy who had killed his son. He would make him so.
It was revealed by a new book after Ruin dropped? Oh, okay, so it was in a book. Okay. So, here, now with our current understanding, we can... So, it's still kind of right what MatPat's saying here. Of, like, you know, he's doing... Because he's basically saying he's monitoring the house and running experiments on Michael.
Putrid, terrifying.
The book just defines that the experiments are more gas-related.
These would be his means of keeping his son Michael in the house where he belonged. Was it extreme? Maybe. But then again, this was the boy who had killed his son. He would make him sorry.
Yeah, so I don't see MatPat necessarily being wrong. He just doesn't have the detail of the experiments on Michael being gas. But it's still fairly accurate here. Like, we still get the gist of it with this video. That William starts experimenting on Michael here.
And so Michael
We just
would grow
know
up not only
now
dealing
that it
with
was
the
with
memories of his
gas.
own guilt, the hospital room, the pills, the flowers, the death of his brother, but also facing literal nightmares, illusions created by sound. Michael would never forget these either. Years later, as a security guard, he would still draw pictures of them inside of his logbook. But all of these extra projects meant that his home life suffered even more. He was
Okay, and then... So this is... Jesus, I keep breaking the YouTube player. So then Michael is the security guard later on here. Why does he go by Schmidt instead of Afton? Because he hates his dad for experimenting on him? These nightmares happen when Michael is an adult, too. The books point out that when the boy wakes up, he realizes he's an adult. Okay. How does he get away from his dad? Just gets kicked out of the house by the time he's 18 or whatever?
inside of his logbook. But all of these extra projects meant that his home life suffered even more. He was an absent father and a non-existent husband, leaving his wife cold and alone.
Why do you hide inside your walls when there is music in my halls? All I see is an empty room, no more joy, an empty tomb.
What is that? This seems like it's from Sister Location, yeah? William's wife, aka Matt Pat's delusion. Is that Matt Pat's delusion? I mean, surely they have a mother, right?
And despite her repeated demands that he leave his office and engage with the family, he refused time and time again, leaving her no choice but to leave.
You burned down my house?
You call that a house? It was like a morgue in there. You need to see your son.
The baby isn't mine.
Well, how's this? I'm keeping the diamond ring.
And through it all, there was one lingering
The
feeling.
diamond
William
ring is
wasn't done. He
mine.
had gotten a taste of what it felt like to be unleashed, what it felt like to be free. Charlie's murder had unlocked something in him, and he wanted more. June 26th, 1985. Putting on the golden Bonnie suit, he lured children one by one to the back room of the pizzeria when no one was looking. At first, he was cautious. He would lure them with promises of cake and cookies.
I'm not gonna lie, that would probably get me killed too. Someone would be like, "Do you want cake?" I would be like, "Yeah, sounds great." Hang on, give me 2 seconds. I want to put my pizza in the fridge so it doesn't just go bad sitting out. Back, sorry. Okay, this notification's bugging me. What the fuck? Okay. Is chat too intrusive on the thing? I want to put chat on screen, but let me know if the if that's like in the way. I guess I don't really know where else I'd put it where it'd be less intrusive. I don't think it's really a big deal up there. I guess I can probably end the poll though, yeah. There we go.
He told them that their dog had died. He would ask for help with homework. Susie was...
I tell them that their dog had died. I made the chat window that big, or like as big as it is, because when we were playing the other Five Nights at Freddy's games, they're small. They're only, you know, this size of the screen. So I needed something to fill the black space, and I just didn't feel like readjusting the size of the chat window.
First, you never truly forget your...
Can we... Maybe we, my webcam, it just got more staticky, bruh. There we go. Video's a little bigger now. That's a real thing. He told one of the kids their dog died. Jesus. Man. I don't know why my webcam's getting so staticky today. Oh, that made it worse. Okay. Cool.
First.
I was the first. I have seen everything.
But where to hide the bodies? He couldn't sneak out. Someone would see him. He had to hide them in a place where they'd never be found and where they'd never leave the building. They had to be stuffed. Stuffed inside of the suits. No one maintained those things anyway except for him. And so Susie would go into Chica. Fritz...
Susie's just a random kid? Was because Susie wasn't, like, mentioned before now, right?
Jeremy and Gabriel would come next, but it was easy. It was too easy. And with each little life he snuffed out, his lies got bigger. Their house was burning. They're just being kidnapped until the last...
Like, these are just random kids at the thing. These names are mentioned. I know, but, like, these kids haven't been relevant to the story up until now. They're just, like, people he's killed, right?
last one where all pretense was off. He let himself get violent. Too violent.
I'll just wait for him after school, throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car.
The body of Cassidy was far more bloody and broken than any of the others. He'd let himself go too far. That one he shouldn't have killed. With no more active animatronics left, he shoved the body into the one suit that remained backstage. The long-forgotten yellow Fredbear, now broken and discolored with age. Broken, like Cassidy was broken, like his son was broken. Newspapers reported on this disappearance.
I feel like I got lost somewhere along the way. Yeah, it's a lot to keep track of, for sure. And then Charlie is in one of those, right? Charlie and Cassidy are the two most important victims? Okay. Yeah, the others are just kind of random kids.
Naming the whole thing the missing children's incident. Police would even charge William with the crimes after finding security footage of the golden mascot suit luring kids to the back, but they couldn't convict him.
Charlie's the puppet? Oh, okay.
They had no bodies, and his face had been hidden behind the mascot suit the entire time. What they had was
this is really creepy. I don't know what this is from.
Circumstantial at best, and so he walked away a free man. But Henry knew the truth. In these murders, he saw his daughter Charlie all over again. So he threw Afton out of the company and shuttered the doors to the old pizzeria. Henry would keep the franchise quiet for 2 years. This would not happen again. This could not happen again. How could he protect the kids? Finally, he developed a solution. He would implement an even more extreme security system in the form of new animatronics. Toy animatronics, inspired by...
I can't believe that someone after so many murders would be like, yeah, I'm gonna keep this going. He's like, I'll just make better animatronics. That'll go well.
The toys that they had been selling years ago. But these guys, these were special. They were a new breed of robot with facial recognition abilities.
But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database, so they can detect a predator a mile away.
All the original animatronics, now withered with age, were moved to the new location. With a plan in place, it was time to try...
Also, why are they still moving around these animatronics with corpses in them?
Once more. The year was 1987, and the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was making headlines in local newspapers. Headlines that just so happened to catch the attention of William Afton. Freddy's was back, and without him? That was his idea. His character. Henry was, yet again, trying to cut him out of the picture. No. As long as these restaurants stayed open, William...
But they had bodies in them. We just covered how all of his victims got stuffed into active, animatronics.
Always come back. Then he noticed the phone number to apply at the bottom of the article. $100 a week to apply call. Afton would go back, not as an owner or co-founder. He would go back in the one place that they would least suspect him, a lowly day shift security guard. And there it was. Buried in the back of parts and services mixed in with the old withered animatronics was the golden rabbit. With the yellow security badge.
Andrew is the most important soul. We haven't even heard an Andrew be mentioned yet. Who's Andrew?
Still on his chest, he used his crank to pull open the spring locks. It was time for Bonnie to give an encore performance.
Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right. From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees. When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. A position just became available.
1987.
That's how I refer to filling employee vacancies that were left vacant by someone dying. The positions available.
5 more kids. He didn't know what felt better, getting back into the suit after 2 long years of waiting, or knowing how devastating this would be to Henry the next morning. He didn't even try to hide his crime this time, just meant more blood on Henry's hands. He'd failed to protect the kids again. The restaurant had only been open for a few weeks, but William was sure that this would get it to close. Good, if he couldn't have Freddy's, no one would. Whenever a new pizzeria opened, he would be there. But as he sat in his bunker, something else started to linger in William's mind. He had seen something strange. The old withered animatronics, they had been wandering around the building, spurred on by the puppet. It was almost like those old robots were trying to save the kids. Save them? They couldn't, obviously, but still, how were they moving? It was almost like they had been given life somehow.
I like how Mappa gives emotion to Purple Guy. I like that he's a theater kid, so he's got a lot of spirit while reading through this script.
How? Did he have something to do with it?
There's a lot of lore being left out. What? It seems pretty comprehensive, at least from what we've gotten from the game.
The following day, the news would report a security guard getting bitten by one of the animatronics during the day shift. Was that bite meant for him? William's curiosity was stronger.
William had 7 victims, but even the game minigames only showed 5 bodies when we played through FNAF 2. I guess Charlie. That would be 6.
Now than his bloodlust. He had to learn more, but how? There was no way he'd ever be able to get inside another Freddy's Pizzeria. Heck, there was practically no way a Freddy's would ever open again. He needed to create something new, something brand new. He needed to create his own pizzeria.
Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Circus Baby's Pizza World. This would be the place.
Why does he keep wanting to open pizza places? Good lord, bro. Open like a fucking Noodles & Co. animatronic place.
Where he could continue his work.
Okay, so Circus Baby is the sister location game. There is a circus location in lore, but it's not referring to Circus Baby.
No longer just murdering, experimenting. He needed more kids, and he needed them alive. And knowing that he couldn't show his face on the restaurant floor, he needed a way of remotely capturing his victims and preserving them for his work. With that goal in mind, he designed a new breed of animatronic. Their endoskeletons fluid and flexible. He equipped them with sound lures that could mimic voices. They could isolate children. They could incapacitate and contain them with zero direct input from him. It was brilliant. He was brilliant. Far beyond the simple bars and wires of Henry's designs. And the characters he chose for this were uniquely his. His new roster wasn't going to be tainted by Henry's disgusting barnyard bird. Instead, it was back to his characters, his creations. Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, as well as 2 special ones. The first, Ballora, was an homage to the woman who left him. Now she would never leave him again. The second, the titular baby, was designed with his baby in mind. Elizabeth, his youngest child. She would always be Daddy's little girl, the one that listened to him, the one that obeyed until the day that she didn't.
When did Elizabeth come into the picture? Was this like a trauma baby after his other kid died? They had Elizabeth?
Let me play with her. She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?
The day before Circus Baby's Pizza World opened, she disobeyed. She didn't listen. Left alone with Baby, she got too close. The animatronic ripped in half and swallowed her whole. A scared and confused child fading into eternal darkness. By the time Afton found her, it was too late. She was gone. He immediately canceled the launch of Circus Babies under the guise of a gas leak. But wait, as he sat there at the foot of the stage, he noticed
The gas leak? The nightmare gas?
that something was different. The eye color of the robot had changed. Baby had been built with blue eyes, but now they were emerald green, the same color as Elizabeth's. Was she in there? Could this all be connected to the free-moving animatronics that he had seen at Freddy's? He had to know more. His mourning turned to excitement.
The purple guy animations remind me of like Minecraft. It's really funny.
He had to return to where it all started. 1993. Pathetic. This place was pathetic. Henry had clearly tried to reopen one final time with those old original animatronics from so long ago, but William's damage to the brand had been permanent. These things stank of death. They hadn't been washed in decades. But even if they had, nothing could wash away the stink of murder that haunted these halls. One night, then another, then another. William repeatedly snuck into the old broken restaurant to lure the living animatronics to him, one by one dismantling them, robbing them.
Remember this minigame? We did that. We played that.
of their endoskeletons. The metal had to be the secret. It had to contain the remnants of life itself. But he had to know for sure. Leaping out of a room that was invisible to the animatronics programming, he dragged the oversized robotic skeletons back to his underground workshop. Back to where Circus Baby watched on with glowing, curious eyes. Eyes that somehow felt alive. Not knowing what else to do, William melted the robotic parts down. 5 animatronic endoskeletons reduced down to one silvery puddle of goo. Could he transfer this living metal to his own creations? He had to try. He picked up a syringe and filled it with the molten metal and injected the goo into Funtime Freddy's twisted, wiry endoskeleton.
What the fuck? The gas leaks were a troll post made by Scott in response to the Sister Location voice cast being leaked. Like the voice actors? Did he get like big time voice actors for it?
And suddenly the coils came to life. Like snakes writhing in a pile, what had once been cold, lifeless metal moved and jolted on its own. He'd done it! He had unlocked the secret to life itself. Except something was clearly wrong. The movements were erratic. They were violent, angry. Baby didn't act this way. She had been calm, collected. This was clearly something else. Something mindless and frantic. Perhaps by mixing the souls and then portioning them out, he had created incomplete beasts. He would need to keep testing to truly understand it. He needed more of this remnant. As he searched the old pizzeria one more time for any remaining scraps of metal, the ghosts attacked. His past victims come to collect their due, all led by Cassidy. The 5 lined up and blocked the door, and Afton's mind reeled. The scientific implications of this were incredible. Ghosts, real ghosts that he could see, all standing against him. But
these kids still look like the Binding of Isaac kid. That's like all I can see when I see them.
He panicked as Cassidy approached. How do you stop something that's already dead? Maybe with the thing that resulted in their death in the first place. He would get into his suit like old times. He would regain his power over them just like the day that they died. He was the genius. He was the one in the suit. He was the one in charge. The spring lock snapped into place. Maybe it was his frantic movements. Maybe it was the leaky abandoned restaurant. Maybe it was just fate coming to collect its due. He didn't know. The only thing he did know was that his brain was suddenly filled with searing white-hot pain as hundreds of metallic pins and gears stabbed into his body from all sides. All he could do was collapse, blood slowly oozing out of the suit and pooling onto the floor around him. It couldn't end like this. It wouldn't end like this. His work was unfinished. Unable to move, his only option was...
I'm still trying to figure out the design failure of that would be tremendous.
Was to survive, to live, to keep living. It took days lying in his own blood, but eventually someone found him. A security guard making a normal report. When he saw the animatronic...
Is it the security... Again, I still don't know what the fuck these security guards are doing. What are they guarding? The business that's out of business?
Electronics torn apart in the middle of the party room floor, it caused him to file an immediate report of a break-in. An owner would have to come in and claim the damage. And who else would it be other than Henry? Hope jumped in Afton's heart. Henry would see him. They were partners after all. He would be the one to help save him, to get him out of this suit, to relieve him from this tremendous pain. Henry entered the secret room. His eyes fell on Afton sitting there in the pool of red. And
they're guarding the property and the robots, but if the place is out of business, how are they paying the guy? Who wants to break in to take these things so associated with death? So associated with death, they can't be open and functioning anymore as a business.
Henry, saying nothing, turned and walked away.
This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this one. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you left anything inside, then it's your own fault. Management also requests...
Then it's your own fault. Get fucked.
Or insurance representative.
And so there Afton would sit, hanging on for 30 years, trapped behind the walls with an iron will that refused to die.
30 years?
I say this part because it's not officially the end of the Afton era just yet, but this just felt like a really solid stopping point, and the episode has gone on forever. Okay, so most of this is things that we already knew, stuff that's been established and re-established time and time again by the games. That said, there are 2 things that I absolutely have to address. The first and biggest is the placement of Sister Location, or more specifically, Elizabeth's death. To me, evidence in game seems to suggest that it was meant to come before the crying child's death in 1983. The biggest clue to this is that the crying child saw something. Remember what you saw is the phrase that's repeated over and over again by psychic friend Fredbear, aka William Afton speaking through a walkie-talkie in the Fredbear plushie's stomach. But what did he see? Well, I think we can tell based on how the nightmare animatronics are visualized. They have mouths in their stomachs, just like Baby ripping in half at the waist to swallow a kid. There's
I think this part of this is, I think, probably spoiling me on Sister Location, but the other part of this really makes me want to play Sister Location now, actually. So I'm kind of glad that we skipped over FNAF 4 last stream so we can just get to Sister Location on Sunday.
also the empty girl's room, one presumably left behind by a dead sister. And lastly, it explains why he's scared, and more specifically, why Afton wants him scared. He needs his kids to stay away from the animatronics. He doesn't want them getting too close because the
part it's spoiling is just a death minigame. I think that's fine, though, because that... I don't care. I think I am now interested in Sister Location. I'm more interested in Sister Location than I was any of the first 4 FNAF games now.
time one of his kids got too close to a robot, his daughter died. That's then why he sets up the nightmares, to scare both Mike and the crying child away from the animatronics from that point forward. That's why books like the Character Encyclopedia outright suggest that we play as the crying child in FNAF 4. That's why he has a nanny cam following the crying child everywhere, so he can keep tabs on his kids when they're out of his sight. He can't let another Elizabeth situation happen. The death of Elizabeth also gives William Afton extra motivation for killing. He's a grieving father. His daughter was taken away from him, so Charlie should die as well. He's lashing out at the world after losing his kids. And again, we know that at least one of his children had to have died prior to Charlie's death, based on the mound of dirt that we see in Midnight Motorist. It also allows circus babies...
I disagree. FNAF 4 is scarier and has better gameplay. I couldn't play FNAF 4. It wasn't even scary. The audio cues of FNAF 4 made it, like, unplayable for me.
Open and close earlier in the timeline, which is how you wind up with Funtime Foxy appearing as Mangle in the FNAF 2 location. Basically, Elizabeth dying first has everything it needs to fit, except for the most important thing, the murder weapon. Why would Afton be building an animatronic with a giant claw in its stomach so early in the timeline? At this point, he just has no motive. It just doesn't make sense prior to 1983. At this point in the story, he hasn't killed anyone, and we know for a fact that the missing children's incident is 1980.
Correction, Charlie and Crying Child died before Elizabeth. I think that's what MatPat's saying here. He's saying that the game implies that Charlie died, or that Elizabeth died first, but he's saying, according to the timeline, it doesn't make sense that Elizabeth could die first.
85. So Elizabeth's death coming before any of those events just doesn't work. Hence why I placed it where I did in the narrative timeline. Afton's death here is also a bit tricky. We know that he returned to the FNAF...
So I don't think you're correct. He's not saying that. He literally just said that. Elizabeth's death coming before any of these events doesn't work.
Death coming before any of those events just doesn't work. Hence why I placed it where I did in the narrative timeline. Afton's death here is also a bit tricky.
Like, that's what he says. Is that Elizabeth died last.
We know that he returned to the FNAF 1 location to break down the original animatronics in order to harvest their remnant. We know that he melts down 5 things to become one thing. Candy Cadet makes that very clear. So the 5 things are the 5 endoskeletons from the various animatronics. That would be totally fine if it weren't for one huge problem. On his 5th visit to the pizzeria, Afton gets spring-locked. So either the 5 becoming 1 starts in 1993, but then finishes 30 years later when he re-emerges from the wall to add the last endoskeleton to his pile, or he's had himself some reason to return to the original location after harvesting all the stuff that he can. It's not ideal, but it's the one angle that makes the most sense. And with that, this next chapter comes to a close, thereby leaving us with 5 more games to cover and another 40 plus years of Fazbear history to recap. Ooh, when you put it that way, something tells me that this might balloon into 4 parts. Ugh, we'll see. Anyway, until then, my Faz heads, congratulations, you've made it through a massive upload. And hey, if you are still looking for more to watch, then check out the other...
I'm not looking for more to watch. So yeah, I think he's just doing a little bit of correction here where the game has a clip of Elizabeth dying, but it like doesn't make sense in the timeline. Okay, so basically, if we just recap that video, our kind of understanding now is that Crying Kid dies. It makes William Afton kind of go nuts. In response to Crying Kid dying, his son, he kills Charlie. Feels really good about the murder high from killing Charlie. So he begins to kill other random kids, stuffing them into mascots. He then breaks off. He breaks off, creates Circus Baby, the Circus Baby restaurant, so he can make more machines. But karma strikes. Well, first, he can make more machines, so he goes back to the. Or no, wait. Karma strikes once he builds Circus Baby, kills Crying Child's sister, becomes the lifelike Circus Baby. Then he goes back to the FNAF 1 location, harvests the robots, goes back, makes a mutant freak robot. He's not satisfied with the mutant freak robot because it doesn't function like a human, or because it doesn't function like he wants it to, like Baby does. So he goes back to the restaurant, but this time when he goes back, all of the kids that he killed are there. From that location, and then they basically screw him into getting into the suit and he dies. Yes? The next video of the timeline is about sister location. I think I'm willing to watch it at this point. I think I would still want to play the game even if I get a little spoiled on the game. So basically, we've covered the lore of the first 4 games, right? The first 4 games, and then, like, the pre-series to those 4 games, yeah? I think you should go unspoiled. Well, then what? We just end the stream here? I kind of still want to stream. We only have the background story. What do you mean? We don't have the story of the first 4 games? I feel like we've covered the story of the games, yeah? It feels like we have. Of FNAFs 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is the general story. That's what I'm saying, though. I feel like we have the story of Prologue, FNAF 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 and 2 has been covered? Really? But I remember us talking about Michael working at the security place, which would be FNAF 1, right? Also, see, this is what I mean of, like, this is basically Five Nights at Freddy's equivalent of Slender the Arrival. The games are not in chronological order. Yeah, but I thought we still covered the story of them. We didn't cover 3. Look up Hyperdroid. What's that? FNAF 4, 2, 1, Sister Location 3, 6, Help Wanted, Tales from the Pizza Black Security Breach. Hey, Hunchy. No, we've been talking about FNAF lore for like the last 2 hours, I think it's fair to say. 2 hours of FNAF lore. Some would say more than we bargained for. The stream is not long enough. I mean, I want to keep streaming. I don't feel like being, I don't feel like... Oh, you're saying that the stream needs to be longer. Yeah, okay. I thought you were saying the stream's not long enough, as if you could just end now, but I don't really want to. Chat's been fairly active. I want to keep going. So part 3 here, you're saying this covers... This will spoil me on Sister Location. This talks about Sister Location 2 FNAF 6. So will this whole thing be spoilers? But is it spoilers, like... I guess, because it feels like... How should I phrase this? Like, I feel like most of the FNAF lore that was covered in, like... 2 and 4, right, is not really explicitly made clear by the game. Like, by watching MatPat's video, I feel like I learned so much more about the lore behind FNAF 2 than I did when I played FNAF 2. Like, I feel like I barely learned anything about the lore when I played FNAF 2, but apparently, like, we got the lore of FNAF 2 in that video we just watched. You know what I mean? So, would it be a spoiler in the sense of, like, is any of that stuff really covered in Sister Location, or is it just spoiling the story of Sister Location, if that makes sense? Like, does Sister Location have the story in the same sense that, like, FNAF 2 has story? Sister Location has voice acting. Oh. It's so funny to see so many of these things of FNAF 2 and realize, like, I didn't do any of this shit when I was playing FNAF 2. All I did was look at this fucking hallway my entire playthrough of FNAF 2. I looked at this hallway and the map, bro. I wasn't... The fuck? I would have never seen Withered in this random camera. Why would you ever use that? I don't know what the point would be of ever using these cameras. Obviously, he's got to show these screenshots to, like, sell the game, but, like, why would you ever look at this camera? Like, what are you doing? Just bad gamer modes right here. Or like the vents in the music box. Yeah, you just need to use the music box in FNAF 2. That's pretty much it. And the vents. And the vent cameras. I cried at least once. Alright, so what are we doing? We're speaking out. Are we done with our FNAF lore research? Are you guys saying there's nothing else I can really look up without getting spoiled on more stuff? We calling it here? Did you have to drive far to get your pizza? No. I live in Chicago suburbs. There's a lot of pizza places by me. Ironically, that I went to Domino's while living in the suburbs of Chicago, but what'd you post? FNAF 2 theories were kind of meh.
Hey everyone. Listen, FNAF 2 is up there as one of my all-time favorite FNAF games. It still had that early...
I guess we can watch some of the stuff where people beat FNAF with with not doing anything. I guess we can just do that now. Okay, so what is this? Character history. Guy's got 9K subs.
FNAF atmosphere that was kind of lost past FNAF 4, and while it could be a bit repetitive and annoying at times, I found the gameplay to be fun and challenging. But if I'm being honest, the theories the fans came up with for this game were just kind of boring.
Have you tried to beat FNAF 2? I don't.
Weird criticism, but hear me out. Last game, people talked about time-traveling ghosts and robots built by Nazis. Though that's not to say that the theories weren't good, there are still some dumb fun ones to look back on. And since this game was a sequel to an insanely popular one, this one had a lot more theories than the last. So, let's take a look at the wacky world of the theories of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, starting with the more well-known ones and making our way to the more obscure.
So I'm guessing these are all, like, theories that have been proven wrong, and he's just, like, kind of having fun with them.
Look at our updated list of killer suspects. Last time, we had only 2 people to blame, Mike Schmidt and the phone guy. While both of these were still viable at this point in the series, this game brought a few more suspects into the mix. Mainly, there was the 2 new security guards, Jeremy Fitzgerald and Fritz Smith. The big evidence for them being the killer was that most people seemed to agree that the murderer was an employee of the company. An additional point of evidence for Fritz was that he was fired on his first day of employment for tampering with animatronics, which is what it looked like the purple guy was doing in one of the minigames. Another person of interest that people theorized about, just not nearly as much, was the mysterious CEO of the company. Although he was first mentioned in the first game, I didn't see anybody suspecting him until the second. One of the big points of evidence towards him being the killer was simply the fact that the company he ran seemed to be obsessed with covering up the murders.
Isn't William Afton's technically the CEO of the company, right? I mean, I guess that theory would technically be right. If you think about it. Because the Henry guy, if he's doing the mechanics and stuff, he would be the COO of the company, right? In FNAF 1, he was kicked out of the company. Oh. I would assume Henry would be the chief operating officer, and William Afton would be the chief executive officer. There's small differences in those titles. They're basically the same position, but slightly different. Okay, so no, he wouldn't be the CEO. Okay, never mind. I'm just out here trying to do my own theory crafting, you know? You're just gonna get more confused? No, because I know that these theories are wrong.
On one hand, this seems like it would be a reach, but on the other, they kind of ended up being right.
That wasn't canon. Books are canon.
Right. I mean, William Afton was formerly an owner of Fazbear Entertainment. Okay,
God, I
so
hate
since
that
I did
noise.
Game Theory's theory last time, I feel like I have to bring up his theory for FNAF 2, as that's what a lot of fans agreed with at the time. To make a long video short, basically his conclusion was this. The killer, aka Purple Guy, was the phone guy. He believes that the item in the Purple Guy's hand during the Save Them minigame was a phone, and comments made by Phone Guy about Foxy and the puppet also related to details within the minigames. There were some other smaller stuff he theorized on that, in my opinion, weren't really theories, just facts that the game outright told you. Like the fact that the killer used the disguise to lure kids and the puppet is the one to bring the other animatronics to life. Overall, pretty simple theory that, while not as out there as the FNAF 1 one, makes way more sense. Alright, I promise that this is the last updated theory. When FNAF 2 came out, there was really only 2 more suspects added to the bite list, Mangle and Toy Chica. Let's get the less popular of the two out of the way. The reason people thought Toy Chica might be the culprit was simply because she loses her beak when she comes off the stage, and you can see her creepy teeth underneath.
Why does she lose the beak? That's weird.
Not really any evidence besides that, however our other new character has a lot more going for him. Mangle is, to this day, regarded by most fans, including me, to be the 87 biter. The main point is that she attacks from an angle that looks like it's going into your head. He also is one of the few animatronics to have noticeably sharp teeth.
Wait, so this guy thinks Mangle was the bite of 87, but the cutscene in the game specifically showed Freddy doing it.
So this...
I also like that, I like that the blur on this image makes it look so creepy. That was the bite of 83, not 87. Oh. There's so many bites. I like that just adding a blur to this image makes it look creepy. It looks like some, it looks like some creepypasta with how the image is blurred. That's really funny.
So this theory existed before the game even came out. Some fans would say that in the FNAF 2 trailer, you could hear Foxy shouting the word freedom as he jump scared you. So what could that mean? Well, some suggested that they...
That's really funny. I guess it does kind of sound like that. But it's like, it reminds, you know, it's like those old, those sound things where, like, once you say that it sounds like something, that's what it sounds like. What is it? Yeah, Brainstorm and Green Needle. I don't know if you guys remember that audio clip from a couple years ago. I've mentioned it on the channel a couple times before. There's that audio clip where, like, it makes a noise, and if you think either Brainstorm or Green Needle, or, yeah, Yanny Laurel or whatever, once you think that's what it sounds like, that's what it sounds like. I guess you could think that it sounds like freedom here. Let's go back.
So what could that... So...
Like, I don't think it's intentionally sounding like freedom, but, like, once you implant that suggestion, like, once someone commented on the trailer, sounds like Foxy's saying freedom, that's, like, all I can hear now.
What could that mean? Well, some suggested that the animatronics were actually trying to possess you by escaping their animatronic bodies, thus yelling freedom when they attack. I actually remember this theory fondly, as this was one of the very first FNAF theories I've ever heard. As for the theory itself, it was just a big case of mishearing, but it's a cool theory nonetheless.
Yeah, I think that's a cool theory. But it's definitely one of those things that because one guy heard freedom and then mentioned it, it's hard not to hear freedom after someone, like, subliminally suggests to you that he's saying freedom. So, I get it. It's obviously, it's just a generic, like, noise, like of a scream. Oh, hey, Jade. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Sorry, I forgot to say hi. How's everyone? We're good. We're just descending into the madness that is FNAF lore. It's really fun. Mango, you already took the screenshot. Okay, I was about to... I was... Philip, you already took the screenshot. Yeah, I was gonna... I'm still gonna screenshot this because it's funny. Mango is calling the cops. I want the full image because it's also part of the funny. I think is because they're all in the image, so it looks funny. Hang on, before we hear what I'm sure is the best FNAF theory ever, canonically, I need to grab another drink real quick. Be right back. Guys, quick! Mangle's calling the cops! Get out! Hide the booze! Hide the drugs!
This theory suggests that Mangle has detected that your character is part of a criminal database and is attempting to call the police over a radio. This comes from the fact that you can hear radio scatter whenever Mangle is around, and if you listen closely, you can even hear police codes in it. I'm pretty sure that this theory is correct and that's actually what's happening, but if not...
Confirmed! Lore accurate, Mangle is actually calling the cops! Let's go. So wait, why would he be calling the cops again? Oh, because the security guard in FNAF 2 is William Afton, right?
I'm pretty sure that this theory is correct and that's actually what's happening, but if not, just correct me in the comments.
No. Who's the Jeremy guy? The guard on the day shift is William Afton. Right. I need fan art of Mangle with a cop hat. Hang on. What if I'm gonna do this on my other monitor because I'm quite confident something inappropriate will appear in this Google search. But let's look. Mangle cop. No, there's no art of him as a cop. Oh, there's kind of art of them as cops. Maybe I can Photoshop something. I'll try and work on it after the stream. Have you guys played Soma? I have not, Hunchy, but I believe it was Francisco Mensch recommended Soma earlier on the stream when we were doing game recommendations. So Francisco has played it. Okay, there is no art of Mangle dressed up as a cop. I'll see if I can work some Photoshop magic after the stream, though. We'll check.
this was a popular one for a minute. This just all comes from the fact that the purple guy in the Foxy Go 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 minigame was a slightly shade of purple as the killer from the Take Cake and Save Them minigames. This theory was also known as the pink guy purple guy theory. While a cool theory in concept, besides that one little detail, there's literally nothing else within these two games that support it.
The puppet is a hallucination. Bro, the puppet is the freakiest jump scare in this game.
The reason people were saying this was because when the puppet was coming after you, it seemed to be floating around without any strings attached. What this theory was supposed to mean towards the broader story, I couldn't tell you.
Puppet was the best jump scare in the series. I think FNAF 1 is the best game. I liked FNAF 1 the best of the 4 that I played. But Puppet from FNAF 2 is the best jump scare. It's definitely the one that scared me the most.
Alright, so now that we got the popular ones out of the way, let's go on to the more obscure and dumber theories, aka my favorites. This theory states that because the endoskeleton only appears after the puppet has left the box, then it must have some connection to it.
What is this endo supposed to be? Is it like a cow? It looks weird. Do I know about Project Zomboid? No, what's that? This looks like... What's that game called? Is it State of Decay? Alright, so we have a couple recommendations for Soma. I'm gonna do Slender Man tomorrow. Because I'm pretty sure I haven't done Slender Man before. Yeah, I haven't. So we're gonna do Slender the Arrival tomorrow at the behest of like 3 people. I'm sure that stream will get like no views. But we'll do it anyway in the spirit of horror games. Can we get one more sub tonight so I can have 650? What? Five Nights at Freddy's is not advertiser family friendly. I disagree. It's got a movie, for Pete's sake. Yeah, I have a feeling that Slender video is going to end up with, like, this number of views. But that's fine. We're going to stream Slender tomorrow. Any takers in chat of me streaming Slender tomorrow? Is this worth? I can't believe they're taking away 2 cents from you. Hey, it's 50 cents. Maybe. If I stream this tomorrow, it won the poll. Will you guys be down? I think it'll be fun. I think I will actually genuinely be scared when I play this game too, because all of my memories of this game, I have like loose memories of actually being scared playing this game because I was in, like I mentioned it already, I was in that environment when I played the game for the first time. That I was in an environment that was like perfect for being scared while playing this game. So, I think this game will scare me. But yeah, I mentioned I did like a LAN party of this game and stuff when in college, because it was like right around my birthday. Because my birthday is the 25th, and the game came out like, you know, the same week as my birthday. So that weekend, I played with people and we were drinking and we were just scaring the shit out of each other while we were playing the game and stuff. As the gamer, I was playing it and then jump scaring people and shit. It was really fun. So I think this game will actually scare me just because I've got like those memories and stuff of being scared while playing it.
Some said that the
I don't think
public is
I
sending out
ever actually beat the game either. I think I only beat like the first level or two.
the endo to kill you just in case it fails in doing so. Not a very good explanation, but it does seem like there should be some connection between the two, right?
Mangle stole Toy Chica's beak.
This theory comes from the fact that people claim that you can see Toy Chica's beak inside Mangle. This theory is very similar to the phone guy inside Chica theory from the first game, just a case of people seeing robotic parts and mistaking them for other things. I mean, could you think of a reason as to why Mangle would steal that?
The cutscenes are phone guy dying.
Hey, remember those weird cutscenes that played at the beginning of each night and we never actually got a concrete answer as to what that was all about? Well, some people used to theorize that phone guy was stuffed inside Freddy and this is him slowly dying inside him over the course of a week, while him still being haunted by the animatronics. I actually really like this theory because it makes an already creepy and unsettling cutscene even more creepy and unsettling.
Yeah, that the one of the puppet just kind of hovering
Alright,
outside
so this was
is pretty
another
creepy.
theory that came from mishearing something in the trailer. Some people said that if you took the singing from the beginning of the trailer and reversed it, you would hear Mike kill all, this is enough. This is possibly one of my favorite dumb theories because, well...
I don't, like, really hear the Mike kill all. I, like, don't hear it.
This is a song that's over 300 years old, so that means every time somebody sang it over the past 3 centuries, they were secretly hinting that Mike Schmidt was the killer.
Well, when you phrase it like that, though.
So this theory comes from the Paper Plate Pals. Have you ever really thought about them? Let's see, you have Freddy, Bonnie, and...
See, I think these are just references to Toy Story 4. When did Toy Story 4 come out? This is a character in fucking Toy Story, right? Toy Story 4. This was before Toy Story 4? Oh. When did Toy Story 4 come out? Oh, 2019. Yeah, you're right. I never actually watched Toy Story 4. I just remember seeing that. I saw that character in the trailer, and I was like, I'm not fucking watching this movie. I saw this guy, and I was like, no. I cannot be bothered to watch this. They've ruined my childhood. We're done.
This guy. Some have tried to explain this by saying that this was a kid's recreation of a previous animatronic that for some reason disappeared and was replaced by Chica. Though, I mean, if there was a whole other animatronic that was part of the Core 4, don't you think there would be a little more evidence of its existence? Okay, so since Shadow Freddy has some slight hints of purple on him, people started to suspect that maybe the purple guy was stuffed inside him. Now that might seem like a stretch, but if I recall correctly, Afton used Shadow Freddy somehow in the FNAF 3 minigames to lure the animatronics towards their destruction. Am I getting that right? To be honest, I never fully understood that part of the game.
Yeah, I guess what is that? I do remember that. What the fuck is Shadow Freddy?
Okay, so since Shadow Freddy has some slight hints of purple on him, people started to suspect that maybe the purple guy was stuffed inside him. Now that might seem like a stretch, but if I recall correctly, Afton used Shadow Freddy somehow in the FNAF 3 minigame to lure the animatronics towards their destruction. Am I getting that right? To be honest, I never fully understood that part of the game.
He's like baiting him. The living tombstone songs are canon. This is for you, Francisco. Shadow Freddy is Eleanor helping William? Who's Eleanor? Is that his wife?
Now we have reached our final theory of the day. So, with the major success of FNAF came loads of fan creations, most notably, of course, being the fan songs. And the most popular creator of FNAF fan songs was, of course, The Living Tombstone, with his FNAF 1 and 2 songs being absolute bops. However, these tunes were so good that some people started to believe that The Living Tombstone was actually working with Scott Cawthon.
This reminds me that yeah, that this is a fan song that's like so good that people think it's real. This reminds me, did you guys know, and I only like just learned this recently, the like Cell theme from Dragon Ball Z that people like know is like not real. Like it's just some fan remix. Like this song, this is just a fan remix. This is like the thing that this like blew my mind. I like thought that this was the theme from the show. It's not. That's so wild. Cell song? Yes, so Cell's theme song in Dragon Ball Z. I think for a long time, and because this is 20 million views and it was uploaded like 15 years ago, so many people thought this was real, myself included. But this is actually just some fucking fan remix. Because he also lists it as, like, legit. He's like, song name, Perfect Cell theme, artist Bruce Faulkner, album Best of Dragon Ball Z. So he, like, lists it as a real song. Track number 5. It's just not. And yeah, it's insane how a cover that has 18 million views is remembered to be Cell's theme, despite it never actually being played on the show. I thought this... this only came out like 2 months ago, I think, right? That this 12 hours, I think that this is not the song. I feel like people only finally acknowledged this like recently, because you'll notice all of these comments are from like 2 months ago. And I think what finally made people be aware that this isn't the real theme was I think it's from the Dragon Ball Z abridged crew. I think they're during their commentaries of Dragon Ball Z abridged, I think they pointed out that this is not the actual song. Anyway, yeah, the fact that him talking about the Living Tombstone songs being so good, people think they're real, that reminds me of this. Because regardless of the fact that this is a fake song, this is a fucking banger. I've listened to this song like hundreds of times. This is a very good remix. Anyway, his comments about this Living Tombstone thing reminded me of that.
So, with the major success of FNAF came loads of fan creations, most notably, of course, being the fan songs. And the most popular creator of FNAF fan songs was, of course, The Living Tombstone, with his FNAF 1 and 2 songs being absolute bops. However, these tunes were so good that some people started to believe that The Living Tombstone was actually working with Scott Cawthon, and he was using these songs to secretly reveal the story of what was happening in the games.
Side note, though, that would be a cool way to reveal lore for your, like, indie game if you got, like, a big other creator to like work with you for that stuff. I think that would be cool as like a viral marketing thing.
Led people to theorize that the puppet was Golden Freddy's mom because the FNAF 2 song was about a mother losing her son in, quote, becoming a puppet. I mean, as cool as this would be if Scott did have some secretive master plan with the Living Tombstone, this is probably one of the wackiest and hardest to believe theories of this game. And that's pretty much all I have for today. You know, starting this video, I said that the FNAF 2 theories kinda bored me. And while they definitely weren't on the same level of wackiness as the FNAF 1 ones, there definitely were still some good ones. Now, I just have to see what kind of theories this game has to offer. But in the meantime, thanks for watching.
This was a really funny, yeah, I was just gonna say I now want to watch the FNAF 1 thing. What the fuck? I have a theory with Toy Bonnie. All of these comments are really funny. Hang on. I want to give this guy engagement because he almost has this. He's a relatively new channel. So hang on. What's a good comment? Everyone quick scatter Mangles niche to paps. There we go. Give him some engagement. Obviously, he doesn't really need engagement. He's already got like 900 comments on this video, but give him a little bit of engagement. Us small creators got to stick together, you know what I mean? What other stuff does he got? Dude, he's gonna have way more subs pretty soon. In like a year, he's already popping off like multiple videos with 1,000 views. This timeline. Cobra Kai is banned. Shao Kahn invades Earth. Devil Flight coaster derails. Walter White dies. Thanos snaps. Fazbear Fright burns down. That's funny.
Alright guys, so welcome to my
He sounds like a different person in this.
100 video special, and I hope you enjoy the long backstory of Five Nights at Freddy's. I advise you to get some food and drinks for this one. So before I can give any information,
Is this a different person? Oh, it's a okay, he's got a clip from another video in here. Okay, I thought he was like narrating the video.
information regarding Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, the viewer must note two very important history lessons. The first is that World War II occurred between the years of 1939 and 1945.
Hey everyone.
What? 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 What?
Occurred between the years of 1939. Two very important history lessons. The first is that World War II occurred between the years of 1939 and 1945.
Okay. And anyway, did you know?
Hey everyone. With the current state of the Five Nights at Freddy's series, it is extremely hard to theorize about the lore. To craft a good theory about what's going on, you need to play through a buggy and poorly designed game, read the book.
Ooh.
To craft a good theory about what's going on, you need to play through a buggy and poorly designed.
Has Security Breach been fixed, or is this what I'm about to experience when I play Security Breach next week? Are we about to get am I about to get T-posed on Freddy? What do you guys think the lore implications of Freddy Fazbear T-posing on me when I go into Security Breach is? Do you think it's because he has access to the internet? And he knows what people are theorizing? So he knows to T-pose on me to assert to assert dominance over me? Do you think in Mephet's timeline where William was a kid, he was trapped in? That's why he's so mad. Oh no. Fixed for the most part. Okay, good.
Design game, read the books, and make sure that.
God, that's so. There's even more books now than were in this picture. God, I kind of... Are there audiobook versions of the FNAF novels? Audible... FNAF. Oh! Jesus. $17. I'm sure someone's re-uploaded those audio files somewhere on the internet for free.
That anything you
I'm not paying. I could get fucking security breach for that price. Nope, wrong fucking app. Thanks, BNet. Fuck. Now my whole joke is ruined. You can listen to them for free on YouTube? Okay. Okay, so Security Breach is a little more expensive than the audiobook, but still. What the fuck are these? Wink, wink, pirate time? I don't know what you're talking about, Francisco. I'm just role-playing. It's Foxy the Pirate, my favorite mascot from the series. What happened to Gymnastic Girl? She looks fine here. And now she's not. Yeah, I think we'll play Security Breach next week. Sunday I'm going to play Sister Location. I'm not entirely sure about playing the others, but I kind of want to play Security Breach. So we'll do Sister Location on Sunday, and then I might just skip to Security Breach. We'll see, though.
Say doesn't contradict any information already previously established in the other games. So that's why I find the first game's theories to be probably the best in the entire franchise. The game gives you a simple setup with a quick explanation as to why these animatronics are haunted and leaves the rest of it so open-ended that basically any theory you...
The others are way better than Security Breach. Actually, Security Breach has the best graphics, so therefore it is more of a real game than the other ones.
come up with could be completely correct. So I wanted to go back and look at some of the very, very early theories fans came up with for the first entry in the series. And it's just going to be the theories that were around during the first game's time. I'm not going to mention anything FNAF 2 onwards. I'm also going to start with the more well-known ones and go through the more obscure ones as the video progresses. So, let's begin with...
Dream Theory.
Let's start with a pretty simple theory that can be applied to literally any piece of fiction. There's not much to say about this theory.
I fucking hate dream theories. I'm gonna let you know right now, and before he goes into detail about this, every theory or every plot that revolves around it was all a dream, I fucking hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I will immediately dismiss any dream theory as wrong. I hate them.
It simply states that this is all a dream. This one didn't really receive that much attention until the fourth game came out, but I thought I should mention it anyway, as it was one that was making the rounds when the game was released.
My boy.
Okay, you can't talk about old FNAF theories without talking about the biggest theory channel of them all, Game Theory. Matthew Pathew's first ever FNAF theory stated that the game was based on a real-life shooting that occurred in a Chuck E. Cheese.
I shouldn't laugh, because this is a real-life event.
He ultimately came to this conclusion. You are playing as Mike Schmidt, a former employee who was fired for tampering with animatronics and having a foul odor. To get revenge on his former employees, he lured 5 kids into the back rooms of the pizzeria, killed them, and stuffed their bodies in the animatronics. However, he was seen on the pizzeria's security cams and was promptly arrested and sentenced to death for his crimes. The game you're playing as is actually his reoccurring nightmare, as he is tormented by both animatronics possessed by the kids he killed, and he's forced to use the security system that led to his own arrest. I do like this theory. It's a better version of the dream theory, and the real world's connection makes the game feel more grounded and creepy. One thing I must criticize, though, is his theory on Golden Freddy. In the video,
Oh, so he actually says it's kind of cool. I mean, it is cool. I think what a lot of people don't realize is part of the Game Theory's channel is part of the production and stuff sounding cool and entertaining to watch. Do you know Hello Neighbor was a pretty decent game? Not good. And then it derailed in the alphas and launched as it was all a dream game. Yeah, I also remember the developer for Hello Games, like, desperately hoping for Game Theory to cover the game. Like, I remember the official, like, Hello Neighbor Twitter account, like, continuously tweeting at MatPat. Like, hey, you should make a theory about us, and it was so sad. I think Hello Neighbor's on Game Pass. Should I do it? Why was Hello Neighbor downfall? Part of Hello Neighbor had a very similar downfall to a lot of games that like try to force things instead of letting them naturally occur. You can think of like how some games try to force an esport into their game unnaturally before it becomes like organically popular. And I think one of the things that Hello Neighbor did, without knowing too much about the franchise, because I didn't play Hello Neighbor or really give a shit about it, but I think in that same respect of like some games trying to force an esport and competitive players in their game before people naturally develop a competitive nature or a natural interest in the game, Hello Neighbor tried to force like creepy meta theories in their game before people like got organically curious about the world of Hello Neighbor, right? Because you can think about how FNAF 1 on its own when it was released was just a game that was fun and scary with like hints at lore and stuff like that, but like FNAF 1 isn't um attempting to try and really force you to be like or in your face at all in FNAF 1 of the lore or anything about it. It's just a fun game that's got some creepy mystery stuff, and so people wanted to theorize about the game because they were curious and interested. Hello Neighbor tried to put the theory creepy stuff before the game. So before focusing on the game being fun, they were like, "Oh, what's going on with the neighbor?" And that's why I think it fell apart. That would be my best way to describe it without having really played too much about it, is that they put the cart before the horse. They put the cart of the creepy neighbor that you'll want to learn about, like at the beginning of the game, before really creating an organic, fun game that people would want to learn about the neighbor for. My thoughts. Does Game Pass have Midnight Suns? No. The console version of Game Pass might. I'm obviously on the PC version of Game Pass, so I don't know for sure. But the console version of Game Pass might. I'm not going to download the game while I'm streaming, but I'll add it to play later. Maybe we'll check it out as a funny stream. Oh my god. There's so many DLCs. Yeah, they're adding what? Yeah, this is like I said, definitely desperately trying to get like MatPat invested in this game to like basically try to eat free promotion off MatPat. Because I mean, love him or hate him, he's got a channel with like nearly 20 million subscribers. So, if Game Theory does a theory on your channel, that's free promotion to millions of people. So he was basically just kind of, if you think about it, dude was basically just begging MatPat for free exposure for his game, which was like just becoming really sad.
states that one of the kids Mike stuffed in a suit actually survived and became a key witness that allowed for his death penalty conviction. It doesn't really try to explain what or why there's a Golden Freddy suit, but other than that, it's a pretty good theory that, who knows, could be canon if you ignore the rest of the franchise.
Foxy's a good guy.
This was a really popular theory for a while. Basically what was happening was that people were saying that since Foxy didn't have an in-your-face jump scare like the rest of the cast, he didn't kill you and was just checking up on you. The reason you died was because of a heart attack, kind of like Child's Play. 3.
That's a good edit. Hello Neighbor 1 doesn't exist. Hello Neighbor 1 got Overwatch 1, where the sequel just disappeared to the first one.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Not much to say about this one. It's a goofy one, but it doesn't really have any merit other than the fact that he just leans into your office.
Just a conveniently timed heart attack. I will say this is the second best jump scare in the series. I'll show it real quick.
Attack, kind of like
Foxy running down this west hallway is the second best jump scare in the series. I think the puppet one is better, but that scared the shit out of me. The Foxy running down the hallway. Because I thought FNAF 1 was just like a series of JPEGs every time you clicked the camera, and then Foxy ran down the hall, scared the shit out of me.
Not much to say about this one. It's a goofy one, but
Freddy is girl.
The theory for this one goes that Freddy is possessed by a female spirit because he can be seen hiding in the women's restroom. His laugh is also a little girl's laugh, just slowed down a lot. Honestly, I think this one was true until they decided to retcon it later in the series.
Really? Okay.
This one is just a worse version of the last.
Freddy is girl. Do we know what spirit Freddy is, or no?
Theory. This is all based off the fact that typically Bonnie is a girl name, so therefore Bonnie must be a girl. Not a very compelling theory, but I promise it gets better from here. The mysterious bite of 87, an event that was mentioned so early in the franchise's life, and besides the box, it is the only thing in the series that we never got a proper answer to, and at this point we probably won't ever. As far as the first game, there were really only 3 suspects that people brought up when talking about it: Freddy, Foxy, and Golden Freddy. Let's look at the evidence. Starting with Freddy, the main evidence points for him being the culprit were as follows. He is the main character, and you can see a handprint over his right eye. As for Foxy, he has sharp teeth, and he is out of order for an unknown reason. And finally, for Golden Freddy. 1, he's just plain mysterious, and 2, you get his jump scare if you type in 1987 into the custom night mode. As to who I believe did it before FNAF 2's release, I always thought Foxy was the one. I don't know, it just always felt like that's what the game was implying, at least to me.
We can watch the trailer of the movie. No, I'm not gonna watch the trailer of the Hollywood budgeted movie on the channel, so that Hollywood can come down and personally kick down my apartment door and tell me to delete my YouTube channel with a gun pointed to the back of my head, and then I get Jeffrey Epstein.
This theory states that the cupcake in your office is alive and watching you throughout the night. There's not really any evidence that supports this one though. There was a rumor that the cupcake occasionally blinks in your office, but I'm pretty sure those were all false. The cupcake does blink in FNAF 2, however.
So it does blink in your... The cupcake is real.
Or possibly as a nod to this theory.
Isn't it canon that someone is the cupcake, though? Because why else does the cupcake have eyes? Someone possessed the cupcake, right?
Okay, another silly one. This one states that the reason Chica specifically wants to kill you is because she believes that you stole her cupcake. But I don't even think you can pretend that this one's true, as she clearly has her own cupcake when you look through the camera, though she abandons it later on.
This video's outdated? This video is 3 months old.
So this one comes from the fact that the list of people we could blame for the killings at this point in the series is pretty low. It's literally only 2 people.
See ya, Hunchy. Have a good night.
Phone guy and the player. I kind of touched on the player is the killer theory when I talked about MatPat's theory. Main evidence for that was the "it's me" messages that flash up occasionally. People saw this as Mike Schmidt's guilt haunting him. As for the phone guy, I think it really just came down to having no other suspects.
Phone guy is inside Chica.
This is an interesting one. Some people used to say that you can see human teeth pointing out of Chica's mouth in a couple of the cam images. While really it's more likely just the endoskeleton, I could kind of see it. So this one mainly just comes from the fact that the Night 4 phone call ends with a Golden Freddy jump scare sound, and the Night 5 phone call seems to come from an animatronic. I guess this theory is supposed to imply that Golden Freddy was the one talking to you the whole time? Yeah, I'll admit this one's not so great.
No, that one seems dumb. I thought the implication was that specifically Golden Freddy killed the phone guy. That was my interpretation of it from the game. The cupcake's alive in the FNAF movie and it attacks people. That's why I thought someone possessed the cupcake, because I do remember seeing that in a commercial, like in an ad I got on YouTube or something. I remember that being in a trailer. The cupcake like jumping out and gnawing on somebody. Maybe it was just a dream I had after playing all the FNAF games in one weekend. Who knows? I'm kind of lost in the FNAF sauce at this point.
Alright, so this is another popular one. People used to say that Golden Freddy resided in the one part of the restaurant we couldn't see, the kitchen. Speculation of this eventually led to the point where people were saying that if you typed in the code 1987 into the custom night menu, you would turn on and finally be able to see the kitchen cam. Of course, this was untrue, and as a joke, Scott Cawthon would update the game to have a Golden Freddy jump scare if you put in the code. As for the theory itself, besides the fact that literally anything could be happening in
side note, I really like when developers add Easter eggs based on, like, goofy things that fans suggest. I think that's really fun.
a kitchen in.
Like, obviously, they can't input everything fans have, but I think when developers put in nods to the community like that, I think that's fun.
We wouldn't know. This theory doesn't really have any other evidence to support it.
Golden Freddy's from the future.
So this is a cool one that I actually didn't see a whole lot of people talking about. The gist is that you are destined to die in that pizzeria and you will eventually be stuffed in the Golden Freddy suit. The visions of Golden Freddy you see in the game are you from the future trying to tell yourself that it's me. Not a whole lot to go off other than that, but I always thought that it was a cool theory. It's like Insidious 2 when the astral version of Josh goes back in time to see his younger self.
The animatronics were built by Nazis.
And finally, we come to our final theory. This all comes from a video by an old FNAF YouTuber known as XXX Pro Class Gamer XXX.
Hang on, is he still making content? I need to know. XX Pro Class Gamer XX. Did he get laughed off the internet after this? Yeah, he last made a video 8 years ago. Why'd he stop making videos? I mean, he was still getting pretty big views. I keep making videos, and I'm lucky if my videos break 100. Are you kidding me? Zero chance I'm stopping if my videos are getting like 45,000 views. Unless, I guess, did he get laughed for his FNAF Nazi theory? He had a pet die? And that made him stop making content for 8 years? Maybe he died? His most viewed video isn't even the Nazi thing. killing an animal is gonna kill your career. I don't think he would make a video about him killing his animal. This is like a weird descent into madness. Building the chicken coop. My chicken is dying. My chicken is dead. His last videos are his chicken pet dying? Yeah, he, like, stopped making videos after his pet died. Well, hopefully this didn't send him into a spiraling depression or something. Oh, that is, like, the most common result. Is he dead? Oh my god, there's, like, a whole theory about what happened. What happened to these FNAF YouTubers? There's, like, multiple theories about this dude disappearing. I like that the thumbnail for this is just a chicken. The FNAF YouTuber rabbit hole is huge. I mean, think about how many channels got built up because of FNAF. He couldn't make more FNAF videos because Chica reminded him of his pet chicken. I mean, I guess. I'm shocked that this is in my recommended for just having 1,000 views. And he's got 500 subs. I guess it just, like, hit that algorithm just right. Search FNAF more? I will pass, thanks. Now that I found you, I would miss you too, Francisco. Pro Class Gamer ran so other FNAF YouTubers could walk. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I mean, obviously, I literally just discovered him 2 minutes ago, but I hope he's doing okay.
The video is a two-parter called Complete Backstory of Five Nights at Freddy's, and it aims to explain the story behind the game we were all playing. This video reads more like fan fiction than an actual theory though, but I'll give you a short summary. After World War II ended, a Nazi scientist named Abel Hines immigrated to the US and met a man named John Smith. Together, they...
That's the story of the nuke! FNAF takes place in an alternate timeline where instead of making the nuke, they just made Freddy animatronics. They dropped Freddy on Japan. That's why he comes back broken.
They built and operated a laboratory that performed a lot of inhumane experiments. Their main goal was to achieve immortality. And to do that, they needed to extract genes from children. Apparently, and I quote, genes can be extracted easier in a child than in an adult. So Abel used
I don't think that's how
Nazi
science works.
engineering knowledge to build advanced animatronic robots that would lure kids towards the laboratory so they would kidnap them and use them for their experiments. Side note, it's crazy how elements of this would actually be used later in the games. You know, like how Afton would build robots to lure kids so he can experiment on them to achieve immortality. Anyway,
he almost had it! Now we know what happened. Scott took out Pro Class Gamer because he was too close. He was too close to predicting the lore. He had to be taken out.
Laboratory would eventually become the pizza place we know today, but Pro Class Gamer never finished his story. These videos were split up into 2 parts, and unfortunately we never got the end to that trilogy. It's a shame because I really wanted to know how the Jew detecting upgrades he gave Chica fit into the lore. I wish
Uh, that caught me off guard. uh,
These videos were split up into 2 parts, and unfortunately, we never got the end to that trilogy. It's a shame because I really wanted to know how the Jew detecting upgrades he gave Chica fit into the lore. I wish I was joking.
Before the experiments
oh, that's too funny.
began, Abel used the second exoskeleton disguised as a large yellow duck slash chicken with an
Slash
orb
chicken?
to lure the children, but had made covert changes to its programming. The specific changes made on the exoskeleton was to clearly distinguish which child was Jewish.
Okay.
I wish I had actual tinfoil. I don't have it. I would wrap it around my head right now while watching this video. Oh my god. That feels like conspiracy level shit.
I gotta call bullshit. I mean, I've sat here and listened to all your theories and all your stories, and I think it's just all bullshit.
But anyway, I think that will
What's happening? FNAF lore, Kyler. Welcome.
do it for today. You know, looking back at some of these theories, I don't think they were as good as I remembered. Maybe nostalgia has blinded me a bit too much. So, that's why I now think FNAF 2 had the best series of the franchise. Yeah, there were never any bad theories with that game. Of course not.
Basically, what I think is that Foxy thinks the Freddy mask is an animatronic. That's trying to kill the security guard because it's so because of that, Freddy lunges at you either to try and protect you, to like throw you out of the way, or he's trying to attack the Freddy mask, but because
How do some YouTube videos sound this bad, especially a dude with 500,000 subscribers? If you're recording the video and you sound like you have shit in your mouth, just re-record the line.
it's so close to the security guard, he accidentally lunges at you and kills you instead by accident.
But in all seriousness,
Write a script. Believe it or not, most YouTubers write a script for their pre-recorded videos like that. Just read the script. Don't stutter and stammer through your own videos. How does that get 500,000 subs?
Thank you for watching. Remember to like it if you liked it, subscribe if you really liked it, and I'll see you next time.
Oh, that's fine. What else do we got? What else do we got? Oh, it's recommending that I watch my own stream. Do you think if I open this, it just breaks YouTube? If we watching my stream? Let's see. No, I don't want to break it. Oh, yeah, hang on. We gotta go back. I need this screenshot. What else do we got? Does this guy have more FNAF videos? These are really funny. I think he just has the two. Or the one he has one where, he talks about, the movie. But I haven't really watched the trailer for the movie because I don't want to spoil myself. What is this? The FNAF Easter egg everyone forgot about. What? Should we watch this, or are we kind of done for the night? Is there much else left to cover? If Mango's calling the cops, does that mean they're calling the Gestapo? He's calling the secret police.
Hey everyone.
Okay, after we watch this, is it time? Is it time to wrap? Or
So
do we have
for a
other
while now,
do we have other stuff to watch after this?
been working on some FNAF related content. I'm not going to spoil what I've been working on just yet, but while I was going back and looking at the very first game, I came across something that isn't exactly new information, but is a heavily overlooked detail that nobody really talks
Just
about.
squish out another
If you're
hour.
a long time
I mean, if there's more stuff to watch, we can keep going, but it does kind of feel like there's not that much left to go over if we're not going into future lore.
fan of this series like I am, then you've no doubt heard the Night 5
Oh yeah, there was from that guy who did the AI breakdown of FNAF 4. Did he make a video on the FNAF 1 AI too, 12 hours? Because his video on the FNAF 4 AI was really good.
the phone call in the first game. You know the one. The one that goes,
A different guy made the FNAF 1 AI. We can watch that though. That sounds interesting. I always like discovering like the behind the scenes of games and stuff.
and if you've been in this community for as long as I have, then you'll know that if you play this audio in reverse, you'll hear this.
It is lamentable that mass agricultural development is speeded by fuller use of your marvelous mechanisms. Would it not be easily possible to employ some of them in quick laboratory experiments to indicate the influence of various types of fertilizers on plant growth? You're right. Countless uses will be made by future generations. Jenner seldom knows contemporaneous the joy of creative.
By fuller use of your marvelous mechanism, would it not be easy to influence the various fertilize on plant growth, your joy of creative?
So,
I don't understand why everyone always jumps to like, what if you played the sound backwards? That like never results in anything ever.
Is it? Well, even before FNAF 2's release, fans have discovered that this is an excerpt from a book called Autobiography of a Yogi. And that's usually where this investigation ends for a lot of theorizers. They usually just focus on the joy of creation part, even though it says joy of creative, but they never go beyond that. In fact, I doubt a single FNAF theorizer has actually even read this book. So, you know what I had to do. I went and read all 606 pages of this thing, and let me tell you, there are more connections with this in FNAF than we ever gave it credit for. Before we get into the book itself, I want to give a little background on the author, Paramahansa Yogananda. I hope I said that right. Yogananda was a very famous spiritual...
Don't worry, I never say names right on this channel either. It's totally okay.
leader in the yoga scene during the early 1900s. He was born and raised in India before eventually moving to the US to spread his teachings. Over the course of his life, he went on what he described as a spiritual quest, where he sought guidance from many teachers and spiritual masters. And that's basically what Autobiography of a Yogi is. It chronicles his life and journey of becoming an expert of spirituality through yoga and meditation, while also providing some of his insights on philosophy. Oh, and if you don't know what a yogi is, it is defined as someone who is an expert in yoga. Just had to get that out of the...
I want a FNAF yoga simulator now.
...way. And that's great and all, but how does this spiritual yoga stuff relate to the spooky game with the funny bear? Well, to answer that, I think it's best to start with the quote that actually gave us this connection, the Night 5 reversed phone call. Answer that, I think it's best to
Is
start
that
with
the
quote
static
that
mark
gave
of
us
87? I'm sorry, I had to. Now that I am officially a FNAF
Like to
fan,
the
I
spooky-
have to make an 87 joke at some point during the stream. I believe it's contractually required by Scott to be able to stream FNAF games, so...
game with the funny bear. Well, to answer that, I think it's best to start with the quote that actually gave us...
Did you see it? Did you see it? Okay,
This
anyway.
connection, the Night 5 reversed phone call. The actual phone call cuts out a couple words, so let me just read the full quote here.
What if there's a FNAF yoga simulator? I'll play it.
Cultural development is not speeded by quick
I already read
laboratory,
this.
countless uses of bonus reward. What the hell does any of that actually mean? Well, to give some context, this is taken from a conversation between the author, Yogananda, and an Indian scientist named Sir Jagadish Chandra Bose. I am so sorry, I am terrible with name pronunciation. These two are debating about the uses of Sir Bose's inventions for agricultural development. Yogananda says that Bose should have these inventions quickly tested and put out on a large scale. However, Sir Bose tells him that scientists in his line of work often don't get immediate recognition for their accomplishments, and future generations will take what he has started and improve on them for the betterment of mankind. And this is where that joy of creative part comes in. Sir Bose says that he does not invent for the recognition or the money, he does it for the joy of providing a creative service, or in other words, for the fun of doing something good for society. And despite the fact that
That can't exist in a capitalist society. What do you mean? Copyright that idea and never let anyone innovate.
this quote was used so early in the franchise's life, I immediately saw this as a parallel to the two big inventors of the FNAF franchise, Henry Emily and William Afton. Two people with different motivations for inventing, with one doing it for the fun of creating something that brings people joy, and the other one wanting to do it for more selfish, personal, or even financial reasons. I know that seems really out there, but for now, let's just keep going and look at another quote.
This guy's on some. He's entering some MatPat levels of theory crafting here. I'm not gonna lie. But that's good. I mean, like I said, I enjoy MatPat, so that's fine. This is probably copyright music. What is that picture?
Who through perfect meditation has merged his consciousness with the Creator, perceives the cosmical essence as light. To him, there is no difference between the light rays composing water and the light rays composing land. Free from matter consciousness, free from the three dimensions of space and the fourth dimension of time, a master transfers his body of light with equal ease over the light rays of earth, water, fire, or air. Alright, I know this sounds even more confusing than the last one, but let me try to...
This is also how MatPat starts like half of his videos. Alright, I know this is crazy, but hear me out.
Clear it up a bit. In this passage, Yogananda is explaining how it's possible to transcend our physical forms and become one with different parts of the universe, such as fire or air, through the use of meditation. Now, this could also relate to FNAF in that the many kids who die in this franchise do transcend in a way and become one with something inanimate, though instead of inhabiting something like water, they're inhabiting a robot chicken. And this could also explain some of this still unexplained supernatural stuff, such as disappearing and reappearing posters and the paper plate pals. Spirits have not only fused with the metal of the animatronics through Remnant, but some spiritual essence has become one with the locations themselves, causing these mysterious hauntings. And while I know a lot of this sounds crazy,
Hey, Morrow.
I will admit I am reaching a lot for this.
Hope you're not
I do
hungover
also
tomorrow,
want to
man.
bring up the fact that Yogananda was a firm believer in
Just
reincarnation.
survive for one
And
more hour.
not only that, but he believed that we will
But thanks,
continue
dude.
to
I appreciate
reincarnate
it.
until we have become one with God. If you look at it a certain way, the whole kids dying and possessing animatronics thing is a twisted take on the whole reincarnation concept. And you could add on to this with the fact that they will continue to
5 a.m.
possess
for you
these
guys?
machines until
It
they
is
move on, or
11
how
p.m.
Yogananda
for me.
views it, become one with God. While I thought that Henry Afton parallels to the Night 5 phone call conversation was cool, there is zero chance that's what Scott Cawthon intended when putting this conversation in. However, looking at the book...
Oh, this is where he fucks up. This is where he fucks up and deviates from MatPat, is because he says he crafts this wonderful theory and then says this is 0% a chance of what Scott intended. You gotta double down, bro. Character history. My friend, you gotta double down. You gotta say, I believe this is truly what Scott was thinking as he was coding this game.
Book as a whole,
You
and
gotta double
investigating
down.
The author behind it feels like it gives this Easter egg a lot more depth. I believe I now know why Scott decided to put this in his game. We all know that Scott Cawthon is a devout Christian, and he got his start in game development making Christian video games. So it doesn't really surprise
What?
me that he would want to put some kind of religious element into this game, especially a game that features elements of life after death. And while this franchise has clearly gone off into a completely different direction, I find it interesting that if this series elaborated on the religious and spiritual horror aspect of the game, we might have had a series closer in tone to the Exorcist franchise than the more sci-fi one we have now. But anyway, I think that's all I have for today.
What, are those all the security breach robots?
Franchise than the more sci-fi one we have now.
Why are they looking kinda...
But anyway, I think that's all I have for today. What do you think is the purpose or meaning of this phone call? Be sure to tell me in the comments. I love seeing your guys' theories. This video was just a fun little thing I remembered while making another video that will come out sometime. I don't know exactly when yet, but besides all that, thank you for watching. Remember to like it if you liked it, subscribe if you really liked it, and I'll see you next time.
Where QI streams from midnight to 6 a.m. I think we've definitely streamed to almost 6 a.m. But I wouldn't want to start a stream at midnight. Because I feel like I've got too many people that are subscribed to me in other time zones that I feel like people wouldn't really come watch if the stream started at midnight. But it is a cute idea in theory, Purple Guy. That would be like one of those things where if I did like a subathon stream or something where if we get enough subscribers, I'll do these stupid things. Well, not stupid in the sense of your idea, but you get what I mean. When streamers do those, like, subathon streams and they set a bunch of, like, goals for ridiculous video ideas, I think that would be something fun to do. But something I think I wouldn't, like, go out of my way to do. Just because the nature of the time zones that people watch from. Because if people are in my time zone, then I'm streaming at midnight, which is not ideal. And for people that watch outside of the time zone, like for Godot and Morrow, who are in like the 5 a.m. time zone, that would mean I'm streaming at like noon their time. So like none of my subscribers are going to be around to watch. You know, that means they're either asleep or in school or at work. So it is a cool idea. But yeah, it would just be hard to get viewers for that kind of stream. God damn, is this the video? FNAF, ruining FNAF by dissecting the animatronics AI. Is this it? I mean, it's got 6 million views, so I assume this is it. I will also, this It's Taken guy makes really good FNAF videos. But I don't want to watch him breaking down Pizzeria Simulator because I haven't played it yet. But also check out this video. I'm sure it's pretty good too. Now players perfected FNAF custom nights. I can't believe like just this FNAF is such a like phenomenon. Like for basically, there's so many different things of this game that have been like completely dissected
This video
by
has been
people.
sponsored and approved.
Oh, sponsored video. It's by Tech Rules. I'm assuming this is the video you guys are talking about, right? But yeah, this is kind of wild. There's just like every aspect of these games have been like ripped apart by people. So like a year ago, FNAF 6's gameplay part wasn't even researched about? That's wild too. What was the other one? Or what was the other video that 12 Hours mentioned? FNAF hoaxes? Maybe that could be good too. What are those? Hoaxes? Oh, YouTube already corrected my typo. FNAF's most forgotten hoaxes ever. My Chica looking kind of... Anywho.
To buy Skillshare.
Sponsor.
The scenes that you'll find in this educational video might be disturbing to some viewers. It contains scenes of graphic education and
This watching some of these videos tonight kind of inspired me to like I kind of want to edit a video. It's been a while that since I've last edited like a real video, not like a YouTube short, but like an actual video. I wonder what it would do. I don't know if I would really deep research a topic like this, but I do kind of want to. It's been so long since I edited a video. I think it would be fun. Maybe I could do like a Game of the Year video or something. Or like I could do video game reviews or something. Would people want to see game review videos by me? I'm not like a game review channel, I guess. I'm mostly just a gameplay channel, but I guess that would be in the same vein.
Okay, this is a dumb bit. It's not necessary anyway, because this video is going to be the opposite of scary. You know how when you have to explain a joke, it's not funny anymore? I think the same could be easily applied to horror. This
Tier list of games you played this year. I think I could make like a Game of the Year video. When are the Game Awards? The Game Awards 2023. December. So maybe by the end of October I can start putting like a Game of the Year video together. Because basically games that come out in November probably aren't going to be in consideration for Game of the Year. Or do they already have nominees? Okay, no, there's nothing for this year's thing yet, but... Yeah, I guess I could start working on a Game of the Year video. Kind of like give my thoughts. Or what I could do is, because you know how like at the end of every game I stream, like when the credits are rolling, I always give a review? Maybe I could like cut that segment out of streams that I've done before and then like play that bit as like initial thoughts and then actually go into a deep dive of my review of the game. You know, I can cut that bit out and be like, so here's what I thought of the game right after completing it. And then like show that part of the stream and then cut to me like actually analyzing and going over and like writing out my thoughts and stuff. It could be fun. That could be fun.
This is not an excuse for missing a Halloween upload by 3 months, and you cannot prove otherwise. A lot of the fear that these kind of things instill in you is through making you ask questions. What exactly is out there? What does it want from me? Is it going to kill me? These kind of questions are what Five Nights at Freddy's capitalizes on. You're thrown in a room that isn't safe, and you can't escape from it. You can observe these animatronics approaching you, but you can't stop them. All you can do
What's happening here?
Is wonder. Well, wonder no longer, because I think it's safe to say that Five Nights at Freddy's
Talk
is,
about the
by
AI.
most definitions, pretty dead. I'm not saying the FNAF series itself is dead or anything, by the way. Like, it wasn't even a little while ago they released that mobile game where you have to spin around in circles looking really scared. I'm talking about the original, standalone title. The very first Five Nights at Freddy's. And what do you do when fascinating creatures die? You dissect them. At this point, it's not really a secret that you can decompile older ClickTeam Fusion games, returning them to their original project file format. The nice thing about this is that ClickTeam Fusion itself is a block-based coding software, which essentially means coding in it is very fast and simple. While in a normal situation, I would have to spend a monumental amount of time reverse engineering everything and figuring out what each line of code and variable does, I managed
Don't
to...
try playing FNAF AR on stream, you get doxxed by it? What is that, like a mobile game? FNAF AR. Imagine Pokemon Go, but FNAF? I would rather not. I would rather not. Did he ever do mobile releases of FNAF? Yeah, he did. Makes sense. How do you get doxxed by it? Oh, it like shows your GPS location on the map. God, everyone wanted to jump on that fucking Pokemon Go trend, dude. Everyone wanted that sweet, sweet Pokemon Go cash like so bad. The game shows your location in Google Street View, Lamau. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've streamed a mobile game anyway. Like the actual image you get from your address? Oh, that's wild. Okay, anyway. I don't know, you'd just be staring at my phone for the stream as I look up the FNAF AR game.
Completely document everything I wanted to know about both this game and how every character behaves in less than a couple hours. It notates itself, really. To be honest, it was so easy that it made me...
Anytime when someone says it does itself, I always feel like it never actually does itself. But maybe it is easy for this guy if he understands the code. I mean, his channel is called Tech Rules, so maybe he might have a good fundamental understanding of this shit. Oh, it looks like he doesn't make videos anymore. His last video was like a year ago. So it's kind of wild to me that some people just like kind of like they hit this like successful stride where he's getting like 500 million views per video and he's like, I'm done. I mean, it's not making YouTube videos isn't for everybody, but I like enjoy it so much.
kind of uncomfortable. I certainly wouldn't want someone else decompiling my software to scrutinize every line of code and coding decision I've made, but I suppose the least I can do is refrain from showing the original code for things and just focus on what the code does. Action, not words, right? Speaking of which, I'm trying something a little different for this video as far as background visuals. I did record some gameplay of Five Nights at Freddy's for the video, but as it turns out, watching somebody flick through cameras the whole time without error looks really boring. That's why we're using Let's Players for this video's background footage.
I do think this is weird that he probably should just be using the gameplay, but whatever.
Considering that's kind of what the game is known for anyway. I imagine none of these faces need any introduction, but just in case, you can find their channels in the description in order of appearance.
I actually only recognize Markiplier. Who are these other people? Nate wants to battle games. Who? Oh, well now he's a music channel, so... It looks like he didn't even play FNAF. Or, not FNAF, like... Or maybe he streams? Did he move off YouTube? Weird.
But, putting that aside, welcome to Tech Rules. But before that, a huge thanks to Skillshare for sponsoring today's video.
I like that he got sponsored in like 5 videos.
Like putting together an educational video, designing your own Smash. Better way to learn some continue the show of the after all. So it's I should easy to forget some of the smaller details. Five Nights at Freddy's features 4 main animatronics.
Oh my god. Skip, how many times have we been explaining the rules of Five Nights at Freddy's tonight?
That can of worms. Anyway, feel free to follow along, see how many of these you actually get right. Theory. You have to look at Foxy to keep him in Pirate's Cove, but looking at him too much will cause him to be aggressive. Answer, False. This one isn't even hard to test, but it seems so common. Just set Foxy's AI to 20 and start flipping the camera up and down. You'll see that he can't move an inch. More on how Foxy works later. Theory. You don't actually have to look at Foxy to
Game theory. Sorry.
keep him away. Camera usage is the only thing that matters. Answer. True, actually. This is something that's genuinely helpful to know, too, because
Yeah, this was 12 Hours told us this, that you didn't really have to actually look at him. You still kind of want to look at him just so you can keep an idea of, like, is he in the Pirate Cove or not, but it was nice that you don't have to actually stare at him, like, the whole game.
it lets you keep the camera on something more important, usually Freddy. I feel like more people should know this, though, because the game literally tells you something along those lines.
The character in there seems unique in that he becomes more active if the cameras remain off for long periods of time. I guess he doesn't like being watched. I don't know.
Theory. When you run out of power, don't move. This will give you a little time before Freddy attacks. Answer. False. I'm pretty sure this theory comes from the game, too.
Hey, listen, I had an idea. If you happen to get caught and want to avoid getting stuffed into a Freddy suit, try playing dead.
I just thought this was funny. I didn't think this was a strat. I just thought it was funny that he was like, yeah, just fucking give up, play dead.
You know, go limp. Then there's a chance that maybe they'll think that you're an empty costume instead.
People understandably interpreted this as a hint, but surprisingly there's nothing in here that checks whether or not you're moving during the blackout phase.
I would also think that, like, this moment is so tense when the lights go off and you're like, am I gonna make it? Like, if you hit it, like, if you run out of power at, like, 5 a.m., you, like, so desperately want to not move anyway. Like, I feel like you just don't move. Because I don't think I did. Like, there's no point. Once you don't have power, like, there's no point, like, looking back and forth anyway.
Duration of
People still go motionless and the power's out to this day. Yeah, I think... I'm not sure that part of it is because they think they need to play dead. I think it's just the fear... The sheer tension in this moment, when it's, like, 5 a.m. and you run out of power, just makes you kind of want to, like, freeze up. Because that's why I will say why Five Nights at Freddy's 1 was my favorite, is because it achieved that, like, natural level of tension that I thought was really good, where you were actually in suspense and tensed up, like, especially at moments like this.
Each blackout phase is extremely variable, so I could see how easy it would be to believe this just because of sheer confirmation bias. Okay, last one. Theory. There's a hole behind the Freddy Fazbear poster in the office that Freddy can use to bypass the door. Answer. What? I know, it sounds like I'm making this up, but I used to hear this all the time back in 2014. My best guess is the theory came from this old Markiplier video, where he closed both doors and still got attacked shortly after.
See, again, this is, like... Markiplier's so overreacted to stuff. I mean, obviously he was in the right to, because it made him so popular, but it was never this scary.
Markiplier video, where he closed both doors.
Like, never. Even the most jump scared I got during the FNAF streams, I was never like, wah! You know?
And still got attacked shortly after. I'll explain why that can happen in a second, but that's definitely not why. I can't find evidence of anyone saying this now, but I swear I'm telling the truth. Someone in the comments back me up on this, please. Prove to everyone that I'm not crazy, including myself, I guess. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is a lot of these incorrect theories were just as highly regarded as the correct ones, which I guess is a testament to how well the game kept its secrets hidden. It almost makes me wonder if...
I also think these are just, like, fun fan theories, right? Like, especially the, like, just play dead at the end, if you run out of power. That's just, like, fun, because it also provides the suspense, right? I think, instead of, like, flashing around back and forth, that tensing up, I think, is just part of the fun.
Refrain from revealing everything about the AI. Unfortunately, almost isn't enough. Let's begin. I'm gonna guess the thing people are most interested in learning about is probably the AI aggression system. Essentially, this game has a custom night mode, where you can set each individual animatronic to an AI level ranging from 0 to 20, with 0 being completely deactivated and 20 being, obviously, maximum aggression. Also, if you select 1987, the game does this. This mode was really popular, not only because it resulted in an extremely difficult challenge that returned in almost every game, but also because, Well, it was just really cool that the developer went out of his way to develop a custom mode like this. Well, I suppose I should mention one thing. It probably didn't take much effort to implement this at all, because the 0 to 20 AI system is actually used throughout the entire game. In fact,
Hey, Alpha, we are indeed getting an education. We have been educated on the FNAF lore, and now we're just kind of fucking around with FNAF videos.
I have the numbers right here to share with you. Night 1 uses AI level 0000. Night 2 uses 03.
We're probably wrapping up here in just a second, though. I think this is kind of the last one we're going to watch tonight.
311. Night 3 uses 1052. Night 4 has a random chance of either being 1246 or 2246. Night 5 uses 3575. And Night 6 uses 4, 10, 12, 16.
Jesus, that jump in difficulty is wild. It basically doubles everybody.
Only Night to actually hit double digits.
I knew they nerfed Bonnie in Night 3. Yeah, they turn him off. I think it's because Night 3 introduces Freddy. And it makes, they make Chica super aggressive, because a lot of players probably forget about Chica in the previous night. So they turn Bonnie off to make Chica more aggressive again, and then introduce Freddy. So that way, you never are dealing with, like, more than 3 animatronics for the first 3 nights.
This list is probably raising some red flags, right? After all, I did say the AI level 0 means
Sonic and FNAF expert.
Despite the fact that
I will become an expert on all Mimi internet games.
That shouldn't make sense, because Night 1 still has plenty of movement from the 3 animatronics. That's because the game does something really sneaky. As it turns out, animatronic AI levels actually increase as the night goes on. At 2 AM, Bonnie goes up 1 AI level. At 3 AM, everyone but Freddy goes up 1 AI level. And at 4 AM, everyone but Freddy goes up yet another AI level. That means that Night 1's AI levels are 0, 3, 2, 2 by 4 AM. And Night 6 goes as high as 4, 13, 14, 18, with Foxy being only 2 levels away from his max AI. This also means that Freddy is the only animatronic that does not get a level increase throughout the night, and as such is the only one that will remain disabled the entire night. So if you plug those numbers into the custom night mode, you'll get an experience that's similar to playing on that night. However, there will be one major difference, and that difference is power drainage. When you get to Night 2 and onward, extra penalties are added to your power consumption. The penalty in question is dropping your power by 1% every few seconds. How many seconds it takes depends on the night. Night 2 takes 1 every 6 seconds, Night 3 every 5 seconds, Night 4 every 4 seconds.
See, this is something I knew. It just felt to me that you were losing more power as the nights progressed. I think people in chat were saying that it just looked like it because I was more actively losing or using all of the things as the nights went, but I was confident that you were just using more power in general.
And Night 5 and onward every 3 seconds. That being said, the custom night mode also shares the 3-second penalty, so using the AI levels of Night 5 and 6 will also give you an almost identical experience with no noteworthy differences. It's also important to mention that these levels can never go higher than 20. Well, they can, but it doesn't make the animatronics any more aggressive. The reason for that is simply because the AI levels are, in a way, percentage-based. Here's how Five Nights at Freddy's uses these numbers. Approximately every 4 or 5 seconds, the animatronics are allowed to do what we're going to call a movement opportunity. The game decides whether or not each animatronic is allowed to move during this opportunity by sheer luck. The game will pick a random number between 1 and 20. That number is then compared to the animatronic's current AI level. If the level meets or exceeds the random number, then the animatronic will move. This makes the AI levels sort of like percentages.
So what really it makes the AI level is Dungeons and Dragons.
AI level 1 gives the animatronic a 1 in 20 chance, or a 5% chance, to move at every movement opportunity. AI level 5 will give them a 25% chance, 10 will give them 50%, and finally, a maxed out AI level of 20 will give the animatronic a guaranteed 100% chance to move at every single movement opportunity. This won't make each animatronic move at the same time though. They each take a slightly different amount of time to get their movement opportunity. Freddy gets one every 3.02 seconds, Bonnie every 4.97 seconds, Chica every 4.98 seconds, and Foxy every 5.01 seconds.
Why are they all set to random intervals?
So while the animatronics will be able to move at similar times at the beginning, their movements will quickly desynchronize. When one of the animatronics...
That's probably why, actually.
...succeeds their movement opportunity, they'll, move. Chica will randomly choose adjacent rooms on the right side, and Bonnie will straight up teleport to different rooms on the left just because he feels like it. That's
Okay, so yeah, Bonnie's movements are just random. Okay, good. I was also starting to feel that when I was playing, because sometimes Bonnie would just end up like fucking... Bonnie would be in the room right next to you, and then all of a sudden Bonnie would be like back here.
Or now, that's canon. Foxy, on the other hand, he uses his movement opportunities a bit differently. Every successful movement opportunity will advance him one phase closer to attacking, but as we mentioned, his greatest weakness is the cameras themselves. While the cameras are on, Foxy goes into a state that we'll simply call locked. While in a locked state,
Markiplier's face, and he's held it that way the entire video. Yeah, that's like just what Markiplier does, it seems like.
Foxy will automatically fail.
Bonnie is not as random as Springtrap. Yeah, Springtrap was bullshit. Springtrap would just do whatever the fuck.
All of his movement opportunities, regardless of what random number he pulled or what his AI level is. He'll remain locked the entire time the cameras are on. However, when you finally turn the cameras off, he doesn't immediately spring back into action. In fact, he'll remain locked for a random amount of time that can range from around 0.83 seconds to around 16.67 seconds.
I never got Foxy to freeze for 16 seconds. You wild. No way.
It gets very specific too. The random amount of time the game decides on can literally be any frame between the two numbers. So yeah, quite a range. Once he hits phase 4, he'll attack either when you check the left hall or when around 25 seconds has passed. If blocked by the door, he'll take whatever amount of power he's supposed to at the time and immediately return to Pirate's Cove, starting in either phase 1 or 2. You probably know what happens if the door isn't shut. Which reminds me actually, I should probably explain how attacks work for the rest of the cast. Bonnie and Chica's are super simple. When they reach your door, they'll try to get in on their next successful movement opportunity. If the door is closed, they'll reset to the dining area. But if they get in, that door will be disabled and they'll wait for the next time you lower the camera to attack. If you stay in the camera for too long, which in
Why did the music just get so hype when talking about attack frames?
this case would be about 30 seconds, your camera will be forced down and you'll be attacked anyway. This may sound strange, but there's a nice thing that happens when Bonnie and Chica reach AI level 20 that makes your life a little easier. When they're right outside your door, they're still guaranteed to move at the next movement opportunity. Why is that good? Well, on lesser difficulties, it's not uncommon for them to go on a streak of failing their movement opportunities repeatedly. This keeps them in place and forces you to keep your door closed for much longer than you'd like. The knowledge that they'll always attempt an attack within 5 seconds is a nice break in an otherwise very cruel challenge. In fact, if you happen to literally be the world's unluckiest person, you could have the animatronics on night 1 move to you with speeds comparable to AI level 20 and then just stay there for the entire
Me! Remember when we died at night 1?
night. Kinda makes me wonder if 2019-1920 mode would theoretically be more difficult than 2020-2020. Now, you may have noticed that until now, I've avoided talking about Freddy very much. That's intentional, because Freddy is a doozy. Similar to Foxy, using the cameras while Freddy takes a movement opportunity will automatically cause him to fail it. However, when he does get a successful movement opportunity, he doesn't immediately start moving. Well, usually. Instead, he starts a sort of countdown. The simplest way to describe the countdown would probably be that it's 1000 minus 100x frames, x being Freddy's current AI level. For example, the countdown would be 900 frames at AI level 1, 800 frames at level 2, and so on. This game runs at 60 frames per second, so those times would be about 15 seconds and 13.33 seconds respectively.
But I'm curious, is the game locked at 60 frames a second? Or, like, does it just aim for 60 frames a second, but if it can get more processing power, will it go to higher frames?
With each increase of AI level taking another 1.67 seconds. Once Freddy's AI level reaches 10 or higher, you might notice that the countdown will start at 0. While the countdown may as well not exist on higher AI levels, it's important to...
It's locked to your PC. Oh, okay. I love how these kinds of game mechanic explanation video essays have more effort put into them than a lot of scientific papers. Yeah. I mean, you think about it, the dude's talking basically nonstop for like 22 minutes. Like, that's probably like a 15-page essay, right? That's like a thesis statement in some colleges.
Remember that Freddy only ever goes up to 4 outside of Custom Night. It's pretty clear Freddy wasn't exactly designed to be a very fair fight higher than 9, let alone 20. That's why micromanaging him is such an important part of 2020-2020 runs. Just like Foxy though, Freddy's biggest weakness is basic camera usage. Like we just established, looking at any of the cameras will lock Freddy in his place and fail his movement opportunities. However, the cameras don't affect his movement countdown.
Trailer for Five Nights at Goofy Goobers. There's all kinds of like really funny Five Nights games on Steam. What did we find last stream? Five Nights at Sexbots or something? Five Nights at Sexies. Yeah, don't look at this one. That's the blow-up dolls trying to get you.
And he'll react.
White always makes my webcam freak out, like the color white background. Who the fuck's the target audience for that? Bruh. You don't even want to know.
Activate the moment the camera goes down. More specifically, if his movement countdown ends while the camera is up, he'll just wait ever so patiently for you to put the camera down. And the moment you do, he'll take his movement. Essentially, once Freddy is ready to move, there's no way to stop him. All you can do is slow him down. His attacks are interesting
There's been like 4 white guys on your stream.
too, because they behave on a completely different set of rules. Once Freddy goes from his show stage to Cam 4B, which is snugly in the corner behind your office, Freddy goes into his attack phase. While in attack phase, Freddy can no longer be frozen by using your cameras. He does, however, reveal a couple new weaknesses. While the cameras themselves no longer stop him in his place, looking directly at camera 4B will, and unlike Bonnie and Chica, Freddy cannot enter your office while the camera is down. That means the only opportunity he'll get to attack is while you're looking at a camera that isn't his. And don't forget that movement opportunities are still a factor in this. No matter what the circumstances are, Freddy still can attack until he's succeeded in a movement opportunity since he's reached Cam 4B. Granted, that becomes less significant the more aggressive his AI is, but it's still a notable factor. Once these two conditions are met, however, Freddy will immediately attempt his attack. If blocked by the right door, he won't return to the dining area like Bonnie and Chica. Instead, he'll just return to the hall and try to get into the corner for another attempt. Yeah, once Freddy's there, he's there for good. And of course, if you're unfortunate enough to be ignoring Freddy while the right door is open, he'll enter the office. Now all that's left for him to do is perform his jump scare, which, as it turns out, may not be guaranteed after all. First of all, the jump scare will only occur when your camera is down, and if you choose to hide in your camera, Freddy won't ever flip it down himself. And when you aren't in your camera, there only seems to be a 25% chance for Freddy to do a jump scare every second. That means the range of time it takes for Freddy to jump scare you can range from 1 second to...
These are like, some of these mechanics seems like so incredibly wild and random. Like, I feel like some of these circumstances are less that they were directly programmed by Scott, but like just happenstance that they behave this way.
Ever. Realistically speaking, you're not going to dodge every 25% chance for the entire night, unless you're already really close to winning, I guess, but I just thought it was interesting. Okay, I think that's a pretty detailed summary of the animatronics. At least, I don't think I missed anything. I guess we can move on to the final phase of the night that you never want to see. When you run out of power, the game essentially stops normal gameplay. There's nothing you can do during a blackout aside from look around and hope that the clock hits 6 AM before you die. There's not really much to explain either. All animatronic AI is essentially halted at this point. Even if Foxy was on his way or Freddy was in your office already, none of it matters. All that matters is timers. Every 5
Really? So none of the other animatronics can get you once the power goes out? That's kind of interesting.
seconds, you have a 20% chance for Freddy to show up and start playing his music box, up to a maximum of 20 seconds. If he doesn't show up within the allotted 20 seconds, he'll show up automatically. The music box duration has the same chance, 20% every 5 seconds, up to a maximum of 20 seconds. After that, the lights will flicker off, and the final section will begin. This one has a 20% chance every 2 seconds. And when that chance succeeds, well... jump scare, and then game over screen. While I'm on the subject, the game over screen actually has a special property that I never knew about. While this screen is supposed to take you back to the title, there's a 1 in 10,000 chance it'll take you to the Golden Freddy jump scare. That's a 0.0001% chance of occurring every
I don't
time
think
you get a game
we
over.
didn't get the Golden Freddy jump scare, did we? We just got the Golden Freddy like glitch thing.
I can safely say, though, I've never seen this before. Out of curiosity, are there any Let's Players that genuinely got the jump scare like this? As small of a chance as it is, it would really surprise me if nobody encountered it while recording. Oh, speaking of
Whoops. Unlucky.
Golden Freddy, I don't really have anything special to say about him. He behaves the exact way it looks like he behaves. I guess the only important information to note is that the Golden Freddy poster that summons him has a 0.00001% chance of appearing.
We also never got
summons him looks like he behaves.
this,
I guess the
which
only
is funny
important
because
special to say about him. He behaves the exact way it looks like he
this looks like so poorly photoshopped into the room. This is so funny. It looks so bad. Like the worst looking animatronic. And I mean, I get it, like you're not gonna put a lot of effort into something that's got like a, you know, what was it, 0.0001% chance of showing up.
I guess the only important information to note is that the Golden Freddy poster that summons him has a 0.00001% chance
less.
of appearing every time you look at that camera in particular. You can spam the camera to increase your chances, but keep in mind the random chance only updates every second. Yeah, not much to talk about there, but I figured somebody would bring it up. Aside from that though, that's pretty much everything I found interesting enough to talk about with this game, and whoa, did I talk much longer than I thought I was going to. This video was originally supposed to be about deconstructing horror games in general. I already had like a whole list of notes made about Resident Evil 2 and how Mr. X behaves, but I'm gonna be lucky to fit what I already have within the 15-minute goal. Not that I ever managed to stay under that anyway. I guess I can at least call it
by
here
like several
and ask
minutes,
you
bro.
all if you would want to see a kind of series that goes in-depth into horror games like this. I can't promise it'll be nearly as detailed as this one, but
It looks
I'm
like
sure
he
I can
never
at
did
least
his
find a decent amount of
Mr. X thing video either. My video game luck isn't real. Abuse RNG. Baldies. Oh man, R.I.P. He never got around to it.
interesting things for other horror games. Anyway, I do want to give credit to Reddit user BoxFigs for the existence of this video. Back in like 2016 or something, someone shared a Reddit post that this user made that made me realize you can do this sort of stuff with fusion games. And while I didn't use any of their existing findings for this video, not because it's bad or anything, I just prefer doing my own research to make sure I have everything right, I don't think I would have found out I could decompile this game.
It was a live system. He deconstructed every single frame of the game. That's so fucking crazy. And I guess it makes sense. It's just all code, but it's just so funny that like you can't really do that for most games. It's just like this specific engine the game was made on.
If I never saw that post. You can find the original post in the description if you want to check it out. I'll also include a link for the subreddit they moderate, r/technicalfnaf, which is all about deconstructing FNAF games.
Oh, he looked at the technical FNAF subreddit last stream yesterday. This shit was crazy, dude.
Just like this one. Again, please think about letting me know if you want to see more horror games.
Or else Golden Freddy will appear in your bedroom and bang your wife. A couple of things need to be corrected. Oh my god. As some of you may have seen from Backseat's newest stream highlight, I was completely wrong about Golden Freddy. Basically, I let my preconceived assumptions of the game mislead me into thinking that the random 1 in 100,000 check happens when you look at the camera. In reality, it tries to check every single second you're in the night. If it succeeds, you'll see the poster has changed. You could even see the change happen if you're watching the poster while it succeeds. This was found by Fsnom after Backseat managed to get 2 Golden Freddy encounters in a single playthrough. If my version of the Golden Freddy event had been real, this feat would have been nigh impossible with incredibly low odds. I'd be fearful for the man who used up his entire life's worth of luck on FNAF. Hey, not Scott, man. I think Scott Cawthorn used up his entire life's worth of luck with FNAF, and that fucking paid off, so... it's this extremely impressive occurrence, with the added benefit that it'll probably still be okay. This proves my point when it comes to things like this. Misinformation is so easily spread, even when you don't mean to. If you're using secondhand info to come to a conclusion, be sure to double-check as much of the info as you can. There's another Golden Freddy-related correction I need to make, but this one's less justifiable. When I referenced the odds of both Golden Freddy events, I also gave the actual percentage chance of them happening. When recording, I caught that I had put an extra 0 in both of them that would need to be corrected. Happens a lot, I'm prone to confusing myself with simple math. Relatable. I typically end up catching and correcting these errors at some point in the process. Issue is, when it was time to do the retakes, I tried to fix them by adding another 0. Basically, both odds shown in the video are wrong. There's some top comments that pointed out this mistake. I haven't replied to them to keep them at the top, but I don't see them. Hey, see ya, Alpha. Have a good night, man. So to correct these, the per second odds of Golden Freddy posting are 1 in 100,000 or a 0.001 chance. I mean, that's fine. He did say 1 in 100,000, so you still get the point across. The odds of Golden Freddy jump scare happening on the game over screen are 1 in 10,000. Not whatever stupid numbers I gave in the video. I mean, this video had a point where stress and exhaustion were pretty high. Oh, sorry, dude. There were a lot of embarrassing mistakes that while the video was being made, I wish I would have caught in the final version. This is one of those things where, like, where you're making stuff. You like get stressed about like people noticing those minor details. I knew that he meant 1 in 100,000, but like I didn't even really pay attention to the extra zeros. Like that didn't mean anything to me. But when you're the one making your project, you're the one that's thinking like, oh my god, everyone's gonna notice. There's no evidence that Five Nights at Freddy's has ever had anti-piracy. Oh, interesting. Jump scaring the player as anti-piracy measures seems very silly for a horror game. I think some horror games do something like that. I think he actually has a video on that real quick.
So, well... I think my favorite anti-piracy screens from games weren't the ones that are scary or frustrating or even sneaky. It's the ones where someone, typically a developer of the game, just, you know, talks to the player.
I think this has nothing to do with FNAF, but we're kind of out of the way. We're kind of going out there at this point, right?
Reminds them that they need the
Yeah, we're not going to be watching this full video. I just wanted to see, like, a creepy anti-piracy message.
Profit to continue making games and saying that if you can't pay, help in other ways, like spreading the word or getting others to buy it. I don't know, it's just nice that even with such a controversial topic, there are developers that just want to reach out and talk. I think I'll just end this video by showing you my current favorite anti-piracy measure of all time. One that you may have seen actually. The anti-piracy dialogue from the rhythm game Just Shapes and Beats. But hopefully, this anti-piracy discussion was interesting to you in
Downloading pirated games is stealing! Stealing is against the law!
Hey there, Lash here. I just wanted to say that it's okay, I'm not mad. I've played my share of pirated game when I was a kid, so I guess this is karma, right? I remember when I was a kid, I didn't have any money to support my favorite developer. So I just wanted to say, if you cannot support the game devs with money, you can support them with words. You can talk about them, share the games with everyone, leave a positive review, a good rating, send them a tweet, an email, whatever. Let other people know. That helps us a lot. After all, if some people knows about the game, some of them will have money and buy it. In the end, we just want to be able to create more games. So I hope you had a good time with our game and say good things about it on internet. In the meantime, you can come chat with us live on berserk.tv if you're interested to see how games are made. So thanks for playing our games, it really appreciates.
What is he saying? Shameless plug for our channel, but hey, you're playing illegally. Let's call it quits.
To see how games are made. So thanks for playing our games, it really appreciated. You're the best. Bye.
That's wholesome. But I came here for creepy ones.
Moving on. Speaking of talk to death, that includes a lot of anti-piracy measures that aren't even real. And I'm not talking about the ones that are just fun little what-ifs like Mario Party DS and Mario 64, although those do seem to have a similar theme. Well, as long as you consider weirdly aggressive and creepy a theme. In fact, it seems that anti-piracy itself has developed strong association with creepy and disturbing imagery these days.
Creepy
I say these days, but kids growing up always thought anti-piracy was creepy. If you were... Okay, I'm gonna break my no popular examples rule for a second because I want to explain why people found anti-piracy so, like, traumatizing. If you were unfortunate enough to be a kid in the Super Nintendo era who didn't take good care of their games, you might have accidentally triggered one of the anti-piracy screens from a first-party Nintendo title, such as Super
It is a serious crime to copy video games. Please refer to your Nintendo game instruction booklet for further information. But if you pirate the game, how are you going to have the Nintendo game instruction booklet?
Super Mario All-Stars, Super Metroid, or like Super Punch-Out, you know, as the era of super games. If one of these games decided they were being played on some sort of copier, it would pop up a black screen with no music and say something about how it's a serious crime to copy video games. If you're a kid just trying to play Mario and the game suddenly mentions a serious crime, you're probably gonna be a little upset. That being said, I'm not exactly sure how these screens would be triggered so easily. The game checks for a copier by saving data to an address and S. The game simply applies like legitimate. Really lying for no reason. As an actual please fashion, bloody and creepy, but they're not kids anymore. Funny Lego man go whoops. However, some popular anti-piracy myths just go completely off the deep end. Take, for example, Cuphead. From what I've heard, it goes something like this. If you pirate the game, you'll hear a creepy, demonic, reversed version of the title screen that'll continue to play throughout the game, along with a bunch of other gameplay effects that are different depending on who's telling the story, but rest assured they're all very, very spooky. Yeah, this one's not real.
But some of these are so funny, I want them to be real.
This myth got started because of the unused audio file that was silently introduced in one of the game's updates, it seems. Or it might have been there the entire time, I don't know. To the story's credit, it is the aforementioned reverse audio file with a bunch of weird noises in it. What's more, it's titled Muse Intro Don't Deal with Devil Vocal 666. And if you
I think these messages are pretty cool. I wish some of them were real. I know most of them aren't, but I always thought these, like, rumors were fun.
You open it in a spectrogram tool, spectrogram, is that how you say it? You can see some really cool spectrograms it makes with the devil from the final boss fight. That being said, the story ends there. It's just a cool little thing they added in, and it seems the anti-piracy thing was a rumor that went too far. I'd typically just leave it there, but I know people, Cuphead's DRM free, you can buy it on GOG, because it's not real. Trigger it. Variations of this one. But the main one is that the game plays completely normally until you try to exit the game, at which point it jump scares you and then exits normally. So the only punishment is scaring you in a horror game. Despite the fact that it doesn't make
FNAF
any
reference.
sense, you can find
It's
information
relatable to
about
the
this
stream.
supposed anti-piracy screen on Wikipedia, news articles, videos from otherwise trustworthy sources. It's everywhere. And no, I have decompiled this game for the Ruining FNAF video. I literally know nearly everything about how this game works. It doesn't have anti-piracy. The normal Freddy jump scare frames aren't even loaded in on the main menu. What people are describing isn't possible. And you can be like, okay, well, what if the developers made their own torrent for the game and only those versions have those screens like Game Dev Tycoon did? Yeah, things people are from the pirate? Why? What does that do? Haha, now there's skits on the internet, but a lot of this stuff on my law have been right around.
What's the Game Dev Tycoon? Dev Tycoon Pirate. What is it? Do we watch the... Fuck it, let's just watch the IGN video.
What's up for its first game, Game Dev Tycoon? People who did Simulator, much like Game Dev Story. As an experiment, the creators decided to release a cracked version of Game Dev Tycoon onto torrent sites along with the genuine version, preempting piracy. The two versions are nearly identical, except for one handicap in the stolen game. After a few hours of building up your virtual game studio, a message appears letting you know that people are pirating your new game. If they steal your games instead of pay for them, your studio will eventually go bankrupt. From then on, everything pirate players make in-game has a huge chance of being pirated, and it becomes almost impossible for them to make a profit. Greenheart thinks of it as a unique opportunity to hold a mirror up to players and show them what piracy...
That's funny. You can see if they're being pirated. I'm assuming the game probably does a... most games probably do like a... It used to be called a CD key. You youngins might not know about that. But I assume that the game file, when you start up the .exe of the game, it does a check for the CD key that I think you can actually still put them in on Steam, right? Activate a product on Steam. So when you buy a game on Steam, it comes with a product code. Like one of these codes, right? And that's registered to your game. and that means that it is yours. So every time you start the game, it probably checks for your product key, and if you pirated it, it won't have a product key. So you'll be running the .exe file without the product key. So the game can either just crash, not run, or they can just not give a shit and be like, if you don't detect the product code, you know, hey, here's our pirate error message. Because if you pirate a game, most likely it either doesn't have a product code or it has a phony product code to fool the game. And the phony product code is probably a duplicate of whoever initially cracked the game to put on the internet, right? That's how they could like track you down. Because once you go online with that duplicate product code, like Steam or whatever service would be like, hey, why are 2 people using this product code? So I'm sure it's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's like my basic understanding of it, is every time you buy a game on Steam, embedded in the file is your product code that signifies it as your copy of the game. So pirated copies typically don't have a valid product code. But the crack, in most cases, like the crack that makes the games playable when pirated, probably overrides the like product code check process, which is like what Denuvo, that third-party service, usually prevents games from doing. Prevents games from like ignoring their product code message because it's going through a third party. So Denuvo is checking for the product code rather than the game checking itself for the product code. And that's why Denuvo games are typically very hard to crack. But because they're running that like third party check, that's why Denuvo games run slower. It's because they're constantly contacting a third party app. Yay! Alright. I think that's it for today. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hanging out and chatting. These streams are always fun. I hope you guys enjoy. Oh, we didn't get the extra sub. I cry every time. How many likes do we get? Ooh, can we get some more likes? Well, we got as many as the last FNAF stream, but not as many as the first one. Got 20 likes on the first FNAF stream, 11 on the last one, 11 on today's stream. So can you drop a like if you haven't already? I would appreciate it. Also, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button for more streams. It's October, so we're going to be doing some spooky months. Oh, you can see 13 likes now? Nice. Someone might have just dropped the like because I reminded them. Thank you. But it's spooky month. In this channel, or on my channel, you guys probably know I like to do all kinds of wildly different franchises. We've played Yu-Gi-Oh!, we've played Persona, we've done Danganronpa, we've done Psy Adventure. I kind of go all over the place with games and franchises and stuff. It is a very varied channel with lots of different franchises, and we're in a FNAF phase right now, so we're probably going to just knock out all the FNAF games at this point. Sunday, we'll be doing Sister Location. And tomorrow, I'm going to take a small break from FNAF, so it's not a fucking massive FNAF, like, non-stop FNAF thing. Because I want to still put out, even though I've been doing a lot of FNAF, I still want to put out at least one video a week for my subs that just don't give a shit about FNAF. Right? I don't want them to have nothing to watch for the entire week. But tomorrow, we'll do Slender the Arrival for a throwback from 10 years ago. A throwback horror game that I always appreciated Slender. I always thought it was pretty cool, so we'll check that out. And then Sunday, we'll do FNAF Sister Location. And then next week, I don't know. We'll do maybe some Super Metroid, because people seemed excited when I mentioned the Super Metroid streams. Maybe we'll jump to FNAF Security Breach. We'll see. We will see. We got a good list of street games, we got a good list of recommendations, so be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button so you don't miss out on those streams. I would appreciate seeing you guys at all kinds of streams. Even if you're a FNAF fan, I'd like you to come by other game streams too. If you like me during these streams, you'll probably like me during those games too. Are you planning on playing Duel Links? I'm so far behind on Duel Links. I'd have to go major pay to win, probably. I'm not even pretty familiar with the meta in Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. It's been like a year since I played, so probably not. Maybe, though. I still have Duel Links downloaded on my phone. But yeah, I already covered dropping a like on the stream. Appreciate those. And yeah, join the Discord, like Francisco said. Talk to me in the Discord server. I'm always chatting in there, even when the streams are over. I think that's everything. Rush duels are a different meta? Yeah, but I'm not familiar with either meta. Unless the Rush duels meta is just being formed. Maybe I can take a look. We did used to stream a lot of fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! On this channel. $221 videos on my channel of Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to be the Yu-Gi tuber back in the day. Never forget. Ugh. Alright. I'll talk about it in Discord. I'll be working out. I'm going to work out as soon as the stream is over. But then I can check it out later. Or check out what you're mentioning in the Discord later. That's it for today's stream. I will see you guys. I'm going to get a workout. I'm going to go to bed. And then I'm going to stream Slender tomorrow. So I'll see you guys then. Have a good night, and thanks again for chatting and hanging out with me. Bye.